Dragons are going wild on everyone, and while people scream at Eliza to run, she tells them to chill because Alec is about to blast the beast, and he totally backs her up. The dragon blasts a massive wave of fire right at the guy, but he stays totally chill while his friends scream at him to get out of there. Even though he's just a kid, he stays totally calm and only uses his hand to block the blinding light of the fire. I'll assume it's Alex's power. Final Polish. The hero just sticks out his hand and reflects the dragon's blast right back at them. Now, in this world, reincarnation is totally real. But first, every soul heads to a heavenly court where gods and angels decide exactly where you'll be born next. Another soul shows up in heaven with a total loser rank, so the angel tells them they did a terrible job and better try harder when they're reborn as a tiny water flea. The soul was totally fuming, but the god told him this was the perfect payback for a killer, while another girl was actually hyped when the angel said she'd be reborn as a regular commoner. This soul was supposed to be a tiny flea, but it was totally fuming because it wanted to be a human instead. This made the guardian angels super mad. They told him there was no way. The angel moves on to a soul who's distracted by another spirit, and the girl explains that since this former emperor did both good and bad things, he's going to be reborn as a totally normal person. Angel checked her biomap with shaking hands and completely lost it when she saw an Sss-Rank soul staring back at her. Her co-workers were totally shocked because they'd never seen a level this high before. She asked the soul how many good things it actually did to get here. But the spirit just thought it's life. The angel gives this Sss-Rank soul two crazy choices: become a literal god or live as a supreme being, and while the girl thinks he should be a god, a spirit cuts her off and tells him to just stay human. She was busy on her tablet and didn't hear him at first, but then she suddenly gasped and asked if he really didn't want to be a god, and the ghost just told her right then, it was totally sure it could finally live an even better human life. The angel just didn't get the spirit's mindset, especially since that spirit was already high level. The girl had no other choice but to log the reincarnation on her tablet, and the angel told the creature that if he wanted to be reborn, he just had to jump straight into that dark hole. The girl asked one more time if the spirit was really gonna jump, and it said yeah while thanking her for all the help. The angel suddenly realized the creature hadn't even touched the water and tried. As the soul started its human rebirth, it wondered if it was even a normal person anymore with that broken Sss rank, and it couldn't wait to see what this new life had in store. Waking up in a new body, he felt super warm and smelled something great, while a guy stood right there looking totally hyped to finally have a son. The exhausted mom smiled down at her baby, Alexander Carling, the kid who was officially the heir to the massive duchy of Carling. The husband gives his wife some props and she thanks him, but the hero is busy thinking that his high rank is going to get him sent straight to the emperor's son. The dad was totally hyped about his new heir, so he immediately sent word to the emperor to find Alex a bride with some seriously insane powers. This guy just got reincarnated and had no clue if his new life was going to be awesome or a total disaster. Then, out of nowhere, he realized something big. For some crazy reason, suddenly, a familiar angel pops out from behind his dad, and he realizes he totally forgot to drink the memory-erasing holy water before jumping, leaving the angel to just sigh and vanish. The dad picked up his baby boy, and the little guy felt a rush of pure happiness. That was the one and only time our hero ever saw a real angel. From then on, this time flew by, and our hero grew up super fast without any trouble at all. Before he knew it, he was already 6 years old. One awesome morning, the kid yanked back his curtains and the maid spotted the little guy in the hallway and asked if he needed help, so he politely said hi and thanked her for all her hard work. Alex told her to let his dad know that his son was coming by to say hello. The girl was totally confused and didn't get why he was doing this. Alex explained that Amelia actually blushed because she was so impressed by how smart Alex was for his age, and seeing him grow up so fast made her so proud she ran off to tell the master he'd finally arrived. The girl stood up tall and swore she'd never get married. You could tell she was dead serious about it too. Our hero couldn't help but think she was a total... This is Angie, the Baron's friend's daughter who's engaged to the heir of Carline, and she's super nervous because our hero just reminded her they have magic class today. Even though she was totally stressed, Andy just flashed a grin and promised he'd do whatever it takes to help Mr. Alex. For their first magic lesson, the kids headed to a pond to test their powers on the water, and the second Andy waved her wand, a plant stalk sprouted right out of the surface. She gave her fiancé a huge grin and showed off her watergrass. The teacher was totally impressed and told her she actually has healing powers. Then, the guy turned to Alex and told him it. Before jumping into the action, Our hero tested his magic and realized he didn't even need a wand, but he still wasn't sure if his skills were as sharp as his memories. The student took a deep breath and shut his eyes tight. He reached out his hands and suddenly, the water started glowing like crazy. The teacher shouted in shock, and when Annie was totally confused and asked the master what happened, so the old man explained that the kid's magic was just too powerful for the water to handle. Switching gears, our hero walks over to a massive rock sitting right on top of a concrete stand. His parents were watching the whole thing, and when his mom asked if he'd really use it, the teacher explained they needed a solid stone to measure Alex's insane power. His parents and Angie started cheering him on, but seeing how hyped they were made the hero realize things were getting totally out of hand, so he just pressed his hands against the stone ground and reminded. Suddenly, the rock starts glowing like crazy. It looks like it's literally melting away into nothing. Just like that, the entire thing completely vanishes. Everyone is totally shocked that even a solid stone couldn't. The dad asks the teacher if there's any other way to do it. After thinking for a bit, the teacher suggests using gold. Alex is totally down for this because gold is super stable. The hero mentioned the metal was actually super flexible, so the Duke decided to give it a shot while the teacher wondered how this kid even knew that. His dad just laughed and hyped him up, saying it's only because he's Alex, but his son totally wasn't buying that as a real answer. Just like that, a massive mountain of gold bars appeared right in front of the young master. Honestly, this is exactly the kind of crazy stuff you'd expect from the Duke. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash lit up the whole room. Everyone had to shield their eyes from the glare. The Duke panicked for his son and demanded to know where the gold went. Alex opened his eyes, but everything was just a total blank. Even all that gold was completely gone. Everyone started whispering that the air was so powerful it could even destroy the strongest metal. Late that night, the Baron's daughter snuck into the guy's room, and when he pointed out how cute her pajamas were, she just giggled and thanked him. She spotted the stones on the table and asked what they were, so he just spun them in his hand and said he'd been getting some practice in. After that big magic test, the dad made everyone search through every book they had, but they couldn't find a single record of anyone ever being able to destroy gold. Everyone was obsessed with the strongest wizard in history. But Alex ignored his parents' hype to check something out, pointing right at the stone for Angie. Alex crushed a pebble in his hand, and when he opened his palm, it had already turned into solid gold. The girl was completely blown away, and it turns out Alex's training finally worked because he figured out how to stop his magic items from just vanishing. Even with all those miracles, our hero knew he couldn't let that much mana go wild, so he planned to keep it in check with his choice. The second that gold hit the table, it turned straight back into stone, and the young master realized this power was actually bad news, so he told them they had to keep it a total secret. Angie was dead set on keeping her promise, so the hero gave her a head pat and thanked her for staying quiet. Alex's brain started racing as he realized there was one perfect way to use his magic to get the upper hand. He thought back to his quick trip to heaven, and realized that even though he tried to save everyone in his past life, it was just impossible for one guy to help the whole world. Back in his old life, he was way too weak to save anyone. But now, he's holding a literal miracle from God to save the whole world. Alex took a massive breath to steady himself. He remembered some crazy secrets from his past life and decided to test them out, so he gripped the stone tight while Angie asked what he was even doing. Alex shouted out, and the stone in his hands started glowing as magic symbols appeared all around him. His hands were scorching, and he knew he had to lock in because if he lost control, things were going to get real ugly. As the light fades, Alex collapses to his knees, and Angie rushes over, totally terrified that he's hurt. She asked if he was doing all right, and while the patrol was totally hyped that he survived even after losing almost all his magic, he knew he shouldn't have been so reckless. She was totally lost and asked what Alex actually did back there, and what that weird stone in his hand was all about. He had a gut feeling that the gem right in front of him was one of those legendary crystals, the Philosopher's Stone. Angie leaned in to check the stone's stats and thought it was just a pretty gem. But Alex explained that the Philosopher's Stone is super rare because it's a total nightmare to create. She asks if he can really pull it off, and the heir says yes, bragging that this stone gives you all the knowledge in the world, but even Alex has his doubts. He suddenly slammed down at the table and started writing like a madman, and when Angie asked what he was doing, he just handed her the paper and said it was the entire history of healing. She was totally blown away by how her fiancé could learn anything instantly, but Alex told her he'd need a way bigger challenge to truly master his skills. The library was packed with high-level books under heavy guard, but he was totally sure his magic could handle the Philosopher's Stone. A little while later, the kids finally made it to the streets of Molech in the Carlin Duchy. where some shopkeepers started asking if they wanted to try out their brand new candy. Everyone in town was buzzing about that gold incident, and they were all convinced this kid had the most insane magic power ever. The guys were talking about how the rebels and the defense in High Bay were totally matched, which was super sketchy, but they weren't sweating it because they trusted Alex, all while some random kid nearby was listening to every word they said. The last emperor was so trash that people everywhere started fighting back, turning the whole empire into one big war zone. To keep the new emperor safe, they kept his identity a total secret while kids wandered the market checking out all the cool stuff. Alex's dad ruled the super chill Carlisle lands, and the second they stepped inside the building, they were greeted. Angie watched the bird chirping on its branch inside the cage and totally lost it, squealing about how adorable it was. Alex explains it's a mimic bird that's super popular with the rich nobles right now. And when the girl wonders why everyone is so obsessed, the boy promises to go find out. N started singing a nursery rhyme that everyone recognized instantly, and all the shopkeepers were totally glued to her. The guy claps his hands and tells her she was awesome, so Angie gives a polite bow. She shyly asks why her fiancé wanted her to sing anyway, but the hero just drops a bird onto her hand and tells her to watch closely. He gave the bird a quick signal, and it started mimicking Angie's voice perfectly, singing the exact same song the Baron's daughter just finished, and leaving her totally stunned. The boys bragged that this bird could mimic human voices perfectly, and that crazy skill made them a total hit with the rich nobles. The bird starts zooming around the super happy girl, so Alex whips out a check to buy it on the spot, and the shopkeeper thanks them for the deal. Out of nowhere, a street kid slams into our hero and zips past him, but then he feels something slide right into his jacket pocket. The thief just smirked and told them they should probably keep a closer eye on their gear. He'd actually managed to swipe a super important certificate from them. Angie quickly grabbed Alex's hand. He reaches out his hand as a glowing magic circle and symbols pop up, using his binding spell to totally lock the thief down. Out of nowhere, the street kid realized he was totally frozen in place. It was like invisible chains were stopping him from running away. Alex walked right up to him. He warned the young thief. Our hero demanded his certificate back right now. He told the thief it was totally useless to anyone else, so they might as well give it up. Angie stayed close right behind her protector. The kid finally snapped and started venting about how these rich snobs have no clue what it's like for a refugee like him, who's forced to steal just to stay alive. Alex found out the thief was from the south and started thinking of ways to help this innocent kid go straight, all because he truly believed that justice was real. They dragged the thief along to a garden where some kid was literally pouring tea into thin air. The guy was totally lost and honestly pretty mad about the whole situation. The kid asked why The hero actually starts giving the thief a lesson on how to make the perfect cup of tea. He tells him you've got to heat up the pot first and make sure you measure the leaves exactly right. Alex brushed off his shouting and calmly explained that only elite servants know this tea-making secret, leaving the thief completely stunned. While the kid nervously asks the heir if he's actually hired, the hero is already planning to tell the thief about the philosopher's stone, and Alex is busy complaining that his tea is. Once tea was over, Angie saw the kid was picking things up super fast, and the hero agreed, saying he was a perfect student with an insane memory. Alex thought back to the kid saying sorry and thanking him. He figured he'd just wait and see where this team-up actually goes. Then, he grabbed his fiancé's hand and told. Alex kept training until he figured out the perfect way to control his energy by making these things called magic balls. They loomed over the kids while Angie hyped up how insane it is to use all 7 magical elements at once. The boy told his fiancée he was hyped about her success. She just smiled back and totally agreed. They were 7 years old now. Since they knew the secrets of the philosopher's stone, as those orbs spun in his palms, he realized that elite mages aren't like regular people. They can actually use every single element at the exact same time. Just as the kids were chatting, their dad suddenly lunged out of the bushes with his sword and screamed that they were wide open. Alex chucks an elemental ball while her fiancé Andy hides behind her, and as soon as it hits the sword, steam blasts out, and the metal starts melting right onto the ground. His dad was super impressed, flashing a smug grin and hyping him up for his insane fire magic skills. Alex was annoyed by the sneak attack and told his dad to stop, because losing to his own son would make him look super bad. The dad wasn't even mad because he knew his son was the strongest mage alive. But the hero told him to fix his attitude so the Empress and the guests would actually take him seriously. The Duke was busy thinking about the Empress coming over as a guest, while Alex grabbed the handle of his melted sword, realizing his dad still only cared about his reputation. The guy suggested inviting the Empress to show off the kid's magic so she could see for herself that his son was a total genius. Angie was totally fired up, and once her dad remembered the Empress was visiting for summer break anyway, He was 100% sure he was making the right move. He cracked up and said it was a genius plan. Then the Duke nudged Angie and told her they should head home to grab a bite, while Alex wondered if the Empress would actually show up. A few days pass, and while the kids are heading down the stairs trying to figure out their next move, the girl suggests checking out the flowers in the West Garden. But then Alex's dad suddenly calls out and tells him to stay exactly where he is. A bit later, our hero hears some crazy news about a serial killer when a guy pulls out a flyer with the killer's face on it and says 10 victims have already been found. Even women and kids were among the dead. Their dad had begged them to stay away from the city. The little girl grabbed onto Alex and wouldn't let go. She was absolutely terrified. The poster said the killer was wanted dead or alive, and the heir knew they had to act fast before things got totally out of hand. Alex threw on his hood and stepped into the dark city alleys like total bait, ready to end this nightmare for good. Out of nowhere, a hand reached out from the pitch-black shadows. It snatched the kid right by the neck from behind. This creep was holding a massive knife in his other hand. The psycho. Alex used his magic to melt the killer's knife into a puddle, then got right in his face and told him to stop his crimes for good. Our hero reached out his hand and warned the guy that if he didn't stop acting crazy, he was gonna pay for it big time in the next life. The crazy guy wasn't even listening anymore. He lunged straight at the kid. That's when Alex realized you can't talk sense into a monster like this. Alex told him a massive bolt of lightning slammed right into the killer. His whole body started twitching and shaking from the shock. Sparks were flying everywhere as the electricity surged. He completely blacked out, and they were sure this would buy them some time and slow that psycho down. Meanwhile, the dad and the edgy guy finally tracked down the young dude. They were super worried about how badly he was hurt. The officer grabbed the kid's hand and told him she was just glad he was safe, while the dad admitted they were actually super nervous when Alex first brought up that crazy decoy plan. The young guy told the guards the arrest was all theirs, so they nodded, hauled the criminal up, and thanked him for the help. This psycho was muttering to himself, and Alex realized this guy was in for a world of hurt once he finally had to answer for his crimes in the afterlife. He couldn't save the guy, but the hero is still gonna pray for his soul until the very end, hoping his next life is way brighter. A few villagers started shouting over to the kid, thanking him for finally taking down that criminal. He asked if everyone was doing okay, but they were way too distracted by all the crazy noise. This girl was getting totally harassed by some guy who wouldn't take no for an answer, even after she told him to get lost and stop asking her to hang out. This creep grabs her hand and gets right in her face, acting like he's doing her a favor, so Angie tugs on Alex's sleeve to get him to help, and he's totally down for it. The guy finally loses it and grabs her, telling her to stop being so mad, but our hero steps right in his way and tells him to back off. She was totally shocked that this brave kid was actually standing up for her, but the guy was fuming and about to swing at him. Alex gripped the Philosopher's Stone tight and slapped cuffs on that cocky dude, who suddenly felt the cold metal locking around his wrists. That didn't even slow him down, and since he figured the kid's magic was totally trash, the boy's swing missed, and the handcuffs started squeezing his wrists. The bully shrieked and collapsed to his knees from the crazy pain, having no idea why his handcuffs were suddenly crushing his wrists. Alex explains that these magic cuffs squeeze tighter every time he messes up, and they're staying on until he learns his lesson, or else they'll just chop his hands right off. The bully was completely stunned as the young master told him he'd have to wait a full year to get that spell lifted, right before dropping the bomb that his name was actually Alexander Carlite. Once she heard which family saved her, she realized the rumors about the Carlite heir's insane magic were actually true. A bit later, they're all chilling over tea as Eliza thanks him for the save. Alex introduces himself and his fiancée, and Eliza points out he totally could have just handed that bully. She told him that if he wants to go legit, he should just hand the bad guys over to the guards, and Eliza asked him why he even did that. Our hero could tell the guy across from him was actually pretty sharp, and even though Alex knew it'd be way easier to just dump the bully with the guards, he wanted to give the dude a... She asked what he meant, and he straight up told her that people only get judged once they're dead. Eliza knew all about the theory, but she had no clue Alex had already lived through it, and while she realized the hero gives people a second chance, she warned everyone that some people just never change. Our hero was convinced that even the bad guys could change their ways, because he wasn't there to judge them. He just wanted to guide them to the right path. Eliza called him a good guy, but she meant it as a warning because nice people usually end up with nothing, even though he didn't think being virtuous was actually that bad. Eliza looked down and admitted she liked him, saying she'd totally fall for him if they were the same age. Then he thanked her and she took off. Angie couldn't get over how beautiful Eliza's eyes were, and the young heir totally agreed. It's not every day you meet someone with that much fire in their soul. Alex said Eliza's eyes looked like she was stuck carrying a massive weight she never wanted in the first place. She started wondering if she could ever actually be as cool as her. Alex gently patted his bride's head and told her she was perfect exactly the way she was, making her give him the sweetest smile. The kids make it back home and a servant greets the young heirs, but suddenly, the hero senses that something is totally wrong. A sword flies right at them, but Alex instantly uses fire magic to melt his dad's weapon, leaving the old man totally shocked. The guy just laughed with a big smile, saying he had zero doubts about his son, while Alex asked why he was doing this all over again. He remembered his dad's idea to invite the Empress, and right as he realized what was going on, a girl's voice rang out, praising the Carlite heir for totally living up to their big reputation. The girl he saved earlier walks up and reveals she's actually Empress Elizabeth Forsyth, and she's got a huge favor to ask the Duke. Alex was totally caught off guard, but he still remembered to introduce himself to the Empress, and Angie followed his lead as they both bowed down. She told him to look up, saying he definitely knows how to read the room. She asked the Lord for a private spot to chat, so he offered up his office while Angie said her goodbyes to the rest of the crew. The guy cast a soundproofing spell just to be safe, and once they were in the office, Eliza told him to skip the small talk and get straight to business. The Empress was positive they knew all about the rebellion that broke out because the last emperor was a total nightmare. Alex confirmed it, saying this all went down way before he was even born. The girl explained that people were still totally fuming at the old ruler. Even after she took over, the Empress was sure the Imperial Army was about to launch a massive raid on the rebel base, so she decided to take out their leader to stop a total bloodbath. Alex totally got why she was asking, since Eliza knew his insane skills were perfect for snagging the leader during the raid, and he realized she was 100% right. He bowed and said he got it, then she smiled and promised him the land if he won, adding that his dad finally sent the request. The kid looked at his parent for answers, but they just told him this was a massive mission straight from the Queen herself. Alex tried to say the reward was way too big for him, but the Empress told him he totally earned it for finishing such a massive mission, and she'd feel way more relaxed knowing he was the... She leaned in and whispered that she was totally into the heir to the duchy, but he was completely clueless about why she even cared. When the day of the big attack finally hit, Eliza and Alexei climbed up and saw the army getting ready, and she told him it was finally time to show everyone what he could really do. The Empress was super hyped that the dad named the kid after himself, and she was dying to see if he could actually handle the pressure. Alex got a super creepy vibe from her while she talked to his dad, but now she's acting like a normal teen, so he just sighed and asked if he only had to catch their leader. Eliza gave the green light but insisted he bring the guy in alive even though he's already facing the death penalty, and she really wanted to know how he was going to pull that off. Alex held up a magical ball of dirt, but the Empress wasn't impressed at all, so he told her he was going to use it on the ground and shoved it into the soil, making... They spotted a staircase leading down, and Alex told the Empress she should be the one to head in first. As they headed down, Eliza admitted she never thought they'd sneak past the enemy underground, asking if he really knew the way while the boy kept building stairs and told her he had it all under control. Alex explains that these buildings all have the same layout, and the girl totally agrees. After walking for a bit, they finally reach the enemy storage, and he's sure they're super close. They spot a door where the young heir says the leader is hiding, so Eliza ignores the kid's nerves and leans in close, realizing she totally recognizes the voice coming from the other side. Lord Fleming was actually a rebel, and when his man said it was go time, he praised his troops for a job well done and ordered them to pull back. The rebel admitted he was only pushing the Lord's army for show, because they couldn't risk losing all their hard-earned cash if people found out they were actually working together. Fleming said he was already on top of it and told his partner to make sure the soldiers did their jobs right. The guy went totally silent for a second. But the crazy part is, Eliza and... Out of nowhere, the guys stood up and headed for the door, and when the boy warned her, she was totally shocked that one of their own was actually a traitor. They didn't even try to hide, so when the guys walked out, they were totally shocked to see the Queen standing right there, and the traitors realized instantly that she'd heard every single... The Empress stared Lord Fleming down and demanded to know what was going on until the guy was totally speechless. Alex cuts him off and exposes the Lord for being a shady money man after the war, accusing him of stealing the dead soldiers' pay by faking their death reports, and then he asks him straight up if it's true. The traitors were done talking and pulled out their weapons, ready to take out the Empress for good. Alex jumped in front of the girl to protect her. He told her to get back and stay out of the way. The other guy was literally about to tackle her to the ground. He's got a glowing ball of magic ready to go in his hand. He chucks it at the criminals as a weird mist starts to surround them. They completely freeze up before crashing down. The boy explained that he'd totally drained the power right out of their bodies, Now they won't be able to move a single muscle for a whole day. A little ball of magic started floating. Eliza stepped forward and announced that since Lord Fleming betrayed the Queen, he was officially losing his title and all his power. As the thugs were dragged out in cuffs, the girl let out a sigh and told Alex her team would handle the rest, giving him a quick thanks for all his help. The young guy couldn't believe the Imperial Army's top brass actually played them. But Eliza just snapped that it was her own fault for being so soft. He tells her that her time as queen is only just starting and she's gotta give it her all. So she smiles and thanks him before Alex says they need to go patch up the soldiers' wounds right now. The guy was just rambling about his next move when he caught the Empress staring, so he flashed a grin and asked what was up, making her get all shy and embarrassed. She whipped around and covered her mouth in shock. The Empress just let out a big sigh. He definitely wasn't looking at her like a regular servant. But the kid had no clue. Right in the Empire's capital, our hero meets General Josine Chosa, a bearded middle-aged guy who's basically a total ball of energy. He introduces himself and his bride Angelica, saying they're crashing there for a bit, but she can't stop staring at the warrior. Alex's voice snapped her back to reality, so she quickly bowed and showed Horsine she was totally hyped to meet him. The guy just laughed and told them not to worry since Carlite already gave him the heads up about the kids, so they should just make themselves at home. Now that the traitor was busted and the fake rebellion was over, Alex became a total legend for exposing the plot, even getting a personal invite from the Empress to claim his reward. They ended up crashing at the house of Sir Horsine, who was an old friend of his dad's. The guy showed them to a bedroom and told them to make themselves right at Shaw. Just before leaving, the general asked Alex what he thought about booze and reached for a glass, and Alex told him he was actually down to share a drink. Horsine immediately hugged the boy and told the little bride he was borrowing her groom for a bit, and she just told them to go have a blast. The man leaned in close to tell Alex he had a great wife, and the boy just beamed at the compliment. They stepped into the fancy dining hall where the Imperial General usually hangs out with his squad, and they immediately told a maid to bring them some drinks. The girls rushed over with 2 bottles and some mountain salt, and as Alex grabbed them, he said salt was the secret to a perfect night, leaving Horsine totally confused about what he even meant. The guy saw the salt and instantly knew what Alex was up to, giving him a huge slap on the back and saying that even with their age gap, they were already totally on the same page. The guy winced in pain, realizing he'd accidentally blurted out a habit from his past life about drinking booze with salt, and he couldn't help but notice how much energy Horsine actually had. Alex knew his dad would have jumped right in if he was there, and the general totally got why everyone was hyped for the Carlisle heir since he liked the kid too. They grabbed the kid by the shoulders and asked to be his sworn brothers, which totally caught him off guard because the general was getting way too close for comfort. He awkwardly tried to talk the guy out of it, pointing out they just met and the age gap was way too big. But the old man kept pushing, and even offered his granddaughter's hand in marriage while the maids just laughed their heads off. The general slammed his bottle on the table and ordered the kid to sit down right now, making Alex instantly regret everything he said about his dad, because dealing with just one horseman was already way too much. Back in the room, Andy was just chilling on her bed and singing some songs. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. She's totally sure it's her fiancé finally. The girl swung the door open with a huge smile to greet Alex, but Eliza was standing right there instead, saying it had been way too long since she heard that kid's song Angie wrote. The girl asked for a bit more time since the visit was so sudden, and when she greeted the Queen, Her Majesty told her to ditch the formalities and just use her regular name. The Empress steps inside and Angie immediately blabs that Alex is gone, but Eliza isn't surprised at all since she's the one who sent Horsine to distract him, and when Eliza asks if Angie is Alex's fiancée, and she immediately shouts that she loves him and is 100% sure about it. The Empress asked Angie how she'd react if another girl liked her fiancé, and Angie straight up said she'd be happy about it. The Queen was totally shocked when the girl said she wanted to work together and talk about Alex to find out even more awesome things about him. The more she finds out about him, the harder she falls, and she's totally sure this is going to be a total blast. Eliza thinks for a second before suddenly jumping up, thanking Angie for the talk, and whispering that she needs to keep this whole meeting a secret, and Angie totally gets it. Eliza explains she just wanted to surprise him with something she knew he'd totally love. Alex finally enters the palace to face the Empress, who's sitting on her throne with her whole squad around her, and Lord Corleith gets a big welcome. Eliza said catching that traitor was a massive win for the Empire, so she told the Lord he could pick out whatever reward he wanted. Alex bowed and told the Queen he'd take whatever reward she thought was best, since he knew he couldn't just demand things. But he really wanted to give that money back to the soldiers. The girl flashed a smirk and stood up from her throne to speak to Lord Corleith, making the boy instantly snap to attention and go dead silent. Eliza dropped a massive bomb and officially named him the Vice Emperor. Our hero was totally caught off guard by the news. All the advisors started whispering like crazy. Meanwhile, Horsine was just... The Empress declared that to save the kingdom, Alex would become her right-hand man and finally show everyone his true power. Our hero didn't see this coming at all. This was way too wild, even for an SSS ranker. The kid bowed down and said he was super hyped to take the job. Back at Corsine's place, Alex found a massive stack of mail waiting for him, and the general explained they were all party invites and marriage proposals from the vice emperors. The Duke pressed him for an answer again, so the guy realized he couldn't hide it, and admitted the letters were just left at his place. He told them the rest of the documents were actually at... He totally saw this coming after becoming vice emperor, and later Eliza told him she wanted to keep the empire peaceful and happy for a long time. Her real plan was to fix the total mess the last emperor left behind, and finally bring some peace back to the empire. To pull this off, she needed people she could actually trust. She was looking for someone who was both smart and super kind. Alex asked if she was talking about him. The girl just... With his insane magic and the Philosopher's Stone, the hero knew he had to step up, and a blushing Eliza told him that as the new vice emperor, he'd be the perfect husband. The guy didn't catch that and asked her again. The Empress just kept her mouth shut. She held out her hand and asked if the hero would ever actually help her. Alex didn't even blink and told her he was totally in. She was so hyped to hear that. She gave him a big smile and thanked him for having her back. Once the story wrapped up, Horsine hyped up his little brother for being a total legend, and when the hero asked if he was serious, Horsine told him he definitely was. The general told the kid to just leave the letters, and when the boy worried it was too much work, the man just laughed it off, saying that anyone who wants to see the vice emperor now has to survive a fight with Horsine first. As soon as Alex took the job, Eliza didn't waste any time giving him his first mission. She told him he had to step up and become a senior master at the Magic Academy, while the kid asks if this is where the army trains their magic, and he's heard there are even wild monsters running around for live combat. But the girl tells him this academy is actually the world. Eliza told him to just keep his status and stay safe, and once he agreed, she finally headed out. As soon as Alex stepped onto the academy grounds, he was met by the big boss himself, Director Ethan Hundred. The kid was super polite and thanked them for the invite, while the old man noticed they were treating him like a legendary master. Alex got the invite to step into the academy courtyard so Director Hundred could show him everything they had, but as he tried to follow, he smacked right into a hard, invisible wall. This magic barrier was super strong and kept everyone away, but our hero really needed to get inside that academy. He reached out his hand and triggered his splitting magic. The shield exploded into tiny shards just... The teachers were totally stunned when their barrier got wrecked in a split second. But Alex quickly apologized and promised to fix it so it'd be way tougher next time. In just a few seconds, a brand new barrier slammed down around the school, and the kid warned that anyone with bad vibes would be kicked right out. Alex went to check on Principal Ethan. The teachers were freaking out because it usually takes a whole squad to build a barrier like that, and the boy realized this was all just a secret test to see what the new Vice Emperor could really do. The director straight up apologized to Alex. He said everyone was hyped after seeing how strong he really was. This kid totally blew past everything they expected from him. Alex suddenly whipped around to face 10. Our hero whips out a scroll from the Empress herself, proving he's officially the new senior master. He tells them straight up that the Empress chose him for the job, no questions asked. Ethan Hundred was so hyped by Alex's insane magic that he asked him to teach at the academy right then and there, knowing the students would love such a powerhouse, and Alex was totally shocked. The director was totally fed up with having way fewer students than other schools, and hoped this would bring in a crowd, so Alex agreed to the plan, knowing it would be a huge help for Eliza later on. Alex's only worry was that he lived way too far from the academy to teach every day. But the director just thought for a second and suggested using magic to fix the problem. She's sitting on her throne looking pretty miserable while handling all the Empire's messy problems. The moment she finally gets a break, she lets out a heavy sigh. She can't. Out of nowhere, a hero pops up right in front of her. It looked like he literally spawned out of thin air. She's totally shocked and asks where he even came from. The guy said he could finally stop stressing about flight magic, admitting that even though he was nervous, he pulled it off by asking himself what the Empress would do, and he was totally right. Liza's face turned bright red. She was super happy to hear him say that. Alex apologized for giving her such a big scare. Since he finally knew magic was real, he had to head. The Empress told the hero he could visit whenever he wanted, so the boy just flashed a grin and thanked her. Alex just warped out of the room, leaving Horsine totally buried under a mountain of letters that just kept piling up. Alex pointed out that the building felt totally different from the outside. The principal told him they had to be ready for literally anything. The kid couldn't decide which magic spell he should even. The old man laughs and says he wants his granddaughter to train with the hero, but then the boy notices a girl standing by the bench and asks who she is. She stared down a glass of water on a bench and tried to move it with her magic, but the thing didn't even budge. Alex snuck up behind her and asked if she was totally helpless, making her jump and scream in total shock. She completely ignored the guy and asked the director who he was. Then Ethan Hundert stepped in at Chomei to introduce her to Vice Emperor Alexander. The girl let out a shocked cry, but the boy just gave her a friendly grin when he noticed she was right in the middle of a magic drill. She admitted she'd been trying for a whole year without the water moving once, so the director sighed and figured she just didn't have any magic at all. Shomi let out a frustrated sigh, feeling like a total lost cause, and she felt terrible knowing her dad worked his tail off just to get her into this academy. While the girl kept venting about her mistakes, Alex spotted a creepy dark light shining from Shalmi's ring. The director noticed something was off and asked what was happening. Alex watched as Alex says he knows exactly what's wrong and asks for her hand, and the moment Xiaomei gives it to him, he kisses her ring and makes her blush like crazy. She scrambled away from the Vice Emperor and demanded to know what he was up to, just as her ring started glowing like crazy. The wind lifts her right off her feet as glowing magic swirls around her, making her look totally refreshed and way more beautiful than before. Alex told them that was her real power, explaining that someone had been blocking her magic until she finally fixed it. But the girl was still totally lost. The young master says that ring is hooked right to her heart, which is the source of her magic and the path for all her power to flow through. Alex explained that Xiaomei's magic was totally jammed up for some reason, but he held up a glass of water and told her it was fixed, so she should try the exercise one more time. Principal Ethan agreed with the Vice Emperor, but couldn't believe the teachers missed it, and the boy told him they were about to find out the truth right now. Alex saw Xiaomi looking totally nervous and asked her what was up, since she was convinced she was going to fail this time. But Alex stepped up as her master and swore she'd definitely pull. She decided to trust him and grabbed the glass, but the moment she closed her eyes and stopped her magic, the water actually froze. She shouted that she could totally do it. The director realized Xiaomei was actually using ice magic. Alex pointed out that the entire river was now frozen solid. Xiaomei was shocked that her power. She was in total shock that she actually pulled it off. Alex told the director her magic was so insane that you had to be just as strong as her to even see it. That's when Ethan, the principal, was super hyped and asked the Vice Emperor to keep looking out for the students, so the guy promised he'd do his best before heading over to Som, who was crying happy tears, to remind her that everything turned out okay. The next morning, Alex used his teleport magic to warp straight to the Guardian Dragon's temple, thinking the Empress was actually being pretty sweet for showing up. Eliza was kneeling inside on the floor. She was dressed in a special robe. The hero called out to her, and she whipped around to face him instantly. Alex wanted to chat about heading home, but the castle staff told him she was busy with a ritual, so he apologized for the bad timing, but she told him everything was all good. The boys stared at the statue he'd never seen before, and Eliza explained it was the legendary guardian who gave the Empire its power at the very start. Right in front of them was a massive white statue of the legendary dragon that guarded the entire empire. Legend says the dragon guardian hooked the first emperor up with his powers before vanishing, so now every ruler has to hit up this temple to pray every single month. Alex was stunned by how massive and detailed the statue looked, asking if the first emperor built it, but Eliza told him it's actually the dragon protector. The kid had no idea what she meant by a real dragon, so she explained that back when the empire was first built, something crazy happened that turned the beast into a statue. Suddenly, the philosopher's stone starts glowing right in Alex's pocket, catching the Empress's eye, and when he pulls it out, the light is absolutely blinding. The young master realized he was actually reacting to that massive dragon protector statue. Suddenly, the heir of the Carlite Duchy felt something invisible crawl right into his brain. Then, a mysterious voice. Alex told Eliza to back up, realizing the monster wanted its stone shell gone, so he touched the statue to finally wake up the Empire's true protector. The girl shouted that it was impossible since nobody had ever pulled it off before. Suddenly, the wind started howling all around them, but the boy wasn't backing down and was ready to go. As the stone shell shattered, the dragon guardian finally took its first breath. Thick steam was swirling all around him. Eliza and Alex were totally losing it because they couldn't believe their eyes. The dragon leaned in and asked if they were the ones who woke it up, and while the boy just gave it a friendly hello, the Empress was totally stunned, wondering if the Duchy of Carlite's power even had a limit. The beast introduces himself as Calamity, the Sky King, And once the boys give their names, the dragon hears Forsyth and realizes the girl is his descendant, then asks who finally set him free. Alex says, "Yep, that's me." The beast stops to think before wanting to thank the Chosen One, and Alex tells him it's no big deal while asking if he seriously just called him the Chosen One. Calamity reveals he actually turned himself into stone on purpose, just so he could wait for the Chosen One to finally show up and break the spell. Eliza finally put the pieces together, solving the mystery of the Stone Dragon Guardian, and Alex was totally blown away that the creature actually turned itself into a statue. The kid asks why he's even waiting for the Chosen One, and Calamity says he needs the guy to heal his wounds, but the hero is totally confused about what injuries he's. The Sky King says that while fighting for Forsyth, he was hunted by thousands of soldiers and took a hit that almost ended him for good. Alex totally panicked and offered to heal the dragon's wounds right then and there, and the dragon was super hyped to get help from the Chosen One. Our hero didn't waste a second and jumped straight into healing, blasting his magic right at the disaster. Since he'd mastered every healing spell with the Philosopher's Stone, he knew his power. Even though the pressure was insane, Alex didn't back down for a second. He was super confident because his Sss-Rank made him a total beast. Magic orbs started spinning around him. That massive Sky King started to shine like crazy. Right away, he felt totally refreshed. His body felt light as a feather. But as soon as the kid was done, he just collapsed. Eliza. The kid said he was totally fine and just out of mana, and the Empress believed him since basic magic doesn't even work on dragons anyway. Calamity was totally down for that, so he just hung out and waited for someone even tougher to show up. Even though the Sky King didn't think he'd be fully healed, Alex asked if the dragon could just heal itself, but Calamity said that was impossible since it didn't have a single drop of healing magic left, not even the basic stuff. The kid laughed and agreed, knowing the Sky King's magic was so crazy he'd probably end up hurting himself. But then everything went quiet, and the hero heard Calamity's voice calling out with a question for the Chosen One. The creature asked if the young master was actually a god because healing a massive dragon is a huge deal. But the dragon didn't even believe gods were real. Alex had a choice but just said he's a simple guy, so Calamity told him he's acting more like the Chosen One every day, leaving Eliza totally confused while the Sky King straight up asked the kid to be his master. Alex turned to the shocked Empress, asking her what he should do. The hero said that having this disaster on their side could actually... Alex walked right up to the dragon and leaned against its face, telling him the deal was on, and just like that, he had the legendary Heavenly King on his side. Andy was chilling in the garden at Corsane's place. She was just picking flowers when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. She looked all over, but there was absolutely nobody there. She looked up and saw her fiancé riding a massive dragon, and he yelled out that he was finally home. The second they landed, the girl asked what that creature was, but even Icarius Horsane was shocked to find himself suddenly standing right next to the boy. Alex introduces Calamity, who gives a polite bow, and once the hero gets everyone acquainted, the guys totally freak out when they realize they're standing right in front of the legendary dragon protector. Nobody could believe Alex actually tamed a dragon, and once he confirmed it, the general was so hyped for her brother. But she still wondered where a massive beast like that was even gonna live. Suddenly, the kid realized he needed his dad's permission, so before they took off, he asked if Calamity could fly to his house, and Horsazine told him that if... Alex's dad was just chilling in his office when he heard a knock on the window, and the Duke was totally shocked to see his son standing there, asking him what he was even doing. He threw open the window and saw a massive dragon staring right at him. The dad started shouting because he totally couldn't believe his eyes. And right there, our hero was just chilling. Alex headed down to his dad's office to drop the news that he was the new vice-emperor, showing off the official letter as proof. The guy was hyped about the news and grinned, saying he totally expected the queen to make that move, but seeing his dad again brought back all those old vibes from home, so the kid asked if something... The guy said the weather was so perfect that they'd have way more food than usual, but the kid was totally confused because he thought that sounded like awesome news. The dad warned that having way too many veggies would make prices totally crash and leave the farmers broke, so the guy was stuck choosing between trashing the harvest or buying up all the extra stock. The Duke says buying them is the easy part, but finding a place to put them and a crew to watch them is the real problem, so the kid starts thinking about how to find a location and some... He reached into his pocket and gripped the Philosopher's Stone, knowing it held the answer. Then Alex looked out the window and summoned a total disaster. The young master asked the Heavenly King for one of his claws, and the beast just handed it over without a single word. Dragons are packed with insane magic, so every single part of them. Suddenly, a bag pops out of the claw, and when the dad asks what it is, the kid tells him to just watch while he heads back to his table for a second. The kid popped the bag open and a massive tornado exploded out, snatching the table before getting sucked right back inside. He explained that he made this bag using magic and a dragon claw, and it's got infinite space plus food inside, never goes bad. The son told his dad they should buy up all the extra stock and save it for later, and the Duke thought it was a total pro move. The guy snatched the bag and demanded his table back. All he had to do was send a letter saying he was buying the whole harvest. The boy thanked the dragon for totally having his back. The Duke titled the letter Alex's Genius Solution and asked his son for his opinion, which totally caught him off guard. The guy even suggested naming the whole harvest festival after his genius son. The dragon noticed that the chosen one's dad was actually a super cheerful guy. Alex just stared at the Duke in silence. Our hero was busy thinking about her next lecture when she called the groom over to tell him he did an awesome job. Then she suggested they go chill in the garden since it was so nice out, and he was totally down for it. The mimic bird was just hanging out on its tiny owner's shoulder. The girl noticed the academy was getting way more crowded lately. Alex agreed, saying these new students were actually super serious about. He tells her she's already killing it with their study sessions at home and doesn't need the lectures. But she starts nervously making excuses for why she still wants to go. Angie flashed a big smile and told her fiancé he looked super cool while teaching, and right then, everything finally started to make sense to him. Alex told Angie to hit up the next academy lecture, and she was so hyped she had to ask if he was for real, so he gave her the green light. The dragon ended up right by the kids, and Lady Angie was totally hyped about it. The girl was down for the plan, and Alex promised she'd keep everything a secret from his dad. But the hero says the dad will probably want to join them, and the girl laughs because she knows the Duke is definitely down, right as the guy sneezes out of nowhere. For a few days, Alex stayed in Renitra village to help manage his dad's land. He checked out the soil himself and told the farmers it was looking really good. One worker. Suddenly, a guy comes sprinting in screaming that the locusts are coming, and the farmer is totally shook to hear that the Silva area is already being raided. Alex knew Silva was where Angie's family lived, and he was totally freaking out about his fiancé's safety, while farmers screamed that the locusts were closing in. This gross, black, sticky thing was just creeping around, so our hero asked if it was the same pest rotting all the crops, but the workers said it's way worse. It's a straight-up monster that's smashing villages and wrecking everything in its path. Everyone was sure she was totally unstoppable, but the guy saw what was happening and promised he'd figure out a way to fix it. The villagers were begging Alex to save them, but he told everyone to stay calm since these bugs don't eat humans, and they just needed to go find some cover. He used his teleport magic to warp right above the locusts. The monster was slowly stomping its way toward the village. Our hero was watching it closely when the beast suddenly let out a massive roar. The Philosopher's Stone warned the kid that normal hits and magic wouldn't even scratch this beast. If he didn't act now, all the crops were going to be totally destroyed. So, Alex ripped it open, and the bag started vacuuming the monster inside while it shrieked like crazy. So he gripped that magic item with everything he had. Finally, the bag snapped shut and the monster vanished, meaning the kid actually pulled it off and stopped a total disaster since that thing is trapped for good. A farmer rushed over to ask what happened to the locusts, and when the guy said he'd caught them, the worker was hyped but totally baffled since not even magic could touch those monsters. Everyone in town started looking up to the kid and his crazy strength. They all crowded around to throw a huge celebration for him. But Alex was still feeling down because he couldn't save the other. A whole month goes by at the Carlight house, and when our hero goes to see if his dad called for him, he runs straight into Angie. Alex met up with his fiancé's dad, the Baron, and he was totally stoked because the guy actually showed up just to thank him. The Baron bowed low and explained how those locusts totally trashed his lands, thanking the Duchy of Carlisle for stepping up during the crisis, and giving a huge shout-out to the Vice-Emperor for saving. The boy just gave a polite smile and told them not to worry about it since they had tons of food, and helping people out was just a regular thing for them. The dude claimed he was a total class act, and promised everyone could finally sleep easy for the next 20 years with a Vice-Emperor like that on their side, and the Baron was seriously hyped that Andy was. The guest couldn't believe this awesome guy didn't have his own land, but the Duke explained his wife was blocking it because their son was still way too young for that kind of pressure. The Baron suggests they team up with Alex as the face of the group, but everyone still gets to rule their own land just like before. The dad thought the whole thing was a genius move. The kid tried to stop the Duke, but the guy wasn't even listening anymore. He was already rambling about how this deal would make. Angie was totally down for the idea and said she'd love it if more people knew about him, making the boy realize his fiancée was honestly way too cute. Looking out the window, the hero told Calamity that Carlight and Silova were finally teaming up, Then he handed over the scroll and told the dragon to go get the queen's official okay. He rushed over to the empress and brought her back on a horse. Then Eliza spoke up saying she heard his whole proposal, and Alex was totally shocked to see her there. The queen was totally down for the alliance because she knew it would make the hero's spot as vice-emperor even more solid. The girl finally gave her okay and everyone was hyped, but then she told the empress she had some rules of her own first. Eliza told Alex he had to keep coming back until he had an answer, and with a heavy sigh, he finally gave in. His Sss-Rank life was getting more hype by the second, and he finally had a crew that actually loved and looked up to him. The angel kept grinding through her soul-judging duties. Then she turned to Miling Huang and asked if her life actually went well this time. The soul said she was totally over her life after raising 100 grandkids and dying without any pain, and the angel was honestly just hyped to hear such a wholesome story. She said her next life would be B rank just like before, then asked Milan if he'd rather be a merchant's daughter or the village's top healer. But then, another angel jumps in and tells her to check out Melon's 9 lives, so she starts scrolling through the stats for every single one of them. She was totally shocked that this soul hadn't committed a single sin in 9 whole lifetimes, and her partner completely agreed it was insane. The angel tells her they've counted all her past lives and her next one is officially S rank, which really gets her thinking. Malin asked if she'd finally be surrounded by a ton of people. The angel promised her that every single one of them would be kind. That was honestly all her soul ever. The girl hands over some holy water to wipe the soul's memory for a fresh start, and the angel wishes Melina luck as she's reborn as Angelica Silva. The whole academy was busy training with fire magic, and Alex showed off some super weak power by barely lighting a target on fire. He told the class that his magic has its own beat that keeps looping, and as fire blasted from his hand, he explained that once they find their own rhythm, they'll finally unlock their true. Alex hurls another fireball straight at the practice dummy. It explodes into flames that rip right through the target's cloth. Everyone watching can tell these flames are way stronger than before. Then, the vice-emperor told the 18-year-old students they were graduating soon, and since they were already in peak shape, he really hoped they'd succeed. The students put their teacher's advice to the test right away, and they could literally feel their strength blowing up in no time. Principal Ethan thanked Alex for the epic lesson and promised he'd give that same method a shot. The boy asked if 100 had something on his mind, and the director brought up the graduates' future plans since everyone was aiming for the palace, the army, or working for the nobility. Wait, looking at the input again. Considering that Alex owned the territories, the director asked if he could take some graduates to work for him. The hero asked directly if he meant creating jobs. Alex realized that since his dad teamed up with Horsain and the Baron, he was officially the one in charge of protecting those lands starting this year. The kid finally says yes, making the director super hyped, so he bows and heads out to tell everyone while the young master thanks Ethan and leaves the rest to him. The next day, Horsain shows up to check on him. The general notices that the job offer is blowing up with all the students. He's totally shocked that 500 young pros already. Sentence 2. Greater than sentence 3. Asterisk. Asterisk. 1. Horsain says 200 of these guys are skipping graduation just to take the job exam right now. Asterisk. Xiaomei was at the academy grinding her magic skills. This time, she was focusing everything on fire magic. A tiny little flame flickered right in the palm of her hands. Alex stood right by her side and hyped her up for totally nailing the Mupapat method. And when she asked if he was actually being serious, he just asked if he'd ever lied to her. Ever since they met, the hero gave her private lessons because he saw her massive potential, promising she'd be a total pro after graduation while she thanked him for the help. Suddenly, students started screaming for the master about a mess at the dorms, and when they got there, they found Xiaomi's door totally frozen over, leaving Alex to ask what the heck. Patrick owned up to everything and apologized, explaining that a magic tool he was messing with blew up and caused the whole disaster. But the hero realized that basic magic wasn't going to fix a mess this big. The students begged the master to melt the ice, totally sure Alex's crazy powers could pull it off, while the boy just turned and looked at Xiaomei. Our hero gripped the philosopher's stone tight, having no clue what would happen if he messed up using its crazy ice powers. Alex reaches up and charges a magic ball in his hand, but the Vice-Emperor is about to fire back with some insane raw magic. He chucks a ball and the ice on the door instantly shatters, leaving Patrick totally stunned because his eternal freeze was never supposed to break. Xiaomei heard him and asked again. Alex caught on and demanded to know how the kid was going to explain himself, and right then, Patrick knew he was totally busted. The Vice-Emperor filled the director in on the drama, and they both glared at Patrick, who'd tried to humble the new teacher with a prank he thought was foolproof since that eternal freeze. Alexa shouted over to Xiaomei, asking if she could use that insane eternal freeze move Patrick had been researching. The headmaster warned that this wasn't some basic magic you could just pull off, and he was pretty sure only the big boss could actually use it. Alex was actually super supportive and told Cam to just copy what he did so she'd stop doubting herself. They both reached out and gripped the door handle at the same time. The hero told her to use the Mupapata move, and the star student nailed it immediately. He knew she could. The pen froze solid in a heartbeat, and even though they blasted it with fire magic, it wouldn't melt at all. Xiaomei was stoked she actually pulled it off, and as Alexander hyped her up, he realized she was already the strongest mage in the entire school. Once practice ended, the students all shouted their thanks to the master. They told him they were super hyped for the next lesson. The vice-emperor just gave them a cool wave back. He was super stoked to see his students getting way better after every single lesson. He knew that if they kept this up, everyone would be landing awesome jobs in no time. But as he was walking, it was Carla. She'd collapsed with her bow and arrows scattered everywhere, and the master rushed over to see if she was all right. She scrambled to grab her arrows and admitted she was super nervous. But as the teacher tried to bow goodbye, the arrows just spilled all over the floor again. Alex helped her grab all the arrows and haul them back to where they belonged. Cariola thought the senior master really messed up by doing that. Our hero noticed the arrows were looking super beat up. The boy steps up to help Carla, but his friend stops him right away, worried that the master's repair will make the arrows enchanted and way too powerful for the students to use. Alex loaded up the crossbow with total confidence, telling her to chill because nothing was going to change, and then he aimed right at the target to prove it. Carlos watched the earth magic swirl around the crossbow. Then the young master locked in and fired a perfect shot right at the target. Carla asks what he's up to, so Alex explains he made an arrow out of dirt because he wants to pull infinite ammo straight from the ground, making her worry that he's so gifted the teachers won't even be needed anymore. The vice-emperor swore he'd play it safe. But thanks to Alex, these students were on a whole different level now. They put on a massive display of power right in front of the... She smirked because everything was going exactly like the report said, and she was blown away by how fast the hero was turning those students into total pros. The Empress was totally hyped about Lord Alexander and thanked him, while he just played it cool and told her she was being super nice. She promised to pay him back one day, but he just gave her a smooth smile and said that getting to help her was already the best reward, making the Empress totally blush. She suddenly brings up his fiancée, which totally catches Alex off guard, but he just nods and confirms that Angie is the Baron's daughter. The Queen decided a Baron's daughter wasn't high rank enough for the Vice-Emperor, so she made Angie her official sister to turn her into royalty. Alex was totally down, but he had to check with Angie first, just praying she'd actually say yes. Our hero pictured his bride as a royal representative and thought she'd look totally perfect in that role. Alex was totally shocked to see Eliza show up so fast, but she told him the director's report was so hype she just had to come back and start training the adult soldiers too. Seeing the students train gave the Empress the idea to open their own magic school. But the Carlite heir warned her that it would be a massive project to pull off. She didn't back down and asked if he was finally in on her deal. The guy squeezed his fist tight. He looked totally ready and wasn't backing away from this. They whip around to see Xiaomei training with ice and roses, turning fresh flower buds into permanent ice sculptures. But when the master gets closer, he realizes she's totally ditched her eternal freezing magic. Xiaomei thanked her teacher, but she totally froze when the Empress suddenly spoke up, asking Alex why a girl this talented was even hanging out at the academy. Eliza was shocked that anyone would use that kind of magic at school, so she grabbed the girl's shoulders and told her to ditch class and head to the palace with Anya, leaving Shame totally speechless. The girl was shaking from the crazy pressure, but she blurted out that she just wanted to keep training with Master Alexander. Eliza backed away from the shaking girl as the Empress turned to the hero, telling him she finally got it, and to just forget everything she'd said. But the young master was still standing there totally. She might apologize to Eliza, but the girl says it's totally fine, thinking the kid worked so hard in her past life to earn her spot as Alex's student that the Empress just wants her to go all out. Our hero had already made up his mind on that one. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off right behind him. It went down right next to the training dungeon. The senior master rushed over to the kids, demanding to know what the heck was going on. Massive explosions were still rocking the place. All the students just stood there in a circle, staring at the... One of the students explained they were just trying to test out some new magic and went way deeper into the dungeon than usual. But then a monster suddenly jumped them. The Empress realized things were going south and called for the Imperial Guard, and Alex agreed, telling her she needed to get out of there right now. Out of nowhere, something blasts out of the dungeon. A six-winged demon suddenly blocks their path. He starts throwing massive fireballs everywhere. The monster is actually shocked that anyone is still breathing. Alexander Carlite introduces himself and asks why he's attacking. But the demon, Azazel, just says he literally lives to destroy things. Right then, the demon blasted fire at the crowd, yelling that it was a thank you gift for the idiots who set him free. The blast slammed down right next to Alex, but he managed to dive out of the way just in time. He yelled at Azazel to stop or the court of life would judge him, but He told me that being a demon is basically non-stop torture where every second of just being alive hurts like crazy. And since Azazel forgot how he even became a monster, that constant pain. Azazel was totally fuming at the higher-ups who turned him into this, and he was ready to wreck everything if he became a demon again. But the hero could tell he was just acting out of pure desperation. The kid had no clue the demons were already gone, but he was still about to use the Philosopher's Stone to end his pain for good. Magic blast slammed right into Azazel. The demon let out a massive scream, and Alex's power was totally lighting him up. Our hero didn't care if this was some test from God. He just couldn't stand seeing Azazel in pain. He kept spamming magic blasts at the demon one after. Alex almost wiped out, but the Empress caught him just in time, asking if he was good while he thanked her for the clutch save. Chome was super worried about her teacher and rushed right to his side, where he tried to act cool and say he was fine, even though his tiny kid body was basically giving out on. Alex says this wasteland totally changed Azazel's soul, turning his wings pure white and making him feel completely reborn without any more pain. The young master explained how he used his magic to turn Azazel into an angel, and the former demon was absolutely losing his mind. Alex said he didn't have a reason to wreck the world anymore, and Azazel was so confused he asked if the kid was actually a god, but the old master just said he's a regular guy with some seriously overpowered magic. Azazel squeezed his fist tight. He finally got the whole picture, but he didn't even care anymore. The angel's words just kept looping in his head. The ex-demon begged to serve the life Alex had just saved, but then he called him brother, which totally caught the young heir off guard. Azazel was totally locked in and told him to just give the orders. He wasn't as physically strong as a human, but the angel was super confident in his magic. The hero told Azazel he was a legendary master at the academy nearby, and the angel responded exactly how you'd expect from his new brother. Alex explained that this place is a backup fortress for emergencies, and since it's about to get swarmed by enemies, he needs Azazel to stay and protect it. The angel got all shy and blushed just from being asked to help, so the hero told him he'd be super thankful for the backup. Eliza totally agreed with the plan, since a fortress guarded, but that wasn't even the craziest part. Alex also told Azazel he had to form a pact with Eliza. Both the angel and the girl were totally caught off guard by this. Right away, the hero stepped up and said he'd do anything to keep his empress safe. She turned bright red when the creature asked what the deal was, so the boy explained he was linking them with magic, so they could always feel each other's presence no matter how far apart they were. Right then, the empress cuts him off, thanking him for everything and admitting she totally relies on him. Azazel jumped in too and told his brother he could totally count on him, but Alex was pretty shocked to hear an actual angel using that kind of slang. Horsine was chilling with the Duke at the Carlite mansion, swearing he'd seen a literal angel with his own 2 eyes while the general sat there gripping a bottle. Alex's dad had a feeling this might happen, but he's still totally shocked that Alex actually managed to tame a literal angel. The Duke could totally see the students were leveling up fast under a pro-master, but the general admitted that teaching others is actually a total grind. As the kids walk in, the boy catches the adults gossiping about him again, but Angie tells him it's just because they really like him. She totally agreed with the praise, and Horsine suddenly stood up to shout that Angie was like a real wife who actually got it. The general kept hyping up the hero's epic wins, like how he built a massive new barrier and even tamed an angel, making Angie totally melt with every compliment about her fiancé. Carlyle and Horsine clinked their wine glasses together, raising a toast to celebrate their little brother. Angie flashes a thumbs up while Alex realizes they've had way too much to drink. But then Horsine suddenly asks about that massive event that only happens once every 4 years. This was Alex's big championship, a massive tournament his dad set up to hype up the hero's name, and the winner walks away with some seriously insane prizes. The guy promised this year's event would be way bigger than the last. The kid said he'd definitely be at the awards, and the dad wondered what the prize could possibly be since Horsine was totally down and told them not to be cheap with the tournament rewards, and while the adults were busy overthinking, Alex figured a big cash prize was actually a sweet deal. Porcine finally made up his mind, pointing his bottle toward the Duchy of Carlisle and declaring that the winner gets to pick whatever prize they want. The general hands Alex a massive bottle to see what he thinks, but the kid just asks if that's really all they've got. The guys got super triggered and demanded to know what he meant, but the young dude was just totally grossed out by their nasty alcohol breath. Angie's big idea was that if a girl wins, she gets the ultimate prize, marrying Alex. The dad was totally on board since nobles having extra girls is just how things work. And when the girl asked Alex how he felt about her moving in, he nervously admitted he didn't mind. Angie says her life turned into pure happiness the moment she became Alex's fiancé, and now she wants someone else to feel that same vibe. Our MC saw his future wife already acting like the boss of the harem, so he figured she needed some backup and totally agreed to her plan. Alex was totally lost in his head when he asked what happens if the guy wins, catching her off guard and making her blush like crazy. She gave a super awkward apology saying she totally forgot, then hesitated and asked for just a few more seconds. The girl dragged a super confused Amelia along, but she was totally hyped because the maid just announced the prize, a special seal of approval from Alexander Carlyle himself. She explained that if he wins the tournament, the vice-emperor will visit his farm to make him famous, making the demand and price for his crops skyrocket instantly. They were even going to name the fields after Alex, and while he thought that was cool, he realized that since this tournament only happens every 4 years, they definitely needed to throw in another prize. Suddenly a wild idea hits him, so he waves his girl over and asks if she's got a second to talk. The girl and the maid rushed over to see what was happening, and the boy held out his hands, telling them he had a genius plan to use their mana in a totally different way. A magic cube suddenly appeared in front of him and started growing right as the girl watched in total shock. The guy told her the room was literally made of magic and invited her to come check it out tomorrow. The maid and the Baron's daughter squeezed through the slimy walls into a massive room, and Amelia immediately asked what was going on. The kid explains it's spatial magic, and Angie is totally blown away, saying she's never seen anything like it, and that you can basically do whatever you want here. The girl's eyes were totally sparkling. Her heart started racing like crazy. Angie couldn't believe how much disaster could even fit in a room like this. Amelia thought this was the perfect prize for. He was hyped they finally picked the prize for the guys, and once word got out, 100 more people signed up than the last tournament. The Lord is totally swamped with work today, but that's nothing new. We're hanging out in Kaysen Village, right on the edge of the Carlisle Duchy. Our MC heard the weather was messing up the tax payments, so he showed up to investigate and promised to handle it right then and there. He threw up a massive shield over the harvest, wrapping it right around the veggie beds. He dropped down to touch it, and everyone standing there was glued to his every move. Angie threw her arm around his shoulder and hyped him up about the greenhouse finally working, leaving them both grinning from ear to ear. She mentioned how spatial magic is a total game changer, and then asked if she grew roses in her garden. The man turns to Alex and thanks him. He explains that the weather has been freezing this year, but they're totally broke and can't afford to build a greenhouse. Wait, they asked how they could repay him, but Alex just told the farmer to get up and stop kneeling. Alex told them the cold was officially handled and asked to be taken to the rest of the crops so he could protect them too. He nodded and pointed the way, but then the stranger shouted Alex's name, and when he spun around, he saw a whole group of people standing right there. They said they were from Miller's territory, and Alex asked if that was the place right next door. The man says this place belongs to Count Miller now, and trust me, that guy is a total nightmare. This random dude drops to his knees and begs him to join his side, leaving Alex and Angie totally freaking out. Our hero asks what they're even talking about, so they tell him they've heard all the rumors about his insane miracles, like that magic bag harvest and those greenhouses from before. He explained that their village was falling apart, and the Count completely ignored them, so with their crops destroyed, they were begging to join Carlise's territory instead. She asks what his plan is, and he just chuckles, thinking that while taking over more land is a total headache, these people have suffered so much that he's the only one they can turn to. Alex told them to hang tight while he tried to talk to Miller, and the guy was so grateful he literally dropped to his knees to thank him, until Alex told him to quit it with the... He knew he couldn't just head home, but there was no way he was handing over all that extra food. He hits up the farmer to ask if they're using those frozen gross veggies for fertilizer, and the guy tells him they used to, but now that they've got greenhouses, they done... Our MC just grins and asks if it's a good thing they're getting bought, and after the guys trade looks, one of them finally nods. Alex knew he couldn't just barge in and act like the boss, but a simple trade was easy, so he offered to buy the veggies and let them keep running the show. The guy thanked him with everything he had, and she realized that both villages were finally going to be okay. Amelia tells Alex he's got a visitor, and he's totally shocked to hear it might be his dad, so he rushes over to apologize for keeping him waiting. This blonde guy was sitting right in front of him. He had his arms and legs crossed, looking totally guarded. You could tell just by his vibe that he was super closed off. He told Alex that. Alexander closed his eyes and introduced himself, saying it was an honor to meet Count Albert Miller, but the Count just laughed at how polite he was being while literally trying to steal his land. Miller looked pretty ticked off, and when Alex tried to explain the mix-up, the guy just shut him down and said he didn't care about excuses. Count Albert Miller is a legendary warrior, but the rumors say he's a total psycho who slaughters his own allies just as fast as his enemies, and now this guy is screaming that he's gonna make him pay. Alex stared at him and felt a super creepy vibe, knowing something was totally wrong because no normal human would ever act like that. Miller kept up the heat, yelling that it was useless, and he wasn't about to let some little brat stand in his way. Miller swings another punch, but Alex blocks it with his hands and suddenly spots something weird. Miller's metal is covered in this creepy dark energy, and our MC realizes something's latched onto the Count that he absolutely has to get rid of. Alex whipped up a sphere and blasted it straight into the graph, catching the guy so off guard that he let out a massive scream. Suddenly, the guy just collapses and passes out cold, and Alex watches as that weird energy leaks right out of him, making him wonder if it's actually gone for good. Miller finally woke up and rubbed his head, admitting that the guy was actually pretty tough, while Alex rushed over to check if he was okay or hurt anywhere. He stops for a second and realizes his headache is totally gone, which is crazy because it's been killing him for 50 years and not even a doctor could fix it. Alex asks if that insane bloodlust is finally gone, and when the guy asks how he knew, Alex gets dead serious and tells him he looks straight up cursed. The guy asks him again, and Alex is 100% sure that's what's causing the headache. His vibe is totally different from a regular person's, and when the guy tries to ask about it, Alex just tells him to drop it. Miller laughed and thanked him, explaining how he figured out the whole mess in seconds, and Alex realized this was the guy's true self. The Count flashed a smirk and said he was actually pretty interested in him, so he offered to hash out the details of their land trade. A bit later, Alex explains why the Count wants to join the alliance, and the Queen starts asking about Albert Miller again, totally hyped that they've scored another loyal teammate. Alex rolled up to Miller's turf and saw that the whole place was completely wrecked, so he asked if things were really that bad, but Miller just said nothing would ever grow back right at this rate. Miller asked if it was that obvious, explaining he was starting fights just to grab the loot, and when Alex asked if that was just stealing, Miller laughed and said yeah, basically. Ever since he took over Miller's land, help requests have been flooding in from everywhere, including this village, where some guy is threatening to get violent if they don't pay their taxes. He stared right at Count Miller and told him that even if he barely survives being squeezed dry, a broken plan is still never going to work. Alex looked at him and realized that even though things seemed sketchy, the guy wasn't actually a cruel leader after all. Miller asks what he's gonna do with the mess, and the guy says cleaning it will be a piece of cake, but a man nearby warns him that this isn't just normal dirt. Miller looked at the guy with a confused laugh, but the man just dropped the news that they were running out of water too. That storm totally trashed the well, and Miller says there isn't a single good spot left in the whole city. Alex thinks the Lord should finally do something, but Miller tells him to go easy on the old man and focus on fixing the well to get their water back. Our hero uses a quick spell to fix the well, but then he hears a strange sound. The water starts bubbling like crazy, and he can tell something big is about to happen. Miller creeps toward the well, but Alex screams at him to stay back because it might be totally poisoned. Suddenly, a hand bursts out of the water, and a girl starts emerging while making some super creepy noises. She scrambled all the way out, snapped her eyes open, and started screaming like crazy while clutching her head. Miller says he saw this thing way back in the day, and Alex is pretty sure it's Astaroth, especially since it used to look exactly like Miller. Miller admitted his head's been killing him ever since he met her, so Alex called it out, saying the spellcaster was the real villain, and then the guy whipped out the philosophers. Just as the girl lunges to attack, the stone reacts to our hero, and he finally realizes what it's for. Miller screams out to him in a panic, but the guy just tells him. Alex charges up a glowing sphere and blasts it right at her. She's caught totally off guard, her jaw dropping in shock. A second later, the power takes over and she starts crashing. The girl's legs just gave out as she slumped to the side, and while she was totally knocked out, our main guy walked right up to her. I told Miller I thought he'd just take out the girl who was bothering him, but he snapped back that he didn't actually kill her. A second later, she finally snapped out of it, and her eyes cleared up, letting out a groan while Alex knelt down to check if she was okay. And that's when she finally revealed her true identity. Miller was totally shocked she could actually talk, but the protagonist explained she wasn't a threat and was actually a goddess of fertility. The guy was totally blown away and asked if she was actually a goddess, but Alex just ignored him and asked the girl if she was hurt anywhere. She flashed a smile and thanked him for the save, explaining that she'd actually been trapped by a wicked curse. She felt like there was no way to stop it and that her pain would literally last forever. He brushes her off and wonders if he's stuck in the same nightmare as Azael. trapped in a cycle of pain that follows them even after they're reborn. She asked for his name, and after finding out he was Alexander, she started asking questions until he finally became her master. Miller was totally stunned, thinking it was wild that the goddess Sumbit actually showed up just because she wanted to reward the kid. He tells her that if this is what she wants, he's totally down for her to show him some love, and she just smiles back and calls him her master. Alex announces that Astaroth, the actual goddess of fertility, is moving in starting today, and she's just asking everyone to be cool and treat her well. Angie bragged about how gorgeous the goddess was, but when the MC asked what her limits were, she just said her power was making the land super rich and full of life. Alex asked if they could fix the Alliance's crops, and Astaroth said it's super easy as long as she gets a temple in every village where everyone worships her. He totally agreed and let her start building, but he felt super guilty for making her work since she just finished recovering. The girl blushed and gave him a sweet smile, thanking him for worrying, but she said she'd even destroy her own body if it meant helping her master. They shook hands and he gave her a huge grin, thanking her again and telling her she better not go passing out on him. Alex asked his dad if they could build some temples, and his dad was totally down, saying he'd send a messenger to Hosan and Miller right away. Shrines popped up in every single village, and by the time Alex's tournament rolled around, word about the insane harvest had spread everywhere. Fast forward to the tournament, where a mysterious voice announced that Alex Hosen-sama and Miller-sama were the big finalists for the second tournament. Hosen turned to Miller and admitted he never thought he'd last until the very end, but Miller just fired back that Hosen hadn't given up either. Hosen warned him not to sleep on the guys still in the game. Miller called him a total grouch, and the girl just laughed at how much they acted like best friends. Amelia jumps in and says she's taking over as the host. Duke Kurosama is also keeping a close eye on everything. Then, she asks the million-dollar question. Who's? Alex's dad thought back to what she said about winning, and told her it was time to go out there and show everyone the truth. Alex watched the chaos and asked if the master was even allowed to join in, but Angie just flashed a huge grin and told him they were both total beasts. Amelia walked right up to Alex's dad and asked him to spill the details on the big new event. He looked at the group and asked what the deal was with the latest event, its name, and what it was actually about. The guy points right at Alex and says the quiz is all his, leaving Alex totally stunned because he never expected to be the center of attention. Dad kept listing off all the names Alex called out, personally making sure everyone got the hype they deserved, and the crowd went wild saying he was acting exactly like a legendary duke should for Alex's. Angie just smirked and said she already knew about Alex, calling the whole thing super interesting, while Alex nervously admitted she was totally right. Hosen bragged that it was way too easy since they're adopted brothers, but Miller shot back that he's heard all about this kid on his turf and wasn't about to let Hosen outshine him. The guys started yelling at each other again, and it looked like they were seconds away from throwing hands. Amelia says the first one to mess up loses, and she kicks things off by asking Alex what magic he used first. Word of the big win was spreading like crazy, and as Astaroth kept bringing Alex tons of reports, he was super thankful, but she just smiled and said she was only doing what. Our MC was just checking a letter when he saw something that totally blew his mind. The girl noticed his reaction and asked what was up. Later he went to his dad to ask about. Alex says the harvest is legit, but when you compare the land size, one specific village is somehow pulling in 3 times more than the rest. His dad asked if it was inflation, saying the village elder would be busted if it was, which made Alex panic and ask what that even meant. The guy explains that people have been sending fake messages using Alex's name to mess with the tournament, and this could be another one of those lies. His dad figured the guy was just trying to bribe him, but then he showed off a meteorite in his hand with the main character's name carved right into it. Alex grabbed the item, but his dad explained it was just a fake charm from a local village, and since no real damage was done, he just fired the village chief. It was super obvious that Alex was getting way too powerful. If his influence kept spreading like the chief's did, everything was going to end in a total disaster. They had to shut. He turned to his dad, who looked him right back and said he understood, but it was way too early to make a call. Alex pointed right at Astaroth and told everyone the massive harvest was all thanks to her power, and she was so hyped by the compliment that she turned to him with a huge grin. Our guy says he's gonna go check things out personally, and a bit later, they all head over to Sorrel Village. Alex looked around and was totally blown away by the perfect harvest, realizing those crazy numbers were actually legit. He turned to Astaroth to get her take, and she basically said she's down for whatever he wants since she thinks he's right about everything. She tapped her chin, realizing she finally had a plan. Alex immediately asked her what she was thinking. She pointed out that this shrine is the only one in the whole area. She remembers it. While walking through the village, they spot a story about themselves, and Alex starts thinking he's finally being worshipped like a total legend. Astaruth was so hyped about how he showed off her bond with the master that she totally went overboard and ended up harvesting 3 times more than she was supposed to. Suddenly, they get called out as a guy yells that he's a rebel emperor, and a kid spots the goddess nearby, so they all walk up and bow down. Once the harvest wrapped up, Alex showed up saying he'd been summoned. Eliza told him she had a super important job for him to do. Then, she handed him a piece of paper. He looked through the stuff and asked if this was actually a rebellion, and she just told him he was a smart guy who already knew the answer. He asks her if she wants to stop this from happening, and she's totally down to back him up. He thinks the Hosen Empire's top fighter is a better fit for this, but she tells him he's only half right. This is the biggest rebellion she's ever seen, so Eliza called him their secret weapon and asked if he was still in, so he told her to just trust him because he was going to go all out. They hopped in a carriage and headed straight for the uprising, eventually pulling up to the rebel headquarters where the girl pointed out that they'd reached the 7th fort, Al-Qaid. He was about to say something, but then he spotted Eliza in a maid outfit and totally freaked out, asking her why she was even wearing that. He tells her rulers aren't allowed to jump in before the fighting starts, but she's determined to see everything with her own eyes. Eliza turned bright red and admitted she wanted to be with Alex, but when he asked what she just said, she quickly played it off like it was no big deal. Alex was stressing about how to stop the riot, but the girl told him it wasn't a big deal since they had a massive barrier, and she showed him exactly what she meant. Eliza asks if he can see the numbers and says they're filming him in order, making him wonder what kind of sketchy magic he's dealing with. She totally agrees and says it's only used once every 100 years, but even now, they still have no clue how it actually works. Alex wondered if the Philosopher's Stone was actually telling the truth, because it seemed like nobody was getting hurt even when they were attacked from every single side. Eliza asked to look around, but he told her to wait, and suddenly bolted from the carriage as she yelled his name. Alex slammed a spell right into the barrier and the whole thing just went boom! Eliza leaned out of the carriage in total shock, and before she could even ask what was happening, she spotted some serious chaos going down at the fort. She asks what he means since there's supposed to be a barrier, but Alex just smirks and explains it only protects people, leaving the fortress itself totally wide open, and her completely stunned. He gets dead serious and explains that the barrier only protects people, so if she blows the whole fortress up, the building will vanish but everyone inside will be left standing there. Eliza was totally losing it and called the whole thing a lie, but the MC just asked if she still wasn't buying it. She shook her head, saying the whole thing felt totally sus. Even if the fort was wide open, using magic without a huge explosion shouldn't be this easy. Then Alex told her to. A bunch of naked dudes were standing there screaming about their missing gear and looking totally lost, making Eliza turn bright red and hide her face as he asked if she finally believed him. Then he tells her it works on other people too, and Eliza is so naive she just totally believes him, saying he's way more impressive than she ever imagined. Even with all the screaming and chaos, taking the fortress was a total breeze. A soldier rushed in to report that every fort was wrecked, and they'd even bagged the supreme commander, Eliza. Alex asks if anyone died, but the guy tells him there were 0 casualties. Eliza is totally shocked and asks him to repeat that. Alex says he gets it, but she's still stunned that this. Eliza plopped down and covered her ears, saying it was so wild her head was spinning, while the main character quickly asked if she was doing all right. One of Eliza's soldiers warned that they were in for it now, but Eliza just told Alex to handle the enemy general himself, leaving him totally shocked that she actually trusted him. Just as our hero starts to explain his plan, some mysterious dudes cut him off and announce they're getting payback, telling everyone to gear up right now. Someone launched a blast at Eliza, but Alex jumped in front and sent it flying right back at them. The guys all hit the dirt, swearing at first before apologizing, so Alex told them the fight was over, and he wasn't their enemy anymore. And then the man said that 100. He begged them to break the curse on their home so they could finally go back to the holy city of Zulan. Then Eliza asked if he meant the nature tribe since she'd heard stories about. Alex jumped into the conversation and told them everything was chill and they could head back, leaving the guys totally stunned. He announced the curse was finally broken, and Zulan was officially his. And when everyone freaked out, Alex just casually said he used his magic to do it, making Eliza ask if he was actually telling the truth. These guys take one look at him and call him a total idiot, so he just scratches his face and tells them it's easier to show them before absolutely torching one of them. He let out a massive shout as the heat rushed back into his body, and everyone else was totally shocked by it. Alex flashed a sweet smile and told them their problem was fixed, and suddenly, the guys' faces turned bright red. They dropped to their knees and thanked him with everything they had, shouting that he was their true god. Our MC asks Eliza to head to Zulan, and she's totally down, But first she's gotta run back to the castle to grab a report. Deep in the Zulani district of the Alexandria Alliance, Alex asks if they're in the right spot, and the man says yes, noticing that Alex has changed a ton. The old man explains that his people lived on this land 100 years ago, and they even had a special altar for their god right there. The other guys let out a sigh and claimed this was their turf, with one of them shouting that Alex and his crew had completely wiped it off the map. Their ancestors' souls were resting right there in that altar, so the hero claps his hands and excitedly says, they've got to put it back where it belongs since it's so important. The whole school was bugging him to bring it back, but Perestroika isn't giving their history back, so Alex just told everyone to sit back and watch. He gripped a stone and carved a pentagram into the dirt, while our hero shouted that they needed to reset everything back to the way it was. Suddenly, an altar bursts right out of the ground, and while one guy screams that they found it, the other guy just shrugs and says it's a fake. Alex swore it was the real deal since he used space-time magic to pull it out, but the old man just had to ask him one more time. Our hero explained he didn't rebuild the thing but actually moved it from another time, so the resident called it awesome and suggested a ritual to prove it was real, which is when the old man started pouring his blood all over the altar. Blood started floating up, and the old man's eyes went wide as he realized this guy was actually for real. He asked Bella if she was good to go, and after she gave the okay, she shut her eyes and brought her hands right up to her face. Dark energy swirled all around her as she thought about the blood mixing, and then she suddenly snapped her eyes open. Alex looked at the scene and said it was stunning, while everyone started celebrating and calling her their light. But then the old man revealed the dark truth. This was actually a blood ritual for the most beautiful daughter. This is proof of the family's wealth and how they passed down their beauty. But 100 years ago, the emperor couldn't have a girl like her, so he cursed the entire family. Seeing Mia smile like that, he realized she was honestly the most beautiful and purest girl in the world. The old man turned around and told him to just accept their thanks, but Alex still had to ask why he kept calling him the vice-emperor. The man claimed Mia Bella was their most precious treasure, but our hero was totally confused and had no idea what he meant. A little while later, our guy finally makes it back home, but he's actually got Mia Bella with him, so he hits up Angie to let her know he's back. The girl walks right up to them blushing with her hands on her face, and Angie asks Alex if she's a princess because she looks so beautiful. Mia introduces herself and says she's officially moving in starting today, then tells Angie she's super hyped to meet her. This is the tribe's most legendary treasure, and even though Alex wanted to turn it down, he knew saying no would be a massive insult to their pride. Our hero decided to let her stay, and Mia immediately prayed for God to let everyone know she was doing just fine. Turns out she was actually talking to Alex, but when he asked her to just use his first name, she told him that was strictly against the rules. Alex points out she's actually older than him, and after a quick pause, she finally just calls him Alex. Angie was totally shocked and asked if he was really Mia's god, so Mia confirmed it since he saved her whole tribe. Then she told Alex she knew he was helping her out the whole time. She's convinced that Alex is actually a god who was reborn just to save them all. Angie flashed a huge grin and said that nickname totally fits, making our hero realize she's becoming just like her dad. Alex knew he'd heard that a million times, but he still wasn't sure if it was for real, even though he definitely liked having the help. Our hero heads back to Mia and tells her to come along. Before long, they're chilling in a room snacking on cake and tea. Angie mentions that Alex's parents aren't. He looked at Mia and thought she looked totally flawless just holding her cup, but then he noticed her hand was actually shaking like crazy. Amelia started serving the cake, but Alex was totally focused on Mia, noticing she was rubbing her legs together like she was super restless. Amelia handed her a slice of cake and told her to hold the plate, and Mia was already drooling just looking at it. Our guy asks if she's really that obsessed with cake, and even though she's literally drooling, she tries to say no, but he totally calls her out and her face turns bright red. She hid her face while trying to explain, but then she noticed her dress was a total mess, so she panicked and called herself a huge slob. Alexa realized she actually looked like that, making Mia super embarrassed as she shouted that he was totally wrong. She scrambled to her feet to bolt out of the room, but she totally wiped out and ended up covered in cake. Mia starts bawling over the ruined cake, but Amelia tells her it's fine since they have extras, then offers to help clean up her messy dress. She burst into tears and started apologizing, saying she was a total klutz who didn't fit her tribe's perfect image, so she had to go wash her dress right away. Mia says she was raised to be proper, but she's totally losing her mind right now while Alex watches her every move. Angie walks up, grabs her hand, and says she totally gets it because that guy looks like a total snack, and the girl completely agrees. Mia was stressing over the expensive dress, but Alex just told her he'd get her a brand new one. She wouldn't give up, but he told her he'd already taken the tribe's most precious treasure without giving them anything in return. He stood up to keep his word, promising to find her the most beautiful dress ever, which made her blush like crazy. A bit later, Alex and Angie were just hanging out on the couch when Mia finally walked out and apologized for the wait. But they both told her she looked totally amazing. She asked them what they thought of her outfit, and they all said she looked amazing, with Alex totally backing them up. Mia promised to protect it with her life and swore she'd never let that happen again, while Alex just grinned, knowing it was in the perfect hands. Right then, he grabs his tea and starts dumping it all over her dress, leaving her totally stunned and asking what the heck he's doing. Mia's eyes lit up as she checked out the dress, realizing it was magically spotless, while Alex asked if it was finally back to being perfect. Everyone on the land starts shouting Alex's name the second they see him. He decides that today is the day he's finally showing Mia around the place. Honestly, she was the one. I spotted a statue of our main hero and Astaroth together, and while the girl says these things are all over the place, the guy realizes they're just popping up more and more. Word is the fertility goddess Astaroth is totally on his side, so tons of villages have actually built statues of him. Mies joked that Alex would eventually get a statue of himself stepping on a goddess, but Alex just said that wouldn't help their crops grow one bit. He was low-key worried she'd flip out, so he told her they'd seen everything and should grab some sweets before heading home, and she was instantly hyped. Mia shouted that she was totally in and told him they had to get moving, but he just laughed in her face before drawing a magic circle on the ground and telling her to jump in the second it. Suddenly, a group of guys with weapons jumped out and shouted that Alex wasn't getting away this time, making him realize those shadows definitely weren't just regular farmers. These survivors from the rebellion were losing it because a kid just took out their whole squad, and now they're ready to feed him to the pigs. These guys kept messing with him for being all alone until I finally snapped and told them she was right there. And then they just stared at her and called her gorgeous. The thugs charge in, shouting that they'll deal with her later, but she leaps in front of Alex and tells him to duck because she's got his back. Alex grabbed her hand to get her focus and told her everything was totally fine. But then the guys spotted a massive barrier right in their path and were completely caught off guard. Mia was totally shocked, and as one of the guys realized he couldn't get any closer, she asked our hero what he did, and he just coolly told her it was a barrier. He explains that you have to break these barriers in a specific order, so he sets up 2 layers to keep the stones safe and stop the enemy from getting through. Mia asked if he had some secret power. Alex basically said yeah, and one of the guys growled that he was way too smart for his own good. They charged at him and yelled that he'd have to beat them first, but he just stared them down. Right then, Alex unleashes his power and summons glowing magic rings that snap onto the guy's wrists like handcuffs. The guy starts screaming, explaining that those handcuffs lock on whenever they do something illegal or crazy, and they'll only disappear if they can keep their hands clean for 3 whole years. The guys screamed that he should just finish them off, but our hero stood his ground and told them they had to live, even when they yelled back that he was being crazy and that killing was their only way to survive. One guy started yapping about how they were just stuck-up nobles who didn't care, but Alex instantly used his powers to force them to move, making everyone freak out and scream. The guys flew into the air and slammed down right next to Alex, and he totally would have been crushed if Mia hadn't yanked him away just in time. Mia asks what this place is, so he explains it's Carlisle land where nobody really lives, and tells the guys he's letting them use this family property. He told them they could farm this land to feed themselves, and he'd even hook them up with all the tools and cash they needed for the first year. The guys said they weren't going to kill them, but they were definitely going to bury them in debt because just taking their land wasn't enough. Alex looked at all the pain these people had suffered and realized he was the one who sparked this entire uprising. So Mia asked him what he was going to do now. He looked the guys right in the eye and made a deal. If they can stay out of handcuffs for 3 years, the land is officially theirs to keep. He'll snatch everything they have if they mess up even once, and then he asks them what they think of the whole plan. One guy was super suspicious and asked if he was for real, but Alex promised it was true because he just wanted everyone to have a good life. The guy asked if they were down, and everyone agreed right away since they weren't going to miss their big shot at finally owning some land. He calls out her name, and suddenly Astaroth pops up right beside him, asking if he was the one calling for her. He asked if she was listening, explaining he wanted a massive gap in the harvest between those who follow the law for 3 years and those who break it, and she told him she totally got it. She leaned in and whispered, asking what he'd do once they finally caught on, but he just told her to wait and see. Mia sees this and says that if Alex becomes the emperor, nobody will ever rebel again. But Alex just turns to her and asks what she's even talking about. Everyone thinks if Alex takes over, the fighting will finally stop, but he snaps back that it's way more complicated than that. Everyone is obsessed with his insane power, and if he actually becomes emperor, it's going to kick off a massive new war. He's all in on Lisa's dream of a peaceful nation, but right then, Hazen starts going after Mia. The blast was headed straight for the girl, but she didn't even try to fight back. She just stood there and started praying. Everyone's jaws dropped as she walked by, and Angie couldn't believe that their attacks were doing absolutely nothing. The guys walk over and notice the girl is totally fine inside the barrier, but Miller says it's all thanks to Alex, and even Eliza admits she's never seen a barrier used like this before. The leader announced that the purge was a total success and the rebellion was basically crushed, giving all the credit to Alex, who just said he was happy he could help her out. Eliza turned Angie into a princess, making them sisters-in-law, and even though they're only half-sisters, they actually get along great. Hosen asked Alex how many people could squeeze into that barrier, and when Alex told him the limit was 7, Hosen just nodded like he totally got it. Eliza tried to rename the barrier 7-Star Pharmacy instead of the Plow, but the guy totally shut her down. She turned to him and demanded to know why, so he explained the title didn't actually include the words son and law, and while she agreed, Alex didn't really. A bunch of random guys showed up right at the front gate, asking if our hero was actually home. He said he was there, and since the guy mentioned she had something big to say, he figured they should head inside to talk while Eliza followed them. They eventually moved to the living room, and after apologizing for showing up out of nowhere, the guy dropped a total bombshell. A massive rebellion was about to kick off back in their homeland, and Eliza was about to snap back, but the MC realized it would be way too harsh, so he called her name and grabbed her hand. He looked the kid in the eye to see if he was for real, and the boy swore it was the truth. Some guy is starting a massive rebellion, and a ton of villages are already backing him. The kid dropped to his knees and kept begging him for help, shouting it over and over again. Alex asked if he was joining the team, but the guy said nope. He wanted him to crush the rebels instead because he'd heard some wild things about him. He asks to help them one more time. The guy just stares back like he's begging for a miracle. Alex watches him closely while keeping a tight grip on Eliza's hand. Suddenly, they heard voices coming from behind. Hosen shouted that the Vice-Emperor was ordered to crush the rebellion. Miller couldn't believe it, saying this was totally insane. Eliza snapped her hand back. Alex knew he couldn't just sit on the sidelines while the rebellion was popping off, so he told the crew to stay calm because he totally had this under control. A bit later at the rebel base, the guys announced they finally had enough soldiers and gear to make their big move. Suddenly, he pops up right behind them and tells them it's game over because he's not letting them cause any more trouble. The guys started asking about the kid and swore he wasn't getting away, so our hero decided to show them exactly what he could do. That insane shockwave sent them flying in every direction, and all they could do was scream in surprise. Alex introduces himself and tells the crowd that if they're sick of the government, he's ready to listen and wants to know exactly what went down. They figured out that staying loyal was way better than fighting a war they couldn't win, so the whole rebellion got shut down for good. In this world, whatever you did before you died totally decides what your next life is going to be like. He looked around in total shock and asked if this was seriously the afterlife. She reached out her hands and told her she'd been waiting for him, revealing that her name back when she was alive was Sarah Borden. This is where they judge everything she did to decide her next life, and since she spent all her money on medicine to save 10,000 people before she died, The soul agreed, but the girl could tell it wasn't actually interested at all. She felt like it was game over and was totally mad at herself for not doing more, wishing she had the power to just rip that tyrant's head off with her bare hands. The girl calls him darling and says that was such a huge win he'll definitely be S-Rank in his next life, but she's actually got a deal for him. She asked the soul if she was actually ready to step up and become the Empress. The soul just stared back in total shock, wondering if she was even being serious right now. Becoming the Empress is the ultimate dream life, and every high-ranking noble is dying to get their hands on that title. She asked if she really wanted to be a tyrant's kid, but the girl told her that one choice is all it takes to change your soul. This tyrant's reign only lasts until his successor grows up to take him down. So she agrees to become Empress, and finally grabs the massive power she's always wanted. The soul was totally down for it, which really surprised the girl. So she told her they just had to finish some quick steps before she could start her awesome new life as Elizabeth Forsyth-san. Mia was back to stuffing her face with sweets and looking super happy, so when Alex asked what was up, she just apologized and said they were way too delicious to resist. Alex grins and tells her she can have a slice, but she says no way since it's his cake, even though he catches her drooling all over again. He's still totally shocked and asks if that was some new magic, but she just tells him she's still practicing. Alex was just about to explain how to control this thing, but someone shouted his name and stopped him right there. He spins around to see Eliza standing right there, so he calls out her name and she just waves back, asking how he's been. Alex asked about her dress, and she got super shy, saying she literally had nothing else to wear. He told her that dress looked way better than all the others and asked if she'd come sit with him. She hid her face with a quick giggle and agreed. Then Alex stood up and pulled her chair out for her. She was heading over to thank him, but suddenly she trips and starts falling. Our guy shouts her name. Right then, he notices her dress has totally slid up. She snapped at him to stop staring. Her whole face was turning bright red. He jerked his head away, totally shocked by how she reacted. Eliza brushes it off, saying her maid sees her in her underwear all the time anyway. But Alex totally doubts her, while Mia just decides to order another slice of cake. He realized that even though he was reborn, he was still the same guy inside, and that's why his heart was racing like crazy. Liza asks if they're talking about control, but Mia tells her straight up that getting that kind of power is way harder than it looks. Alex just finished building this massive 30-foot rock garden that looked totally epic, and Eliza immediately went over to ask her all about it. She turns to him and notices he never uses his fists, asking if he even knows martial arts, but he just shrugs and says magic is way more useful anyway. He actually wants to try fencing instead of magic, and Eliza thinks that's just super cute. He didn't want to wreck the slide, so now he has to fix it, and that's definitely going to take a while. Eliza laughed and told Alex he'd finish in no time, because even though he's just a kid, he's getting so strong that he'll be her bodyguard before they know. He's totally caught off guard by what she says, but she quickly backtracks and says she meant her country, the Empire, so he just smiles and promises to keep it safe. Eliza was blushing like crazy while saying she wanted to see the slide, so Alex agreed and told her they had to get moving. He turns to the girls and tells them they've got a massive journey ahead, so they better stay right by his side. Right after, they squeezed up against him on both sides and asked if he was cool with it. He said yes, but kinda hesitated. He figured it was fine, but was low-key happy he turned into a kid. There's a massive stone mountain right in Alexander's garden, and while he was out practicing his sword skills, he decided to test his blade against the solid rock. His sword snapped right down to the handle, and he couldn't believe the blade had actually given up on him. Alex tried to move exactly how the stone told him, but he just ended up totally gassed for nothing. He realized the metal was basically trash and he needed a real weapon. But just as he thought of Ore Halcon, someone shouted his name. Hazen showed up with a blonde guy named Ruzin, and our hero couldn't help but wonder who this new dude actually was. He introduces his new recruit, Korra Ryzen, who says he's already heard a ton about our main character. Alex sized him up and saw a swordsman who looked super confident, while Hosin explained he was just showing the new guy around, and Alex told them he totally got it. Hasan instantly noticed Alex's crazy new sword. He asked if he was actually serious about becoming a swordsman. Alex just told him he's been practicing. Rosen was shocked because he had no... The guy heard Alex is a magic teacher and asks for a lesson, but before Alex can even finish saying yes, Rausen charges straight at him. Our hero realized his blade was totally useless, but he didn't have any other choice. He charged up his energy and slammed Rosen with the handle of his sword instead. Rosen was caught completely off guard. Suddenly, Rosen realized he was just holding a sword hilt and went totally silent, while the guy apologized to Alex and told him the blade was officially trashed. The hero shows off his busted sword and says it was already like that. Then Alex admits he accidentally snapped it with his magic, making Hosen laugh and brag about his future son-in-law while Rosen just stands there completely stunned. The guy tells Alex he needs a legit weapon, and Alex totally agrees since he's tired of his gear constantly snapping in half. Hosens tells him that a legendary magic sword is out there just waiting for our hero to claim it. Alex agreed it'd be awesome, but knew it'd be tough to find, while Hosen claimed convincing the son-in-law would be a breeze, even though our main guy didn't believe him for a second. Just then, Alex's dad shows up and tells them he totally saw this coming, so he's already got a backup plan ready to go. He was totally lost until his dad said it was already there, and suddenly a sword appeared on the table that he'd bought just for his son. Alex stared at the blade and realized it was a legendary holy sword with wind literally swirling all over it. His dad said the holy sword picks its own master, and not just anyone can use it, but Hosen stepped up and tried to tame the thing anyway. He totally flopped, so his dad told him it's way harder than it looks, and told Alex to give it a shot instead. He turned and asked why they were so sure he could pull it off, and when they told him they knew he had this, Alex finally reached for his sword. He grabbed it totally chill with zero issues. Then the sword started glowing like crazy, and the guys watching were completely blown away. They all started talking about how Alex was the only one who could actually pull it off, and since he felt the stone react to him, he knew there was no way he could deny it. This sword, the stone lit up, showing him the epic history of the holy sword. Tons of different people were part of its journey through time. Finally, Alex grips the handle and gets ready to take a... He unleashed his true form and slammed the blade down. Then a mysterious kid suddenly popped out of the weapon, leaving everyone watching totally shocked that it was actually a holy sword. The guy turns to our hero and thanks him, saying he's finally free to head back up to heaven. His dad asks what happened, so Alex tells him the boss is trapped in the sword, and God explains he was punished for his sins and has been waiting forever to finally be free. He turned back to thank Alex and asked if he was some kind of god, but Alex just told him no, he's just a regular guy. God thanked him one last time, called him a human kid, and vanished. So he tried to apologize to his dad about the sword, but they didn't even care because they were... Alex stared at his shattered blade and realized it was completely trashed, so now he's got to go find a brand new weapon. Our hero looked at his statue and saw it was all mangled by some mystery creature, calling it totally gross, and Mia agreed, saying it looked like worms had been snacking on it. Welcome to Shisk Village, where the Chief Laura called him up about a major problem, so he and Mia rushed over only to find out a monster was terrorizing the place. He asks her about the monster again, and she tells him it's actually a bug, showing it off right there in the palms of her hands. They both sized him up, realizing just how tiny he actually was. Suddenly, the beetle zips right out of her hands and starts devouring her dress, leaving her totally stunned. Alex ditched his coat and handed it over to the soldiers, then checked if the girl was hurt, but she told him she was totally fine. She apologized for being caught off guard and asked if her dress was magic, so Alex told her it was custom-made for a klutz like Mia and would fix itself. Just like that, the dress was totally fixed, and the lady explained that the beetle eats magic to recharge, which made Alex finally realize why I gobbled up that statue. Nobody cares about boring stuff like crops or regular people unless magic is involved, but Alex's stone statue is on a whole different level. He explained what he'd figured out, thinking to himself that these statues were actually blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, and that's exactly why he liked her. She hands him a chewed-up bag and tells him he ruined it by eating it, but it turns out the thing was actually made from a claw of disaster. Alex shouted that they had to take them out right now, but the woman warned him that attacking the bug while it's curled up is a huge mistake. If he really tries, he's gonna devour her, but suddenly that bug flies back and lands right on her dress, totally freaking her out. Alex grabbed it and realized he hadn't actually missed it all. The beetle was buzzing like crazy right in his grip. He stared at it and knew he had to make a move. He decided to. She asks if it worked and tells him she's so glad she called him, but he turns around and says he only took out one, though he's already got a crazy idea. He finally finished his new statue. It was glowing like crazy. The girl had no idea what was even going on. Right then, one of the guys shouted his name to show him something cool. The beetles swarmed right back to the statue for another snack, but Alex just told everyone to chill and keep watching because he had it all under control. The beetles smashed a piece off the statue and got wrecked instantly, leaving Mia totally shocked that it was happening all over again. Alex says he's packed all his magic into this one spot, so if they try to take a bite, they'll literally explode, but the woman asks what happens if they all swarm him and eat everything at once. Our guy says he saw this coming from a mile away, and the part that got eaten just grows right back. He made it regenerate exactly like Mia's dress, so now it's basically impossible to eat. The lady grinned and said she was so happy she asked him for help, and while Mia smiled too, she suddenly looked over and caught sight of something. The girl noticed the beetle holding a splinter and had no clue why, but the MC figured it was just dragging it back to its nest. Mia asks about the nest again, and Alex says he thought he was taking him there to feed his friends. But after seeing that news article, what's really gonna happen to them? He just grinned and said they're all gonna burst, and that's how they'll finally wipe them all out. The lady thanked him while Mia just said this was classic Alex, and he promised to make a new bag once he snagged another claw, especially since reports later showed those beetles were totally wiped out. They finally made it back home just as the sun was rising, and Angie immediately rushed over to Alex to wish him a good morning. He said it back and asked if she slept okay, so she gave him a big smile and said she felt great. Then Alex told her to go practice outside and she was totally down since she just learned a brand new spell. Angie held a new stick up to her face and asked him to check it out, but he just wondered what was wrong with it. The girl stared closely and realized the magic wasn't working at all, just as Amelia rushed over and shouted the main character's name. He asked what was going on, but she told him it was way too hard to explain with just words. She was totally on edge and said all the magic in the house had just vanished, so Alex asked her to explain what was going on. Suddenly, Mia lets out a terrifying scream. He tells Angie to get back to her room and sprints off to save Mia. He kicks the door open and shouts her name. He was about to ask what happened, but he totally froze when he saw she was just in her underwear. She screamed at the top of her lungs, so he apologized and bolted out of the... Eventually, he found his dad and spilled everything, explaining that every magic user in the house was now totally powerless, and Calamite was way too sick to even move. The guy realized something was blocking their magic, and Alex knew he was totally right. He explained that Magic 6 made Mia's dress, which is why it vanished too, and her dad thought the whole thing was a total disaster. He turned to the MC to see if he was ready, but the guy admitted he could only use a bit less than half his strength. His dad repeated his question, wondering why all this was even happening, but Alex told him he still didn't have a clue. Keeping the fire blazing in his hand, he starts scouting the room and realizes things are shrinking on this side, which means the source of the mess is definitely that way. His dad was totally on board and said they were starting the search, and every single person in the house had to help out. Out of nowhere, he turns to the main character and starts talking about the tree in the yard. Her dad tells her she's the one who has to lead them. After a bit, our guy was 100% sure this was the place. Then he spotted something super creepy at the bottom of the tree. It was a whole swarm of beetles. Right then, the dad turned and asked if he could wipe them out, and right after our guy said yes, a mysterious voice suddenly asked if they were actually going to do it. It was actually the Beetle Queen, and she told him he's got no chance because she's getting revenge for her family. His dad tried to name the person, but our guy already knew and promised to protect her, even though the Beetle Queen called him totally useless. Alex stepped right up to her, held out his hand, and unleashed his magic while everyone watched in total suspense. But the attack totally fails, and he's losing his mind because it worked perfectly the last time. The queen just laughed and asked if he really thought that same trick would work twice, because they're way smarter than he realized and his attacks are totally useless now. The queen bragged that they were totally invincible now that magic was shut down, and she told him it was time to attack. Our guy was actually super disappointed, and right then, he let his massive power explode. The queen was totally stunned and asked how he could even use magic since it's so rare. But he just told her that even at half power, he wasn't about to let them push him around anymore. She said it's been forever since an S-Rank showed up, but at least his next life is going to be amazing. Our main guy snaps his eyes open while leaning against a tree, and he gets this crazy feeling like he's lived through this exact dream before. Suddenly, his hands started buzzing like crazy. He let out a scream and snatched the thing tight. It turns out it was actually a beetle egg. Carlisle's massive estate stretches for miles across these giant mountains. He's out here on a mission to track down some beetle eggs. See, their queen actually survived the last attack, and if he just let things slide, everything was going to spiral out of control, so he had to step in and handle it. Tucked in the back of the nest was a massive egg, and it was exactly what he was looking for. These bugs usually lay a ton of eggs, but since there's only... He used the power of the Philosopher's Stone to prove he was right, all while staring hard at his own hand. The Philosopher's Stone reveals that all these beetles are linked by a crazy magic network, where a new one is only born when another dies, and if a beetle actually takes down the queen, they end up becoming her. He sat on the ground and touched the egg, thinking about blowing up their whole family, and right then, the shell started to crack. A little while later, a brand new beetle finally pops out of the egg, and it's actually super cute with 2 tiny horns on its head. Alex stared at him and realized he looked like a totally different person. This wasn't even close to what Alex expected. Right then, the beetle actually spoke up and asked who he was. He realized the bug actually had a girl's voice, so he introduced himself and asked if she was hungry, or if she even ate stuff like that. The queen takes one sniff and realizes it's a magic stone, making Alex think she's actually pretty cool as he confirms she's right, and asks if she's seriously turning it down. She gave him a serious no and refused to eat a single bite, saying the stuff looked like straight-up poison. Our guy asked if she remembered anything from her past life, but the queen just stared at the floor, totally lost in thought. He made sure everything was crystal clear, figuring that if the beetle kept those memories, it was bound to evolve into something even crazier. He told her to chill because it's just a stone he made this morning, but it's actually got 3 insane powers. Whether it's an elixir for life or death, she'll never feel hungry again because the queen told her it was all a dream, and to just ignore that feeling. Alex agreed, but his mind was stuck on the Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate power that's basically impossible to get. So he asked her what her next move was. Our hero tells her that being immortal is a total cheat code and suggests she give it a shot. But he's secretly thinking that if the current queen never dies, a new one can never be. Right then, the queen made her choice and demanded to live forever. And after a dead silence, the stone suddenly blasted the beetle with its magic. Alex shuts his eyes and sees a girl pop up right in front of the queen's soul, asking if she wants to live forever, and bragging that as an S-Rank, she can do. The queen was totally spaced out, hearing this angelic voice and thinking it had to be a dream, while realizing this kid must have been a saint in their past life. A little while later, the queen finally opens her eyes. She realizes she's being held right in our hero's arms. He asks her to come back to his place with him. The beetles are done getting paid and they're starting to evolve, so when the queen asks about the house again, He tells her he'll just lie to his parents and say she's his pet. Our MC decides to name her Peachin. He's sure her parents would be super proud of her. Then, he tells her it's finally time to head home. He thinks, out of nowhere, the beetle leaps right out of his hands and bolts off into the distance. Alex just shakes his head, thinking she's back to her usual troublemaking ways. Alex said it was time to train, but he still hadn't found a normal weapon because his current one was so overpowered that just shaking it would make everyone nearby literally fall apart. He's actually way deadlier with just his bare hands, and he's shocked that Orielkin doesn't even have half his power. But right as he's thinking about finding a better weapon, he feels a sudden nudge against his leg. Turns out it was just a beetle bumping his leg, so Alex crouched down to see what was up, and realized she'd brought him some shards, asking if she was the one who found. Out of nowhere, Alex feels this crazy power surging through him, and when the queen asks if he wants to know what it is, he just can't find the words to describe it. He realized all he had left was this metal tool, and it was totally surging with magic power. Alex said this metal is way better than even Oracle Cone and asked if it was already hashed. This metal is the strongest stuff in existence, even tougher than Oricacon, and looking at the beetle, he knew it was perfect. Just as the queen reached for the stone, Alex realized she might actually try to eat it, and quickly set her straight so she wouldn't look like a total fool. This stone was glowing like straight-up gold, and since it was way better than Orch Halcon and perfect for channeling energy, he started imagining some insane weapons and asked Pecan if she could. The queen just stared at him after that question before suddenly bolting off to who knows where, and even though this rock looks exactly like Tarakan Mountain, he can't feel any energy coming from it at all. A second later, the bug flies back with a piece of metal, and when our guy grabs it, he realizes it's a hair-roken, asking if she really got it for him, and fast forward 3 days and there's a massive mountain of stones piled up on the floor. So our hero pats the beetle on the back for a job well done. But the little guy? Alex says the Philosopher's Stone can turn that pile into a long sword, but they have to melt it all down first. He blasted it with his fire, but it didn't even budge, so instead of quitting, he started looking for a whole new way to win. He tried a bunch of times but nothing worked, so he pulled out the Philosopher's Stone to use the same magic that made it in the first place. He realized he was pushing twice the power of an Sss-Rank, and a second later, he totally melted the metal for his new sword. Suddenly, a mysterious voice offers to help him even more, and he totally thinks it's the Philosopher's Stone talking to him. A moment later, a totally new sword just pops into his hands. He grips the handle, looking like he's ready to unleash a massive strike. Alex starts planning his next big move. After a while, he starts training like a beast with his sword, and when he catches a leaf in his hand, he grins because his magic slash worked perfectly. Eliza tells him the sword is perfect, so now Alex can finally go all out, and he's super hyped he found that stone. She was dying to know how he found such an epic metal, but since he wouldn't say a word, she called him out for still being a total amateur with his sword. Eliza claimed he couldn't cut a single leaf, but he just sighed, told her she was wrong, and started showing off his insane sword skills. He sliced through those leaves in a heartbeat, and Alex told her he could have cut her too, but he's obsessed with having perfect control over his power. Eliza was totally stunned by his words and told him that's who he actually is, while he just stared back completely lost and asked what she even meant. She just flashed a smile and told him she didn't mean it like that, so he grinned back and said everything was totally fine. Angie and Alex headed out on a journey together. They were both only 12 years old at the time. The girl asked him if they were looking at a cave. He told her that the locals begged for help, so the crew rolled into the town of Zhors. Stuff had been vanishing into thin air, but after tracking a trail of magic, they finally found the source of the trouble. He flashed a grin and handed her a hair bow, explaining he packed it with the Bug Queen's magic to shield her from any spells if she ever dropped it. She grabbed it with a huge smile and promised to keep it safe since Alex gave it to her. Then she gave him a quick thank you. He tells her they gotta get to the cave and to grab onto him, and she's totally down for it. They head inside, and Alex is blown away by how big it is, but Angie covers her nose because it smells just like a funky hot spring. He told her to stay quiet, and right then, a basilisk and a minotaur showed up in the cave. Angie calls them super creepy and asks what the plan is, so Alex says he'll blind the guy with a bow while the basilisk blasts him with magic. She asks if everything's going to be okay, and he just tells her he's got his sword ready if things get messy. Suddenly, he notices things are missing, and realizes he has to take down the basilisk before it freezes Angie in her tracks. Alex asked why they were stealing everyone's food and clothes, and the Minotaur admitted it was all a trap to lure humans into the cave, even thanking him for taking out the basilisk. The bad guy bragged about chewing on his bones and eating everyone in the city, but he ran out of time before he could even move. Our guy swung his sword and sliced the Minotaur's head clean off in one shot, and the beast just dropped dead on the spot. Alex spun around and warned them that if they're gonna hurt people, they shouldn't expect any mercy. But he still couldn't figure out why they needed those residence things so badly. He walks up and taps Angie on the shoulder, and while she's just relieved he's safe, she's totally caught off guard when he says he wants to go explore. Suddenly, Angie loses her footing and starts to drop, but Alex leaps up and catches his wife mid-air. Our hero looks around and realizes they've traveled a ton, but this dungeon looks way too weird to be natural. Alex realized the wall was actually warm, but while he was spacing out, Angie pointed ahead and told him to look at the massive pack of monsters. Our hero was getting pretty annoyed because it looked like the enemy was actually begging for a showdown, which felt super weird. Suddenly, a mysterious guy pops up right in front of them and says he's been waiting, and even though he sees he's just a kid, he's not about to let him. This mysterious guy says time is like a river where every new wave just swallows the last one. When the guy mentioned the last wave, Alex thought he was the target, especially since those invaders were waiting for him to strike while they tried to break into the city. Our hero calls him out, saying his acting is trash and he's obviously just trying to stall for time. The guy asks him again, but Alex just sticks to the spiritual book and says he's gonna feed them since they're already in his stomach. Angie screams they need to bail before they get digested, but they have to clear the room first, just as she realizes he's about to seal the whole building shut. Our hero says they gotta make a break for it, tells the girl to watch her back, and she's totally down. A little while later, they realize everything has vanished, and Alex figures out this isn't a normal cave. It's actually one giant monster, so he knows he has to rush back to. They finally make it to a hotel in Seahorse and sit down with a total stranger who tells them to put their hands on the table, and Angie's totally down for it. The lady tells them they're a perfect match, and after finally seeing the truth for herself, Angie says she's just happy to be linked with Alex. Alex grinned and said yes, calling her his wife Angie, and she gave him the sweetest smile back. She asks if it's finally time to go meet the girls, and he just flashes a grin and says yeah. Angie and Alex are just strolling through the city when she starts looking around at everything like she's totally mesmerized. And when Alex calls her name, she just tells him that everything is... They figured out the hot spring was behind it all, and the main guy thought it was totally awesome. Alex flashed back to when they blew up the mountain, and even though she said they shouldn't ditch their other work, he told her everything would be fine for now. A little while later, the mountain started shifting in tiny ways, so he grabbed Angie in a hug and told her the whole place was finally fixing itself. Alex calls the whole thing a total fake and sets up a barrier that looks exactly like the mountain for a bit. He stood up on his toes and shouted that this was the ultimate magic born from being weak. Combining the Herokana with the Philosopher's Stone cranks the power way up, and Alex says it basically turns a tiny bit of magic into a massive mountain of energy. Angie sighed and said it all started to burn, back when a legendary sage called the Mountain Keeper could bring dead armies back to life, and used his magic just to create matter. He turns around and explains that the lump in his gut is going to fuse with everything around him, but he'll have himself fixed up in just one day. Angie gave a big smile and said Alex was using the great sage's magic, but he knew it was all thanks to his sword, and figured he'd grab a cool stone to remember the trip. A bit later, Eliza and the girls shouted out to them, and Alex and Angie definitely looked back to see Mia and Xiaomei hanging out with her. Alex gives them a huge shout-out, and the girls are hyped to hit the hot springs for a total glow-up since the guy explains the water is actually infused with magic and has some crazy... Xiaomei quietly walks up to him, puts her hands together, and gives him a super sweet smile while thanking him for the invite. The guy told her she looked totally fresh in those clothes, making her blush like crazy as she thanked him, and he just told her to have a blast while she was there. They finally made it to the hot springs, and she loved how good it smelled, but Eliza told her she didn't even need to bother with a towel. The Empress started teasing her to hurry up and drop the towel, while Angie squealed and told her to stop rushing her so much. Mia was totally loving it, telling Xiaomei her skin was literally glowing because the water felt so incredible. One girl mentions the MC is giving everyone yukatas later, but then another asks if that's really what Angie is wearing. Alex was all alone in the hot spring, and even though the steam made it impossible to see anything, he said he really had to hold himself back. The girl stares at Alexander in total shock and asks him what kind of glasses he's even wearing. Our MC asks Xiaomei if she knows everything about the Court of Reincarnation, and she just gives him a confident nod. Your past life decides your rank today, and our main guy says these glasses let him see everyone's level instantly. His girlfriend thinks it's totally awesome, and asks him to check her rank too, and while he's surprised she even cares, she admits she's just as hyped as he is. She's super worried she won't like the results, and Alexander thinks she might be right, which is exactly why her rank is Merrick Chable. He's 100% sure this girl is going to have an awesome future. He even promises her that it's definitely going to happen. Shomei is totally blown away. She thinks about him and says that if he's the one saying it, then it's definitely the truth. She's convinced this guy who survived the Silver Plague is actually Alexander reborn. But our MC says something is totally off since that virus wiped out 10% of the entire human race. Alexander's convinced that whoever stops the disaster is going to become a literal god, while our main guy just stares out the window, thinking it all over. Our hero heads straight for the giant castle as Alexander shouts that they've finally reached the Magic Academy. Director Thor Ethan warned him that things are getting creepy at the academy because the team studying summoning techniques went totally radio silent a few days ago. Alexander knows something is totally off because this academy is a huge deal during emergencies and should never be radio silent. The director's worried things are getting way too intense, so he tells our main guy to go see what's up. The guy says okay and tells them he's finally heading out. The heroes step into the academy and find the whole place totally empty, with absolutely no signs that a fight even happened. They head off to check a new spot, and out of nowhere, they find something that totally blows their minds. Huge monster animals suddenly jump out in front of the crew, and one of them is literally clutching a guy in its massive paws. The hero lets out a terrified scream as the girl tells Alexander that these monsters were the ones attacking everyone. Our hero is totally freaked out as he stares them down, using his special glasses to check their power ranks. His partner is giving it everything she's got and gets ready to strike the enemies, but the main character stops her in her tracks. The guy insists that these monsters are actually just people. He points out that the glasses show a C-rank soul, and there's no way someone that high level would just be reborn as a monster. Body-swapping magic is actually pretty common, but they've got to understand something super important first. Suddenly everything flips and the monsters are the ones getting jumped. Everyone manages to scramble away as the monsters suddenly crash to the ground. Our hero rushes over to one of the survivors and feels them breathing, thanking God that they're actually still alive. Out of nowhere, his partner screams from behind, and when Alexander spins around, he's hit with pure horror. He spots this massive monster grabbing a girl who looks totally human, so he screams for it to stop before it rips her head clean off. Alexander rushes in to save his friend, but things take a crazy turn when he realizes the girl was swapped too. Now she's literally stuck inside the body of this total monster. Our guy has no idea what's going on and tells his girlfriend to stay exactly where she is. He lands some super quick hits and starts tearing into the monster. She's finally free, so our guy rushes over and asks if she's doing all right. She rushes over to give him a huge hug, asking how he even knew it was her. The guy snaps back that there's no way he'd ever mistake his own girlfriend for someone else. The girl lets out a soft sigh, totally moved by him. She's honestly blown away by how crazy Alexander's skills are. She starts blushing like crazy and hides her face in her hands. Our guy asks if she's actually feeling bad, and after thinking it over, she says she was just shocked but is totally fine now. He tells her to stay right by his side since he thinks she's using magic on him. And when she asks if he's figured it out yet, Alexander says he finally knows they're real. Everyone knows the drill. The reincarnation judges rank every soul, where S rank makes you a god, A to C keeps you human, and D rank turns you into a straight-up monster. Our main guy explains that a monster's strength is all about its rank, and when he asks the girl if she's following, she just nods and says she totally gets it. Way back in the day, a sorcerer cooked up a spell to swap bodies, and he used it to switch regular people with straight-up monsters. Our hero figures the sorcerer was just curious if a soul would keep its rank after being swapped into a different body. After buying just one thing, the people who were replaced somehow managed to boost their starting rank way up. After about a month, they'd lose their minds and become total puppets for the caster, so the sorcerer used his new power to build a massive, unstoppable army. Alexander says he's going to use this army to take over the entire world. And this is the massive disaster that ended up wiping out so many people on Earth. She finally realizes what he's hinting at, and starts panicking about the magic used at Earth Academy. But she's cut off before she can even finish her sentence. He cuts her off to confirm it's definitely the spell's fault, leaving her totally speechless and terrified as the group realizes someone in this academy is actually trying to bring back the Silver Plague. Staring at his sword, he realizes every student here is a high-level mage perfect for the army, which is exactly why the school has become a massive target for villains. If they don't save those students fast, things are gonna get ugly. But our guy gets a wild idea just as a massive shadow towers over his partner. The girl is absolutely freaking out as this creepy stranger starts making gross noises and flailing his arms in broad daylight. But something stops him from actually going through with his dark plan. This mysterious guy in a hood looks down at his wrists and sees he's totally trapped by magic. Right then, our hero jumps in front of the girl while she stares at the villain in total shock, and he shields her with his body, telling the bad guy he's finally caught him. He hands it over and asks how they figured it out, But Alexander just grabs his sword and says he's felt it since the very start of the day, because he knew someone was lurking nearby. She explains that if the enemy even tries to use magic, he'll be instantly snatched up with no way to escape. He reveals that his grandfather was actually the big boss. The guy just smirks. Something creeps up right behind the heroes, and they spin around with pure terror on their faces. Our main guy finally starts to realize where he is. This creepy black mist begins to swirl all around them. Out of nowhere, an angel pops up right next to the group. Our guy reaches out to the angel in his head one more time. Suddenly, massive wings sprout right out of the stranger's back. Right then, he realizes this person definitely isn't. The sorcerer brags that this is the ultimate form of magic. He trapped the angel and dragged him right onto the student's dead body. But the angel is already charging up a ball. Our guy's heart drops when he realizes that exact same teacher is standing right in front of him. The guy is totally losing it and asks how this is even possible. But Kultun just says the academy is the perfect place for experiments and they've got plenty of them, while the teacher explains that he's officially way stronger than the angels, so if our hero isn't a literal god, he has zero chance of winning this fight. He takes a closer look and realizes the glasses are legit. This guy really has an angel's soul, making him wonder when he was swapped and where his human soul even went. She starts shaking him and calling his name to snap him out of it, and Alexander finally looks at her, promising that everything's gonna be totally fine. The sorcerer just tells them it's already way too late. He's about to make things get real messy right here and now. The angel lets rip all that energy she was charging up in her hand. A sudden blast goes off right in front of them. Alexander throws his hands up to protect his face. He's doing everything. The sorcerer tells them the only way out is if one of them dies, and he's bragging that his puppet is perfect for crushing low-rank losers. He tells them not to worry because they won't feel any pain. It's all going to happen in the blink of an eye. He swears he'll use this power to take over the entire country. He feels this insane power surging through him and realizes it's way beyond anything he's ever felt from a goddess before. The guy finds his nerve and rushes in, letting out a huge battle cry while swinging his sharpened ball all over the place. Our hero finally lands a solid hit on the guy. He zooms straight up to the angel and slashes him deep. Then he just casually touches down and puts his sword away. The angel slams into the dirt, leaving the sorcerer completely stunned that some random kid actually took down his puppet. Alexander thought this guy would be way stronger than the angel, but honestly, he's just totally let down. The bad guy is totally wrecked on the ground, covered in blood and dirt, while our hero towers over him with his sword held tight. The sorcerer admits he's heard the rumors about the vice-emperor, but he never expected our guy to be this wild, and now the young man is looking right at him. He asks the teacher when he finally broke his limiter, but the guy admits he doesn't even know how he did it. Out of nowhere, he charges up all that dark energy into one massive ball. The fallen angel finally gets up off the ground and starts transforming into something totally different. His partner screams in total horror, but he grabs her and asks if the sorcerer actually reversed the spell for real. He's trying to stay one step ahead by guessing exactly what the bad guy is gonna do next. A monster suddenly spawns right in the guy's hands. An angel rises from the dirt to stand by its master, and Kultun tells our hero he better watch closely. The boy and girl watch the sorcerer closely, and at the very last second, they finally realize what he's actually up to. The angel's body starts morphing all over again. The monster in the sorcerer's hands is staring our heroes down. He realizes the angel and that creature totally swapped spots, and while he's watching them closely, the puppet just drops to the floor. Right then, the monster blasts a massive pillar of fire from its mouth, but our hero throws up a shield just in time to save himself and his partner. As he sets up the new barrier, he realizes this attack is way more powerful than the last one. Kultun turns to the heroes and tells them he's got something major to say. His girlfriend is trying to figure out what the bad guy is even talking about. The sorcerer brags that he's finally hit Sss-Rank with the power of a literal god, and even though our hero keeps swinging, he's starting to feel like there's no way he can win this. The kid actually manages to hurl the angel way back. His partner watches the fight in total terror. She knows they have zero chance against God's army, and the sorcerer just smirks while asking if they're shocked yet. Alexander decides to go all out with every fighting style he's got, dropping into a stance and charging energy in his hands as a crazy whirlwind kicks up around him. Our hero actually pulls it off and summons that mysterious body. She watches him closely, wondering if this is really the adult Alexander, until she suddenly realizes he's actually a homunculus. This guy actually pulls out the forbidden spell too. Because of this, his rank actually shoots past his opponents. Kultun lets out a wicked laugh, saying no human could ever pull that off, and he orders his goon to snatch the hero's body right now. The enemy charges straight at the kid, so Alexander rushes forward to shut him down. He grabs his blade tight and charges into the fight with a massive victory shout. Both sides are getting pushed to their absolute limits in this insane fight. Suddenly he stops dead in his tracks and his sword starts smoking like crazy. He fires off the spell again, leaving his enemy absolutely terrified. Alexander fixes his messy clothes and says things went pretty well for his rank, and now he's officially the strongest person to ever live. Suddenly, the angel's eyes snap open, and the guy the sorcerer was using finally wakes up and scrambles to his feet, looking absolutely terrified. Our hero leans over and asks if the kid is finally awake, right as the angel shows back up now that the boss is totally wrecked and the mission is finished, while the angel lets out a... The angel starts stuttering, trying to make excuses for what happened. Our hero doesn't blame him though, and instead points right at the guy who was pulling the strings. Alexander tells him the spell. He thanks our hero for the save, and the angel drops to one knee, promising to help out whenever he's needed, while the guy just says he's glad the kid is doing okay. He tells his partner to go find the rest of the students and teachers, since he already wrecked the boss and everyone should be safe by now. Our hero steps outside to find a massive crowd helping each other up and patching each other's wounds. The girl lets out a huge sigh of relief that they're safe, and the angel confirms that nobody even has a scratch on them. Our hero says he sent those monsters back to where they belong, and honestly, that really should have been the end of the story. Everyone rushes over to thank the Vice Emperor, but he just rubs his shoulder and says he's just happy they're all safe without even bragging about the win. The director actually walks right up to thank the guy in person. He saw the whole thing go down and is so thankful to Alexander that he can't even find the words to say it. He asks if he's doing okay, and the guy says he's fine thanks to our hero, but there's still something major that's really bothering him. He points his finger right at the girl. The old man says she was just lying there when they woke up, but the crazy thing is, nobody has any idea who she actually is. Our hero drops to his knees and touches her, totally shocked to find out her whole body is actually made of crystal. He's never seen anything this weird before, and even though it looks creepy, he thinks she might actually be from the same shadow dimension as them. He can't even tell what rank she is, plus he senses a bunch of different souls inside her. The guy looks at you. He touches the girl with the ball and a massive flash of light suddenly explodes everywhere. Little ghost starts flying all around him as he manages to break the girl free, and she gives him a quick thank you for the save. His girlfriend asks what those things are, and he tells her they're the souls of everyone sacrificed during the Silver Plague. They were all totally trapped with no way out, and that's exactly where this crystal came from. The souls fly straight up to the goddess, who welcomes them and tells the ones who've suffered that she's ready to decide their next life. The goddess tells them they've been suffering for hundreds of years, so now they're finally getting a massive reward. Most of these guys are landing A or B ranks, and as the girl tells them to have fun in their next life, our main guy just blinks, totally confused by what he just witnessed. He's totally dazed and tries to snap out of it, thinking at least those souls finally made it home. But honestly, this whole thing is just way too much for him to handle. Out of nowhere, someone behind him asks if they saw him, and as the crowd screams that the judges were right, he realizes the entire country just watched the trial of the liberated souls. The girl on the throne tells Lord Carlisle she's heard all the legends about him making the Empire tremble, and since he's the country's ultimate protector, the young man just keeps it cool. He brings up that crazy event, and she admits she saw it too, saying everyone thinks it's a sign that having a baby right now will finally make their lives feel complete. She says hope is what makes a nation powerful, and the Lord actually managed to pull it off. And that's exactly why from here on out, he's officially known as the father of the nation. She lets out a sigh and announces that the nation's legendary founder has finally been born. Our hero thanks her for being so kind. Ever since that incident, kids started being born with all kinds of... Our hero is grinning as he looks up at the brightest star in the sky, totally blown away by how much it outshines everything else. He just flies up behind him and starts calling him son-in-law out of nowhere. Our hero walks up to the guys, and when they ask how it's going, he tells them that things are actually getting pretty wild. He says the girls are totally losing it because they've never actually seen a pregnant girl before. Our hero is stoked, but he's also super confused why there are 3 pregnant girls there, so the man explains that his son-in-law needs this chance while they're still in the early stages. Once the world's souls were finally set free, a massive baby boom started, and this guy saw the perfect chance to take advantage of it. He's super hyped for the babies to finally be born, and his friend is just as pumped for the big moment. The guy looks up at the super bright sky and wonders what kind of star that even is. But while our hero hopes it's not some kind of bad sign, he suddenly realizes the star is actually... The guy looks up and is totally shocked to see her flying straight toward him. Suddenly, a girl steps out right in front of our heroes under the glowing starlight. The guy is totally caught off guard by this insane twist. The beautiful girl opens her arms wide and shouts with pure joy that they've finally found their dad. He stares at her, totally freaked out, and asks her one more time which dad she's even talking about. He's trying to wrap his head around her being a reincarnated soul, but she tells him that's exactly who she is, and that her rank is a massive SS. She heard she was the only soul out of millions to get such a crazy high rank, and even though she just wanted to be normal, she has to be born as someone's kid to pull it off. And that's exactly why she picked our main guy to be her dad. The guy takes one look at his new daughter and is totally blown away. Our MC tries to keep it together and admits he's actually super lucky. The old man is just hyped that he finally has a granddaughter. But then the girl asks the big question. The girl asks her adopted dad when he's finally having a kid, but he shuts it down immediately, saying that's definitely not happening yet. She keeps bugging him about why nobles start so young, so he explains he's already got a fiancée and wants her to have his first kid, but they're waiting a few years since she's still way too young. She's getting super impatient and asks what's next, but the MC just asks if she can chill for a second. She says she can do it, but she feels totally empty inside after waiting hundreds of years for a baby just to... She can't even find the words to finish. This kid was actually a victim of the silver catastrophe in her past life, and since she was such a good person, she scored a high rank that guarantees a life of luxury. No wonder our MC gets why she's so impatient. The guy totally feels for her, but he says his hands are tied and she's just gonna have to wait, leaving her to let out a super bummed out sigh. She looks down at the book and gasps, realizing the letter looks totally different now. You tell them the population is about to explode, and if things don't change, they're gonna run out of food, land, and schools until there's absolutely nothing left. She asks if he's really gonna back this up, telling him the whole thing is just straight up incredible. One line out. Usually means if the user provides a block, I provide a block. If the user provides a list, I provide a list. But the instruction says, do not use any line breaks. She tells him she didn't even listen to the rest and just rushed over the second they called her his kid since she knows he's a great guy, and he really thanks her for that. The new daughter looks at her dad's papers and tells him his handwriting is beautiful, which totally catches Alexander off guard. She asks if she can finally have perfect handwriting in her new life, and wonders if that's even possible. He asks if she's really sure about this, and after she admits he was a total jerk in her past life, he decides to help her fix her messy handwriting. He introduces his daughter. Tanya is totally sure she's the right fit, and Alexander tells her to give it a shot. The girl scribbles a note, and when the guy reads it, he's hyped to see how much his daughter has improved. It looks like she's a total natural, and he promises to give her a name that means she's wise and precious in her new life, and he lets his daughter pick it out since this is a super important moment. The daughter is stressing over picking her future name and lets out a huge sigh because she can't decide. She starts blushing like crazy, so the main character stops her and asks what's wrong. His shoulder gets completely ripped off, and he decides it's finally time to end this. Back at the castle, the girl is feeling totally miserable. She's just slumped on the floor, looking completely lost. Suddenly, someone walks up and calls out her name. She whips around. He walks right up to her and promises he's gonna build her a brand new body. She asks him what he's talking about, and he explains that while he can't have a baby right now, he can totally just give her a brand new body. She spots the bag he's holding and asks what's inside. It's actually packed with all the gear you'd need for a major emergency. So, with Spell helping her, he uses his magic to link them together, and suddenly, a huge blast of energy explodes right out of the bag. A perfect clone pops up right in front of her, and after checking it out from every angle, she asks if that's really her. She tells her this is her shared apartment and says she can totally borrow her body for a while. This guy swears he's gonna look after her until the day she's finally reborn. Alexandra is totally shocked and asks him what kind of responsibility he's talking about, her face turning a little red as she blushes. He notices she's acting totally different and wonders if he said something wrong, so he asks if she's actually sure she can pull this off since she hasn't even had a physical body. She thinks it over and says she'll give it a shot, so Alexander nods, tells her he's got a plan, and instantly fires off a spell. She listens to her heart and can feel a massive change starting to take over her body. A wild new feeling surges through her from head to toe, and it's like she's finally standing on the ground after hundreds of years. He asks her how she's feeling and if she's in any pain, and she's so happy that her legs literally buckle under her. The corpse girl starts jumping and screaming into the light while the guy just watches her from the ground. He asks her where she got that insane power and what it even is. She lands and stares him down, asking him what that was even supposed to be. Alexander thinks that stuffing a high-level soul into a homunculus body makes your power go totally nuclear, and after hundreds of years, she just lost control, which she admits is 100% true. She says even moving in this body is dangerous, and then she lets out a sneeze so powerful it literally shatters the castle wall. She stares at the total chaos she just caused and can't believe her eyes, saying this power is absolutely insane. She's feeling super guilty about what she did, so she begs her new dad to forgive her. The girl freezes in total embarrassment, her face turning bright red as she tries to bolt. Our main guy stops her right there by grabbing onto her hands. She shoves him away and tells she's totally freaked out by what she just did, but he walks right up and grabs her hand, telling her it's okay because she'd never hurt him, and he looks at the girl and tells her she can stay, making her turn bright red and feel totally flustered. She looks down and gives a huge thanks to her brand new dad. This guy walks up to them, totally spooked by a loud noise he heard, and says he knew only his son-in-law's daughter could be grieving that hard. The girl says she's super sorry about everything. Our guy tells her it's all good and she needs to stop stressing. The daughter asks her new dad if there's anything. He tells her she's not used to her body yet and needs to take it easy, so the MC's daughter just agrees and bolts. Final Polish. A guy walks up to our hero and asks if his new daughter is gonna be alright, totally worried she'll wreck something again. But the MC just smiles and says he'll fix. The guy finally gives up and accepts it, knowing that since our hero is totally helpless, there's no point in complaining. He tells her she's way too hard on herself and that none of this is her fault, then realizes the main guy acts exactly like his own dad. He says there's no way that's true, but the man admits he didn't expect to run into his kid way earlier than planned. He says his fiancée hasn't even thought about it yet, while she's just over there fast asleep. This young dad just wants his daughter to have a totally chill life where she's always happy and stays super healthy. The girl beams with joy and spins around to her mom, asking exactly who this guy is, while our hero realizes his daughter is just super curious and wants to test her new medical skills on the... She says she's gotta level up her magic until it's way stronger than that disaster, Samus. Her daughter is totally blown away by how hard her mom works. But really, The girl rushes to her mom for a huge hug and tells her that this is seriously hard work. Our main guy catches himself totally spacing out over her smile. Out of nowhere, another girl walks right up to him, and he says what's up to Eliza. He asks her when she finally showed up, and she tells him she literally just got there. The daughter asks who the visitor is, the newcomer is totally shocked he has a kid, and then the guy drops the bomb that she's actually the Empress. The girl's jaw drops because she can't believe she's actually standing in front of the real Empress. This new lady gives her full name and tells them she's ready to... She says she knows him, and get this, Alexander is actually the Vice Emperor. The girl looks totally shocked as the truth finally hits her, and she admits she was actually reborn right in his house. The Empress just smiles and says the girl was totally reborn, reminding everyone that they all saw it happen. She tells Alex he definitely got the best soul, but our girl just fires back that she would have been the perfect daughter for the Empress. She looks away and tells Alexander to drop it because it's a totally different situation, leaving her dad standing there in complete shock. The Empress turns back to say it was nice meeting her, but then... The little girl says she forgot, so the heroine asks if her memory was actually wiped, but the kid just shakes her head and says she totally blanked on her name. She says it doesn't even matter because she's gonna totally forget him once she's reincarnated anyway. He asks if she didn't say she couldn't wait, but she admits she was wrong and can totally wait now since she knows she's going to be reborn. The Empress asks him if he's finally figured out a way to spot the guy. Our hero thinks he can dive into her soul to wake up her memories, but that's way too slow, so he decides to just make it happen right here and now. She's totally impressed and asks if he's actually for real, begging him to look deep into her soul. But as she starts to undress, he stops her right there and asks what she's even doing. He uses his magic to dive into his daughter's soul, apologizing because it's going to be a total nightmare. But it's the only way to save her from eternal suffering. Luck. He snaps his eyes open to find 3 girls hovering over him, and they're all asking if he's doing okay. Our guy says he was just caught off guard. Then he looks at his daughter and tells her he finally figured out her name. She asks if he's for real, and he tells her that her name is Sand Sacrifices. He's totally shocked because that's the name of the legendary saint who saved the whole world from the Silver Catastrophe. The girl is totally shocked by what she just heard, and the next day in the village, a neighbor walks up to our hero and asks if he's ready to just hand over his land. He tells them this is their land now, and once they plant these beans to mark the border, nobody can ever take it away, and the neighbors are totally hyped for the advice. The daughter asks her mom if her dad is always this wild with everyone, and the bride just says yeah, this is actually pretty normal for him. She tells him Alexander can be way cooler and she's dying to see it happen. The hero's fiancé turns to his daughter and tells her that her age doesn't change a thing. She promises the girl she'll be having a blast soon and tells her to just hang tight for a bit. She thanks her mom and says she's really not trying to be disrespectful. She stomps her foot so hard the ground literally shatters, and as the heroine falls into the pit, She screams to her mom that she totally forgot her own strength.
Both girls go crashing straight to the ground.
She's totally confident those pigs will be fine since her fake body is built to tank all this pain. Out of nowhere, he scoops up his daughter and asks if she's doing okay. He tells her that if she's ever in trouble, she shouldn't just deal with it alone. She just needs to call him and he'll definitely show up to save her. His fiancée turns to their daughter to see if she's hurt, but the girl tells her she's totally okay. She turns to her mom and asks her to hold off on mentioning their talk for now. Our hero gets super suspicious and asks what's really going on. But the daughter says she just wants to keep things like this for a bit longer. And while the other girl agrees, the real shock. The daughter screams at her dad, totally hyped that she finally knows her own name. He tells her he found a super simple spell while studying that they need to use ASAP, but since it requires her blood, he just hopes she's cool with it. She's totally stunned and asks him again, but Alexander promises it's all true, explaining that her DNA is finally going to reveal her real name, and she says she totally gets it now. The girl is actually pretty confused about her new body, explaining that her dad used sun magic to recreate her old look by pulling DNA directly from her blood. She says she's ready to go, but he tells her to hold on because he's got to warn Yoku about her real name. He says it's all about the name carved into her soul, and once she knows it, she'll finally chill out and listen because that name is what made her who she is, which is a total blessing. He's totally sure that once she gets a real name, she'll finally be happy, and her life will get way better. She's totally stoked about her upcoming success, and when she starts turning bright red, the MC notices and asks why she's blushing so hard. He tells her she doesn't need to try so hard to please him and should just be herself, but his daughter shakes her head and totally disagrees. She swears she'll never go against her dad's wishes. Our hero finally takes a second to give her a massive thank you for everything.
He lets loose with his magic.
Suddenly, the main character's daughter starts feeling some really weird things she's never felt before. Once the magic wears off, he asks if she felt anything, and after she says yes, Alexander tells her to remember his name, but keep it a total secret from the rest of the world. She hugs her dad tight and thanks him, swearing that she'll never let a single soul know her real name. She says she's totally happy, and he's just praying she'll be alright, but fast forward a few days later. Our guy is grinding to finish his report on time because he's got to get it out before Astaroth shows back up. It's been long enough, and now the legendary Alexander is finally back in the game with a ton of stuff to take care of. He looks at her and says it's been way too long since they last met, asking how she's been. But she tells him she's super busy and knows they're being watched, before getting straight to the point about what went down the other day. Angels and humans have always been close, with angels basically acting like a GPS for anyone being reborn. But only God knows a person's true name because angels aren't allowed to see inside. He says he finally mastered the magic, and the angel explains that he's been stacking up virtue energy every day to level up, giving him a body that's basically packed with the power of a god. This power is way too dangerous for a regular person, and if he doesn't do something, a god might notice and snatch it away. Alexander asks what happens next, and the angel. He asks again, totally freaking out, and the angel explains that his body is overflowing with way too much divine energy, but if he had a god to follow, he could just pretend the power is theirs, hiding his real strength from the big boss while dumping all that extra energy into his deity. It all finally clicks for our hero, and the angel tells him that if he just swaps names with the god, the whole mess will fix itself. He asks if she should just wipe his memory to save him the stress, but she tells him no way, because he does so much good and people really need him. She thinks that because he's done so much good, God might actually show some mercy and forgive him for all the bad stuff. Our hero knows he's got a way better shot if a god helps out, so he's got to figure out how to solve this problem fast. She gives him a smirk and says she's basically forced to help, but the guy is totally clueless about what she actually means. The angel speaks up and tells him she's hooking him up with an insane gift from the gods. She warns him to stay ready because God could drop by at any second. He's totally confused because he feels exactly the same, but she tells him he's never going to age again. Basically, she just made him immortal. He says he's still got God's power, and even though it'll take some time to get it all back, the hero asks just how insane that strength really is. The angel says this rank is top tier since it's basically God-level power. And even though he thinks it's a total waste of time, he's doing it just to stay safe. She says sorry because she's got to get back to work, but the hero warns her the harvest is already starting and they need to move fast. He figures he'll just ask her later, but Angel thinks the whole thing is super interesting and tells him he's got to fly over and check it out soon. Then it clicks. The hero they're talking about is from the Lord's clan, and she remembers a girl asking him if he has a divine gift, telling him not to sweat it because the angel screams that she's got to take off right now or she'll be out of time. She tells him that mastering this crazy new divine power will be a struggle at first, but Honestly, our guy was already a beast at everything else even without this power. He looks at Alexander's massive size and warns that only a top-tier god could handle that kind of power and live forever, so he's gotta be super careful. Someone turns to our hero and says they've been waiting for him, so he suggests they go check out the villagers. He catches someone spying on him and starts wondering what they could possibly want from him. Viad asks if something actually went down. The guy says no, thinking he just saw a weird flash of magic, but a villager tells him they're throwing a massive party in his honor, and he can grab whatever food or gear he wants. Up in the north, Twilight Village is legendary for its massive harvests, thanks to some cool greenhouse magic. And since this year's crop was the biggest yet, the locals made sure to thank our hero for all his help. A villager offers to show him to their room, so he tells his bride to just relax and eat up, explaining that his divine magic keeps him powered for over a week without food, so The girl tells him she totally gets it. Just like the angel warned, that holy energy was totally changing his body, but he never found a safe spot to actually sit down and master his new powers. Our guy tries to crash in this new spot, but he just can't get any sleep. He turns around and spots his bride lying right there beside him. He sees her totally knocked out and sleeping like a baby. Alexander wishes he could crash that hard too. He's still got stuff to do, but he decides it can all wait until tomorrow. The guy shuts his eyes, but he suddenly snaps awake and reaches for his sword. He blocks the spies attacking from below and asks who this random person is that just crashed into his bedroom. Out of nowhere, a kid shows up and tells him straight to his face that he's gotta die. The kid straight up asks him who's the one who actually hired him. The hero claims his master warned that if Alexander stays alive, their crops will rot and everyone will starve, so he vows to end him right now. But Alexander just asks if he's got anything. The guy turns to his girl and begs her to stay, but right then, the villain activates his crazy eye power and says our hero is totally finished. Alexander wonders if this is the power of the Philosopher's Stone as the kid lunges forward, swearing he's finally gonna end this guy. The heroes finally clash in a massive showdown. The kid is totally confused why his magic isn't working, but the guy explains it's actually super simple. His power just cancels out the energy in the enemy's eye and drains them completely, all because he's got some insane, non-human strength hidden deep inside him. The kid tries to bolt, but the guy instantly cuts him off. She's begging him to let her go, but he tells her the magic in his head is fading fast, and he's about to run totally out of juice. Alexander demands they stop right now, telling the girl she's totally focusing on the wrong things. She asks why her master even made her do that, since she's totally clueless and has no idea what's going on. She claims her only reason for existing was to take him down. But now that her magic is totally gone, she's got nothing left. And the guy realizes he's heard this exact same speech before. He gets that this is her fate, but this magic is way too intense, and if she keeps using it, it's literally going to kill her. Yet she just keeps repeating what her master told. He tries to talk some sense into her, but she just bolts right out the window. Alexander knows she didn't finish the job, so she's definitely coming back. His fiancé is just praying the girl uses her insane power to make the right choice. Since our main, the next morning she literally sneaks through his window just to say what's up. Alexander was waiting and tells her to come in, but the surprise guest immediately asks if he's got another girl with him. She says he looks like a total noble, and since they're all greedy creeps, she demands to know what he did to the girl. But Alexander calls it a lame stereotype and asks if her master was the one who told her that. She says he warned her to stay on guard and not trust a single word the hero says. She asks if he's forcing the girl to stay, but Alexander just claims his fiancée is there by choice. She asks if she's actually happy, and says she doesn't think it's possible, but he tells her that at least she's always got a smile on her face. Alex tells her that girls look way better when they smile, and he's dying to hear her laugh, especially since he's totally convinced he's the hottest guy in the room. She's got this huge grin on her face. Our hero thinks she's super cute, but then the little girl turns around and says she's gotta leave, so Alexander tells her to come back soon, which makes her ask him to say he's warned to stay on guard because even though he shut that eye down, its power could still wreck her. He tells her to keep smiling because he's sure her inner power will end up way stronger than any magic. The little girl thanks him and finally cracks a smile for the first time. Everyone's thanking Alexander and Angie, and the young man thanks them right back, telling them he'll see them all again in a year. He's stoked that everything worked out, but says it's finally time to head home. The bride turns to him and asks if he's really sure they should just leave that. He pulls her into a hug and tells her to hang on tight because they're finally heading home. Right at that moment, the master's student is lurking nearby, keeping a close eye on the house from a distance. She's back to sneaking through his window again. The guy is totally relieved to see her. She just shrugs it off, saying she didn't really have a choice anyway. Alexander just straight up asks her what her name is. She tells him her name is Dorothy, so the hero asks who even gave her that name. The little girl says she's had that name for as long as she can remember, and the guy thinks it's honestly super cute. She says sorry, but she's gotta head back right now before her master totally flips out. She hands him a stone that's the exact same color as her eyes, and when he points out the master gave it to her just to kill him, she says she has no choice but to follow orders. She chucks a stone and her whole body suddenly morphs into a massive monster. He points his sword right at her, betting that the stone is what's changing her body since it works just like a philosopher's stone anyway. He's totally blown away by the insane surge of power coming from that stone.
This girl trapped in a monster's body suddenly lunges at our main characters.
He figures out he has to break the spell fast or she's a goner. These stones are turning people into straight-up monsters, and he's got to find a way to save her. She's got no clue why her master would actually turn her into a monster like this. But right then, a single thought pops into his head. He's convinced there's a way to save her without anyone dying, so he waits for the perfect opening to choke her unconscious, and finally makes his move. Alexander refuses to let her die and moves her soul for a fresh start, begging Dorothy for one last shot to fix all his mistakes.
Our guy finally unleashes a massive spell.
He's hyping himself up because he knows they're totally about to crush it. Our guy starts messing with that outer shell to see if he can change it. She finally starts to wake up, and the guy pulls her into a hug, asking Dorothy if she's doing all right. She realizes she's totally naked and demands to know what he did, knowing she's in deep trouble for missing her deadline with the master. The hero calls it like he sees it, saying her master is just using her as a human weapon to kill his enemies, and even though she says it's her duty, the boy, he says she's gonna die before she even gets a chance to live, so he's straight up refusing to let her put herself in danger. He says he just wants to see her smile again so she can finally be happy. That's why he's going all out to make her smile as much as he can, as long as Dorothy puts in the effort to help him out. She finally felt like her frozen heart was actually starting to melt. Our main guy drops by to see Dorothy's master. The master says she's put in the work and is finally free to do whatever she wants. Our hero is totally stoked to hear. The master is desperate and will say literally anything just to get some peace and quiet. Our hero tells him to chill out because he's going to handle everything himself. Now, the guy has no clue what's going on, feeling like he just glitched right out of the real world.
He demands to know what that angel actually did.
She looks him right in the eyes and tells him to listen up and not miss a single word. The guy refuses to listen and starts talking trash, so the angel checks his rank and tells him he must have been a total jerk, making him ask if he was actually on trial before he died. The angel tells him straight up that because of how he lived, he's coming back as a pig or a cow in his next life. The guy screams at her to shut up, but she just tells him to live his next life the right way, making the master flip out and shout that he's definitely not dying. He's begging her to stay, but Angela says her job is finished and says goodbye, so he thanks her for helping him fix his soul, and says sorry for dragging her into this mess so suddenly. She tells him not to sweat it because she's got his back 24/7. Then, our guy pulls out a special document signed by her master. Right then and there, she admits she actually lost to the guy who summons an angel just by touching his chin, and our hero is totally blown away. Fast forward a few days, and the guy and his bride are finally waking up. Our guy stares out the window, wondering what's about to go down. He spots Dorothy and says hey, asking if she actually liked the room he gave her, or if she stayed somewhere else, but she tells him she slept totally fine. She actually loved crashing in the attic, which totally caught our hero off guard since the fool kept complaining about how dusty and cramped it was. She says she's actually totally used to living in a place like this. He's wondering how much longer she's gonna keep fighting the truth, because he really thought she'd be hyped to finally be free from her master. But maybe even though she used to be a mercenary, he still needs to scan her magic to check her rank and see how much power she's really packing. Today he's gonna train the bride and test out her magic, so the hero invites Dorothy to tag along, but even though she wants to, she's stuck inside since she can't handle. She's totally down to train, but her master banned her from coming out during the day, and Alexander knows it'll be super hard to change after she followed that rule for so long. He tells the girl to hang tight for a bit and promises he'll be right back. He hands her a dagger made from the scales and bones of the disaster monster, and he even threw in some of its blood to make the magic superpower. She checks out the dagger like a total pro who knows exactly what she's looking at. She asks if she can keep it, and he tells her it looks totally perfect on her, even suggesting she give the blade a test run.
She slashes right through that shadow.
Our hero explains that this shadow is a special totemic space perfect for training and tells her to hop right in. The hero asks if I'm down to train, but since we're stuck in the shadows where the sun can't reach, we have to think it over, and she totally. Alexander says he's gotta head out right now because his girlfriend is totally losing her patience waiting outside. He starts training Angie and tells her straight up that her magic is still way too weak. He watches her grow every single day, but her magic is totally busted, and it's gonna be a huge mission to figure out why her power is so pitch black. Out of nowhere, Dorothy starts coughing like crazy. Angie asks why she just crawled out of the dirt, but the girl says it's actually super warm and cozy down there. Hairline is totally stunned, so Dorothy decides she's gonna go check it out herself. Our main guy makes a huge move that shows he's totally serious now. He's gotta find out if her shell is still stuck inside Dorothy's body. Alexander explains that mixing phantom illusions with shadows is the secret to controlling them. But that's also why the magic is acting so crazy and unstable. She's totally on board with what he's saying. If these are legit spells, there's a chance magic will be gone for good. Angie says not to sweat it because Alex is a total powerhouse who'll find the answer easily, even without using his restoration magic. The hero tells her to stop stressing because Dorothy's magic is so insane that there's almost zero chance she'll lose her powers, so he just asks her to trust him. You total idiot, you just killed the lights again, but joke's on you because water power works in the blazing sun just as well as the shade. The dragon asks if he's ready to throw down, and he just looks him in the eye and says he's born ready. He thinks you're totally clueless about the massive disaster of a fight that's coming your way. Out of nowhere, Dorothy just pops up right in the middle of the fight. Wait, what is our main guy even saying to her right now? Her power was just getting more and more insane. After all that hard work, a notification pops up showing that all the magic stats have switched places, so the MC finally triggers his special eye ability. That dragon is tracking his every single move. She realizes all that insane power is actually trapped right inside the eye. The guy finally tracks down Herschel's hiding spot. It turns out the girl's eyes hold the secret to controlling shadows. She can literally command disasters to do her bidding. She asks if this is really gonna help, and he tells her that with this power, they're gonna learn a ton together. Dorothy, you're a total legend. Suddenly, our guy spots something and thinks he's seeing actual angels show up. He whips around to face the exact spot where he saw those dark figures. Suddenly, an angel pops up right in front of him. She asks why he's calling her so late at night. He tells her he needs her to dive into Dorothy's soul. One wrong move and nobody will ever trust him again. She asks if he even realizes how much they're putting on the line right now. She did this all the time back when she was just chilling with her squad, and they'd spend their days swimming in the lake, snatching people up just by staring straight into their souls. They'd constantly swipe their clothes just to lure them out and blast them with magic to finally deal with those annoying thieves. She was having a total blast, but she had to quit once things got way too dangerous. She asks if she's gotta slice this shadow with a knife and says sorry for what's about to happen. She ends up right in Dorothy's shower and is totally shocked by how huge it is. But when the girl spots her, the angel quickly says sorry for barging in. She dives into Dorothy's memories and finds out the girl was born with a weak D rank. But Kirsty took her in as a kid and raised her to be a mercenary. Is she actually? The angel says he's gonna dig deep, wipe out every bad memory, and totally wash himself clean. She tells her she's gotta balance out the shadows and find that specific magic Alex uses. If she pulls it off, she'll finally control her power and hit a brand new rank. The hero finally gets it and tells her that her magic can save everyone in the future, but he's cut off before he can even finish his sentence. The angel cuts him off, claiming she's gonna purify the soul and turn it into something totally new without breaking the creator's rules. And after seeing her magic in action, maybe this is actually... Our main guy says he finally gets exactly what's going on. The angel just replies that if that's the case, her job here is officially done. She tries to make a break for the door, but she's totally stuck. She says she used to breeze through this door all the time, so it's super weird that she's totally stuck now. She says she's not trying to point fingers, but she's pretty sure everything went south the second they met. Our guys think this whole thing is way too weird to just be a coincidence. He figures she already tried to break through somewhere else, and he's positive she's finally gonna pull it off. She points out that his rank just leveled up, explaining that she was actually too weak to fit through the door she made back then. The angel is totally lost, but the hero reminds her how much she's helped them both now and in the past. And even though she didn't think angels got this kind of love, she finally got a rank up, so she's officially done being just another basic angel for the rest of her life. Amelia's test is finally here, and she says she's gotta dive into the shadows, while the MC nods along because this is the only way to see if she's actually got what it takes. He realizes this weird effect only hits people who've actually used them, Herschel. So since there's a chance Amelia could borrow that power, he hands her a knife that slices right through them. Inside the shadows, everyone can swap powers, but only the Shadow Lord can rule the darkness, and everyone in it, except for our hero who's totally immune and just reflects every attack right back at his enemies. She thinks it's totally awesome, but she's worried she'll be useless since her magic is so weak, until the hero explains that being a maid is all about using magic to polish furniture and brew the perfect tea. making her powers actually super helpful. She's tagging along because she knows her stuff, and she turns bright red when the hero tells her they're lucky to have her. She tells him he can use her however he wants, but he shuts that down fast, saying he's just borrowing her powers and telling her not to twist his words before checking if she's actually... Suddenly, his daughter pounces on him, reminding him he totally promised to take her mom into the city. She turns to the maid and asks her what she's even doing. Her dad says she's helping him with something, but then she catches a glimpse of his shadow. She begs to go along so she can help her dad, but he shuts her down and says there's absolutely no way. The girl dives straight into the hole too, and get this, she was actually a saint who saved tons of people in her past life. Alexander has no idea just how insane the sun's power really is. He's wondering if she can actually save Amelia, and if Amelia will turn on the company, but he's gonna give it a shot anyway. Man, I'm seriously wondering what kind of insane skills Amelia is gonna end up mastering. His plan went off without a hitch, and as he feels her devouring all that energy, he's seriously questioning if she's actually a saint. Our hero yells down the hole for Amelia to come out, and once the maid pops up, he thanks her and tells her that her powers are seriously OP. She looks totally lost, so Alex asks her what the heck just happened. She tells him his shadow felt super warm and amazing, which totally catches him off guard because Dorothy said the exact same thing, but her reaction was way different. The daughter crawls out of the hole and tells her dad that being in his shadow is super intense, but it feels so good her heart is practically pounding out of her chest. Our guy isn't sweating it since everyone's safe, especially since they can just use restoration magic to fix everything. This is exactly how they heal up and get back on their feet. Alexander asks how they're feeling and explains he used the Sana Shana power to heal them, which is basically the legendary power everyone calls holy energy. The girl is totally blown away by her own magic, and when Alexander asks if she was really that clueless, she admits she just thought her smile made people feel better naturally, but now she finally understands her true power. Cut to the maid's room, where a girl asks her friend if she's really with Alexander, and she admits that being in his shadow felt so warm and amazing that she's never felt better. She just admitted she's totally falling in love. The rest of the maids crowd around and beg Alexander to let them dive into the shadow too. The guy has no idea what's going on and is totally blown away that they're bringing up his shadow. From that day on, Amelia was like a totally different person. She started smiling way more, and would turn bright red every time she saw him. It looks like our main guy finally caught on. The guy confirms that after that day, the maids started following Alex everywhere, getting way too hyped up on his energy and cleaning the whole house like a total maniac. Out of nowhere, the Lord drops in on our main guy, saying it's been way too long and asking how he's been doing. The guy's totally lost on how he even got here, and now this dude's starting to ask some serious questions. He thanks the maid for walking him out and tells her she's finally free. He notices the maid is actually super cute and asks if they've run into Amelia yet. The guy says he just wanted to see if the rumors were legit, but our hero has no idea what he's even talking about. He explains that everyone's talking about the maids being home and how the young guy has been super sweet to the master lately, showing it's not just his looks that charm people, but his awesome attitude too. The hero plays it cool and says it was all Amelia's own power, while the guy mentions that the maid he met was actually a total sweetheart. He points out that the tea is straight up amazing, but Alexander is way too humble to admit how good he really is. The boys are totally confused because they thought being humble was a good thing, but the man tells them it's actually a huge waste of time to ignore how talented you really are. He stops playing games and straight up asks the hero if he can borrow his maid for a bit. The kid asks why he needs more maids when he's already got a full staff, but the owner just says you can never have enough, which honestly sounds super sketchy to him. The guy says he sees zero issues with it and tells him to take some time to think about the deal. Our hero's convinced nobody's actually going to want to leave the estate, and then the guy just says his goodbyes. Ever since he shared his shadow secret with the maid and started feeling way happier, he's convinced his theory about Dorothy is actually working, which means his power is going to keep blowing up every single day until he hits a level he can't even imagine yet. If his soul rank levels up, his energy is going to spike too, so it totally makes sense that the maid's magic is getting way stronger. This guy is seriously praying that his life is finally about to turn around for good. Out of nowhere, an angel pops up right beside him and tells him he's totally right. The hero has no clue who she is and asks if they've met, but she explains that ranking up totally transformed her look. Alexander says he has something to tell her, but the girl just explains that the world is finally finding its balance. She asks if he's felt his power acting up, especially since this mansion is crawling with some seriously high-level souls. Our hero asks if there's any way to fix this, and the angel explains that when the energy gets way too high, the world does everything it can to force itself back into balance. So the world is getting wrecked by people born from all these wars, while heaven is a totally different vibe where the angels are completely cut off from everyone else. She warns that the entire world is in massive danger unless they take out a specific number of people right away. Our hero's already got enough on his plate, and he can't believe a sudden burst of energy is actually throwing the whole world out of whack. She accidentally catches every single word they're saying. Our hero asks the angel if the philosopher's stone is the answer, suddenly remembering exactly what that guy told him. Alexander asks if heaven really has a shield protecting their world, and the angel tells him it's 100% true. The hero's like, if that's how it's going down, then they need to put up a barrier too. Angel is totally freaking out, but Alexander tells her he was reborn with all his old memories, so he's gonna try to use that knowledge to build the barrier. He holds out the items to the angel and begs him to finally look his way. He's holding one of the most powerful metals ever, which is the same stuff his master used to forge his sword, so now he's gotta find the perfect spot to use it to shield the... Our hero finally tracks down the exact spot he was looking for. He taps the ball against the rock and says he's officially starting to build the barrier. He uses his magic to throw up a massive shield. Making this ball takes way more energy than the magic power used to create it. Our hero realizes this kid has the same insane power as a god, and if he didn't have that divine energy inside him, his body would just give out and he'd be dead. He's totally out of juice, but the mansion is finally safe, and even though Angel claims this is real magic, she's dead wrong. Everything kicks off right in the middle of their tea party. The squad is finally chilling at the table when the girl mentions it's been way too long since they just sat down and talked, and Alexander totally agrees with her. The main girl tells her friend she looks amazing, and Daehei brags that he and Alex have been hyping her up non-stop. The maid says her sorries and starts heading for the exit. The girl turns to Eliza and explains she brought her here because the maids are seriously acting out. She says Amelia saw Lisa way before all that shadow and energy stuff went down, but the girl claims she doesn't remember it at all. Our hero asks how she remembers all that, since Eliza runs the whole country and barely even knows a girl like Amelia. Eliza admits her brain goes totally blank whenever she's around Alex, and she starts blushing like crazy. The lady asks what's going on and why he called them, but the guy admits he honestly has no clue himself. He explains that his shadow is the reason his rank shot up, and the girls are totally blown away. Suddenly, the ruler walks right up to the girl and asks if she's Alex's girlfriend, but Alex says she's just someone super important to him, which is exactly why he brought her here. He says sorry for cutting them off, but he really needs the scoop on that shadow, and she's totally down to tell him. She spots a shadow creeping up, and as the guy grabs the dagger, he tells her this blade is exactly how the maid was able to sneak in every single day. The king is totally shocked and asks if this seriously happened every single day. She sprints right up to him and asks if she can dive into his shadow. Even their friend is totally down for it, so the MC agrees but tells the girls they better stay safe.
Both girls dive straight inside.
They realize it's super warm and massive in here, which is crazy because you'd expect a shadow to be dark and tight, but it's actually filled with light. She feels a cozy warmth just like she's in Alex's arms, but when her friend calls out to Eliza, everything starts feeling totally weird. The girls are totally confused, asking what's happening and why they suddenly feel so amazing. They never imagined they'd actually get to feel this amazing. Eliza is super jealous of Alex's maids, but it turns out they're feeling the exact same way about her. He has no clue what's going on or why his whole body is shaking like crazy. She just brushes right past him. She collapses onto the couch totally wiped out while the guy just stands there watching her. She says that caught her totally off guard, so he starts panicking and asks if she's actually doing okay. She says everything's cool, but were all those maids really hiding in his shadow? The hero tells her that yeah, every single one of them was. The girl tells them straight up that rank isn't the only thing that matters. His praise gets everyone hyped to give it their all, but the girl just stares into her tea and says she wants to stay in his shadow today. She looks up with tears in her eyes and begs him to let her do it, and the hero finally gives her the okay. She's totally hyped about Alex's shadow, and it's seriously driving everyone else insane. The man says it's their first time meeting Alexander, and this rich noble is already trying to offer up his daughter to be a maid. Our main guy asks him one more time. He thought the Duke had some super serious business to handle, but he totally didn't expect this. The guy knows he's being pretty. Alexander is totally blindsided because handing his daughter over to a maid would ruin her reputation, and he can't figure out what this guy is even thinking. Honestly, it's super awkward to admit, but his daughter literally doesn't know how to do anything. The guy spent forever stressing over how he was actually supposed to raise E. That. Any girl who joins him turns into a perfect maid almost instantly, and she becomes an amazing person in the process. Our hero can't wrap his head around how even the king is hyping up his maids. He tells the man he totally gets the plan and is happy to help out. The dad who finally tracked. Our hero tells the dad to hear him out, explaining that his daughter won't get special treatment and will work just like the other maids, and the father is so happy he thanks him with everything he's got. The guy is stressing if everything will work out, but his relative just laughs and says that noble daughters are taking over as the main characters everywhere. He's hyping up his son-in-law, and now someone else wants the MC to raise their granddaughter, but our guy is just trying to get everyone to chill out. No surprise there, and soon all the other rich nobles were jumping in too. He wouldn't marry their daughters, but he promised to help them out, so he took their maid under his wing. Rich kids usually grow up to be total jerks and get reborn as lowlifes, so he figured hiring them as maids might actually save them from that fate. Everyone's hyping him up, saying that the more maids he collects, the braver he'll be, and they all start laughing while joking that even the emperor's daughter. Alexander asks why they're all smirking, but then someone begs for forgiveness and says they brought even more, and the MC knows that voice anywhere. Once you die, you finally find out about this one crazy rule. Whatever you delivered in your past life totally changes your next one. This all kicks off up in heaven exactly 15 years ago. This angel says she's been waiting for this soul, but the moment she calls out his number, he is totally not having it. The girl says sorry, but the spirit hates being called by her old name. She still has no clue that she's actually dead. Then the angel drops the bomb and tells her now it's time to decide her new rank, and the soul is totally panicking, begging to be anything but a slave. She'd even settle for being a tiny beetle. The angel tells her to relax because everything is going to be okay, especially since she died a hero in the servants' rebellion just to save 3 slaves. This should have boosted her rank, but since she took out merchants and nobles, she's probably dropping down, and now the angel's asking what happened to the noble's daughter. If she hit that next rank, she could have ruled an entire country, but now she's being reborn as a noble's daughter, and her soul is totally down for the deal. She scribbles it down just like that, and it looks like this soul is stuck being a total selfish brat forever with absolutely no way to fix it. Her friend walks up to tell her she did an awesome job today, and asks if she's heard the rumors about them sending tons of people to Earth to work as maids. The goddess just predicted that in a few years, a bunch of rich noble girls are gonna end up working as maids, but it's actually not gonna ruin their happy lives at all. Angel was totally blown away because everyone was losing their minds waiting to see these girls finally start their shifts as maids. Looks like these angels can kiss their vacation goodbye. Every era is different, but things got really weird when Alex was born, starting a brand new age where noble ladies actually become maids and end up way happier than anyone before them. Standing by the window, 13-year-old Angie tells Alex it's time to move, knowing they're another year older and getting way closer to being adults. Alex is her age and tells her he totally gets it, so Angie lets someone step inside. A maid pops into the room with a huge smile, wishing him a good morning and asking if he slept okay. Angie is totally hyped. Her sister is finally home and asks when she got back, and while her sister says she just arrived with a bunch of gifts, she looks over at the guy and suddenly remembers something important. She winks and asks Alex to keep looking after her, calling him her master, and he just smiles and agrees to the deal. Everyone's hanging out outside when Alex tells Angie it's time to hit the road, and as she agrees, her sister bows and wishes them luck on their trip. Ever since Duke Owen made his request the other day, a bunch of thankful ladies have been working as maids for this big bearded guy. Eliza decided to take a break and try being a maid to see how her people actually live, and Alex thinks that's just so typical of her. Amelia gives Eliza a total thumbs up for her work as the new head maid this spring, while our main guy is busy prepping to take over his dad's legacy. Eliza looks so natural in that maid outfit that you'd never guess her secret, even though the truth about her past totally blew her mind. The original maids know Eliza's secret, and while they're keeping quiet for now, rumors can start at any time, so let's just hope it stays that way. She asks if he's worried and tells him to just watch her work, and while he's totally down, he's not sure how to stay out of the way until someone comes up with a genius plan. The girl excitedly asks Eliza to play, but Eliza stays busy sweeping and says she's on the clock, while another maid asks if she's cleaning her plate right and gets told it looks totally perfect. Whatever you do, don't touch those dishes with your bare hands, or they'll get all stained up when the owner uses them later. She tells Eliza she'll be more careful from now on, but suddenly, a creepy living eyeball peeks out from around the corner. The hand is sitting right on the screen where the eye's face is showing, and it's moving around like it's no big deal. She's giving tips to another maid, and the girl watching thinks it's crazy how chill the Empress is to let her talk so casually, especially since her work is totally perfect. It's honestly a shame she's the Empress, and while our guy says he has no clue what to think, you can't deny she's absolutely killing it. While the 3 of them are glued to the screen, someone suddenly stops the girl to ask if she's new around here. She just stares at them in total silence, and when they ask for her name again, she totally snaps because she doesn't even know who she is. Turns out she's actually the oldest daughter of Duke Owen, and her dad is the one who asked Alex to hire her as a maid. Her family tree is a total mystery, but she's a hard worker, and the MC realizes she's actually just as clueless about her past as everyone else. The Duke's daughter points right at the girl and asks her to join her squad, leaving her looking totally confused. She says they only met because of this place, so she's being nice and letting her join the squad, but she better listen up and follow her orders. She's building her own squad because she's tired of everyone trying to flex their family names to get ahead. Alex thinks she'd totally pass out if she found out the truth, but she just looks away and says she's not interested at all. She's honestly just hyped to be here after the total nightmare it took to become Alex's maid, but now she needs to stop stressing over orders and start focusing on becoming Queen of the Mountain. The Duke's daughter tells her to get up, but she's got to get back to her chores. Seriously, who does she think she is? She's literally the Duke's daughter. He catches it and thinks Eliza should have handled this herself, but if she keeps acting like this, it's only going to lead to trouble. He wants to ask her to keep an eye on her, but he feels like he's just being a total pain, even though the eye says everything is totally fine. You can totally see from the little sis that she's crazy about Alex, and the maids keep showing up, getting louder and crazier. One even sneezes out of nowhere. Alex starts freaking out inside the house, screaming that something's totally wrong because it's suddenly broad daylight outside. Everyone crowds together and stares at the same spot, and when Alex asks what's up, the girl tells him the seal is totally gone. He finally gets it, and she explains that this is the seal of locusts, a monster that uses toxic gas to rot every plant and village until everything is dead. His magic was a total fail, so he tried sealing her in a bag of calamity claws, but she somehow vanished while the maid stared at the Duke's daughter. She asks for the truth, but the girl totally panics, points a finger right at her, and screams that it's all her fault. The bag looked like total junk and she forgot to mention it was special, but a maid still has no business touching her master's things like that. He tells her to quit being so stubborn, and right when she's about to snap back, our main guy steps in and shuts them both down. Finding those locusts is the top priority right now, so they've got to hunt down the incinerator where the trash ends up since they still haven't found it. She couldn't have gone far, but then this massive thing pops out of nowhere and the Duke's daughter starts screaming. He jumps in to save her, knowing his old magic and physical hits were useless. But now that he's basically a god, he's ending her rampage right here with a massive sword strike. Something crashes down from the sky, the monster starts screaming like crazy, and the Duke's daughter watches the whole thing go down. He sticks the landing, and the whole squad goes crazy because he actually pulled it off. He appeared right in her face, but since Chosen says she's not hurt, the guy just grins and says that makes things way easier for him. She seriously shouldn't do that again because it's way too risky, but even though she totally messed up, he's still looking out for her. He asks the maid how Chosen is doing, and while she's clearly got him on her mind, she's currently stuck sweeping the floor as punishment. She's doing exactly what she's told to make everything right, but she still looks super annoyed every now and then. If she had just explained things right, none of this would have gone down, and now she's bowing her head because she feels super guilty. She spots an egg and wonders if she wants a pet, but it's actually from Locust, the same person she thought killed her. He finally takes her down, but it turns out she can literally turn into an egg, and I never expected that to be the only thing left of her. Dad just said she did exactly what he expected, and he looked totally hyped. But does that mean those locusts are coming back the second that egg hatches? And he seriously thinks he can't. He's totally fine with letting him eat it, and the guy's just happy P offered to help. But then, boom, the egg starts cracking. A creepy hand reaches out as the monster sits up, and everyone goes wild celebrating the birth of this baby locust. They both stare at the baby locust in total shock. This thing is basically a disaster waiting to happen. It actually looks kind of like a cute puppy. The guy covers his mouth though because the baby looks super guilty as he says sorry, even trying to hide his face behind a piece of his eggshell. He thanks the group for stopping him as all his memories come flooding back, even the exact moment they sealed him away. So, does he actually get to keep his memories? He says yeah, and eventually, he's gonna be back to his old self. He tries to bolt immediately and says goodbye, but Alex is totally panicking and tells him to wait up. He screams at the maids to grab him, but they're just staring at the monster in total shock. They get ready and ask if they just have to catch him, telling him to give up, but then they see how totally pathetic he looks. They finally catch the monster, but that nasty mist starts shredding their clothes to pieces. The monster begs them to back off and let him go, but the girl just touches his face and tells him that's not gonna happen. They claim it's all for their master and Alex won't actually hurt him, so he just needs to give up and accept it. He tells them everything is totally fine and he's not running away, then asks the girls if they're doing okay. He says he was worried about them, showing he's actually a nice guy, and since the girls are so down to help, he tells them they can just chill in his shade. He says since he's been reborn he needs a fresh name, and while miasma just feels right, the deal he made with San means he gets a special blessing to name him. He tries to pick a name that fits, and since the monster decides not to fry him, he officially names him Lotus. This is actually the name of a color that only grows in the mud, and even though it can't handle clean water, the flower stays totally pure and beautiful just like a baby. From now on, his name is Lotus, and as a bright light wraps around the monster, he realizes that the deadly fog has finally vanished. The guy is super hyped that he doesn't have to worry about them anymore, and the monster actually thanks her. The monster asks if he can do anything to help, and the guy just gives him a super confused look. He wants to say thanks, but he really shouldn't because that thing caused a total disaster, even though it started out super chill and followed every order. He asks Lotus for a favor, telling him to grab the sword and try to stab his shadow, and Lotus immediately catches on to the plan. All he has to do is step into the shadows to borrow her powers, and he's telling her to let him take as much as he wants. He finally realizes this is the Lotus's power, and while the miasma is literally part of him, these abilities are on a whole different level. When he uses his power like this, fire erupts in his hand and his Lotus magic is totally recharged. If he used it right, he was basically unstoppable with infinite energy, making it the most insane power Alex had ever seen. This ancient dragon looks at his master and asks what he wants to ask him. Our MC asks for a scale from his body, and the guy totally agrees and hands it over. He holds it up and says it looks amazing, but when the dragon asks why he needs it, he explains he's making a sick necklace or some earrings. The dragon tells him he looks coolest when he's swinging a sword, and our hero is totally caught off guard. He realizes he can actually fix the sword, and since he's a dragon, he's totally hyped to help out. He imagines melting those scales into a coating and starts driving his sword right into them. The weapon starts glowing like crazy, and the dragon thinks it looks awesome as he feels a massive surge of energy, wondering if it just turned into a magic item. He knew this magic would be intense, but it's basically a mana vacuum that eats 10% of his energy every single second he holds it. The dragon asks if this is basically just a curse and why he even needs it, but then his new buddy Lotus shows up. Alex strokes the blade and tells it that together, they're gonna bring back all its absorbed magic. Just like training your muscles, the more you use your powers, the stronger they get, and your magic basically levels up on its own. The dragon says he knew the owner had it in him, and he's gonna keep doing his best to help the baby. Out of nowhere, Eliza looks totally stoked to finally find Alex, and when he asks what's going on, she says she's got some big news to share. She has no idea why he's literally glowing, but it's all because of those dragon scales. He's done this before, and it turns out anything made from his scales basically works like. Eliza's not sweating it because he's gonna keep things under control, and when the dragon asks why she even showed up, she finally remembers her real reason for being there. She hands him a sealed letter and tells him it's straight from the Empress herself. He totally knows she's the Empress, but she plays it off like she's just a regular maid. Alex realizes she's totally safe from the disaster because the letter is actually just about falconry. Way over in the east, there's a country where everyone's obsessed with using trained falcons to hunt down other animals. As it spread across the country, things changed a bit, and now hunters can use both swords and magic skills. This is the Empress's big first time, and even though they used to do this every month, he got an invite too, and he's way too smart to turn that down, which, Alex is finally gonna see his dad go full power, but he's stuck watching from the sidelines. No way though. Alex has to get in on the action. He's gonna crush way more. The Duke's daughter is daydreaming about falconry, while the dad tells the boy he's expecting big things from him. Our guy is going all out to catch the Empress's eye, even though he's totally not into it. The big falconry event finally kicks off, and Alex is hyped to test out his secret new training method during the hunt. The girl on stage is super hyped as she tells the crowd that the falconry they've been waiting for is finally starting. All eyes are on the announcer as he tells everyone to go all out and show off their insane power. The guy smirks because the Cho-hee family is up next. Alex mentions Hosen is joining the fight too, but he doesn't seem to care at all. His dad says he suddenly realized he'd never actually seen Hosen fight before, and right then, the beast lunged straight at him. The guy just smiles and tells the monster to relax. Then both of them jump in and start slashing with their swords. With the beast totally wrecked on the ground, Alex admits he didn't even fight. He just used his insane pressure and let his subordinates do all the work. The host is blown away, saying that's exactly how the Empire's strongest should fight. But when she offers him a prize, he admits he's already passed his title to someone else. The girl announces the Carlyle family is next, catching the MC totally off guard as everyone realizes this is the Vice Emperor, and he's finally all grown up. They ask if he's ready, he tells them he's good to go whenever, and the fight kicks off right then and there. Chosen is just standing behind a box when someone asks what she's doing, and suddenly, a massive black monster with wings and a human body appears. Everyone's totally losing it because this thing isn't on their lists, and Alex demands to know why Chosen even dragged him here. She casually calls it a trained soul eater, making it clear this isn't some basic monster. It's hiding some seriously insane power. She smiles and tells them to show the world how awesome they are. But then our hero hears a sudden scream. A monster lunges at two girls, and as our guy sprints in to save them, they scream to ask if he can even handle it, so he just yells, "Obviously!" and launches into a massive jumping attack. The monster vanishes into a cloud of black smoke. Everyone starts cheering for our hero, and then some guy asks how Chosen is holding up. He realizes he accidentally signed up for her crazy plan. But then another scream rings out as a monster pops up and the kid suddenly sprouts wings. Our hero finally figures out that any kid who touches that creepy mist transforms into a soul eater. This monster multiplies by eating the souls of children, so they're already gone. But the girl is still sobbing and begging him to save her baby. He steps up and asks for it, figuring the same trick he used to stop Dorothy from turning into a monster is totally worth a shot. Alex shuts his eyes and focuses, crafting a homunculus to house their souls, and leaving their real bodies totally lifeless as he finally pulls it off. He sees the soul eaters are finally gone, so now he just has to get those souls back into their bodies while the kids look around in total shock. The girls hugged the kids and thanked him for the save, saying he's exactly what you'd expect from the Emperor's vice, and he was just relieved they were all safe. The announcer says that was awesome, but she's sure they're gonna lose now, even though she thanks him for being a total legend and saving those kids back then. The announcer shouts for everyone to go find out what just happened, and as they agree, one person turns right toward her. Alex tells her she already knows the truth, hoping they'll trust him since everything is riding on his shoulders now. The bad guy is picked, and suddenly she hears his voice inside her head as he uses magic to talk straight to her brain. He asks to handle her himself so nobody else finds out, and she totally gets it, leaving the whole mess to him. Inside the building, Alex tells Chosen he knows she was just looking out for him, but she totally put everyone else in danger. He bans her from being his maid as punishment, and she acts totally shocked while saying her dad is taking her back, but this was all part of Amelia's secret plan. She refuses to leave his side, and even though it's totally overwhelming, he's just happy she cares this much. Even if it makes it impossible for him to actually do his... He feels a little bad for her, but Amelia is a pro at handling people like this, so that should be plenty. He tells her to forget about him for a while and just focus on her maid job, and she sadly says she understands. A few days later, he meets up with the girl and she tells him his magic has seriously leveled up thanks to her training. They only helped her out because she's got serious talent. So why'd she show up today? She actually had a favor to ask. There's no way he'd ever say. She screams at him to take her on as an intern. He gets a massive sense of déjà vu. He realizes something terrible must have happened, which means it's finally time for the... They say when your home village goes to ruin, you've got to join the army, a guild, or serve some fancy nobles just to get the experience you need. Magic schools work for the Empire's mentors and send students out on missions, and once they're gone, he's got a squad of angels to take over. Alex knows she's gone, but he's just thinking back to their first meeting, which was a total disaster, and he's still ready to take her back whenever she's... Someone asks for Alex, and as soon as he lets them in, a maid reports that soul eaters are attacking the villages of Saike and Ritunera, so he heads out to stop them right away. She asks if these are the same monsters from the falconry, and he confirms it, saying they're popping up all over the place and he's the only one who can handle them. She says if there were more of him, he could handle all these problems in different places at the same time. A genius idea finally hits him, so he thanks the girl and grabs her hand, making her turn bright red and super happy that she was actually useful. In Ritunera village, our main guy says sorry for being late and asks where the kids went, but it's already too late. They've been absorbed. It's a huge relief they're still alive, so he's gonna turn them back to normal as he pulls out this weird-looking sphere. Everyone grabs the items and asks what they are, so he tells them to just chuck them at the monsters, and even though they're confused, they let them fly. The sphere explodes mid-air, and instead of that monster, there's suddenly just a passed-out kid. His mom is super relieved he's safe, and while the boys are begging for answers, Alex tells them he'll explain later because they need to start chucking those balls right now. It seals away all magic, but he added a demon-slaying power so they can crush those soul eaters even without their spells. He tells himself to stop overthinking, but then he remembers how this tool totally froze his room and realizes he can use it just like that. Plus, if that dragon shows up, they can use these guys to fight back, and even if it doesn't kill every single devourer, it'll definitely thin them out. The girl grabs the ball, and when our main guy tries to thank Xiaomei, she just tells him it's no big deal. Agnes asks Alex what's on his mind, and he admits he's wondering if they can take all the stuff they've built and use it somewhere else. She asks if he's talking about a magic instrument, and he says yeah, thinking they could use that power to help out all the villages. He asks if this is going to help people out, and she totally agrees. but then she notices some crazy drama going down at the gate. This girl shows up asking for Alexander, but since you usually need an appointment, Alex is totally caught off guard. Chosen says her master is way too busy for her, so she decides to go find him herself while the MC just watches with a big grin. He sighs and tells Agnes to bring the girl over since she's from Ritanera. But then Agnes asks what they're supposed to do with Chosen. The guy spins around and says since her dad is looking after her now, he should be the one to explain everything. So Agnes gets the hint and walks right up to Chosen. Alex takes one look and realizes the Soul Eater mess isn't over yet, so he's got to keep punishing the Chosen ones for even longer. Lily Canada walks right up, says she's sorry, and tells him she's actually hyped to meet him. She drops to her knees to thank him for saving them that day. But he tells her not to sweat it, making her wonder if something bad happened back at the village. Lily jumps right in front of him and yells that she wants to work for him, so he asks her to repeat that one more time. He points at the maid and asks if that's what Lily's thinking, and she says she's totally down for the job as long as she still gets paid. Lily tells Alex that her biggest dream was to serve him, but she never actually got the chance to do it. She's totally blushing, but he can tell she's being for real, and since the maids are busy, he figures this is his big chance. He's totally down for it, but he's got two big rules. Lily asks what they are and says she's in for whatever he wants. First, she's got to drop the My Lord stuff, and if she's gonna work, she needs a real paycheck, which she's totally cool with. Our main guy has Agnes measure Lily for a brand new uniform, and when she finally steps out wearing it, Alex sees her and gives a big smile. He picks out the perfect look for her and checks the size, and it fits her like a charm, so he hands her the contract to go talk it over with the rest of the crew. A few days pass and the maids show Lily exactly how to scrub the windows, making her wonder what the owner would do if he ever caught her leaving a single smudge. She says the boss won't even see their faces, so they just need to finish cleaning everything before their shift is up. Lily keeps grinding away, so Agnes offers to brew some tea once they're done, and Lily is totally down for it. He doesn't care about the details as long as she's safe, but she says sorry because she has to head back to the castle. He gives her props for doing a great job today, but when she starts asking about the new maid, he immediately worries that something went down with Lily. She's a total natural who learns fast, and after checking her soul, he's shocked to find out she's B rank, especially since he already told Eliza he can see souls and, with a bunch of new girls thirsty for his attention, she slams her hand on the table to give him a serious heads up. She tells him it's way better to wait for the Empress's advice before reporting back to Owing about what to do with her. In Sonnet Village, kids are actually leaping off a massive tower straight to the ground while 3 people watch and cheer. In this village, turning 10 means facing a crazy tradition where you have to leap off a high diving board without showing any fear. Alex's dad shows some real guts as he thanks the Viscount for the invite, and the noble guy thanks him right back. Once you finish this, you're officially an adult who can finally get married. But it's a total scramble since the girls pick their partners and nobody wants to be stuck with the... Alex thinks about inviting Kukufu since she'll definitely back Joy up. Then he asks his dad how Chosen is doing, while she uses the chance to get way closer to him before he finally asks her. He's asking if the punishment is finally over, but even though Eliza told him to take her back to her parents, he just can't do it. Everyone's gonna doubt him if he does this, but he's just following the Empress's own advice. He's gotta make a choice fast, but then they spot 2 kids and the man asks if this is the boy who actually passed the test. He's probably asking her to marry him since they look so good together, but then she suddenly collapses and wings literally sprout from her back. She transforms into a soul eater and lunges at him, but someone suddenly jumps in and covers him with their hand. Chosen shields her and tells the monster it's got some nerve, then grabs her hand and yanks her away right before the impact. The souls finally swap back as the girl pops right out of the Devourer and falls, making everyone cheer and thank the Vice-Emperor for the save. Chosen flexes that this is totally normal for her master, but the boy loses it, shouting to find out what's happening and why she was at Sonnet Village. She claims he told her to serve the Lord, but since he's still her real boss, she's sticking by him even though he handed her off to his dad. Wait, isn't. Chosen tells him he's totally misreading her, and Alex realizes that pushing her away just makes her do crazy stuff to get back to him. It was a pretty dumb move on her part. She's got the manners down, but she's a total mess as a maid, so she's completely shocked when he actually gives her a second chance instead of firing her. He's determined to turn her into a maid, and since the nice guy act is over, he and Amelia are about to get way more intense with her training. Alex grins and asks if she's actually going to be a good maid, and even though she's totally confused, she just goes along with it. His dad tells him he was totally useless, so Alex apologizes. But it's fine they didn't talk it out since she's his maid anyway. And right then, Alex and his dad are wondering if they're just guests, but then Chosen asks to introduce the girls, revealing they're actually her younger sisters. He asks if it's for real, and why they actually want to be his maids too. They finally got the green light from his dad since being together is pure happiness, and luckily the old man is totally on board. Our main guy says he's looking after Shom now, and when the old man asks him to keep her safe, he tells him he can totally count on him. Everyone's gossiping about her working with the Vice Emperor himself. The old man tells them to chill out, and Alex is feeling totally hyped that she's the only intern he's actually taking on. He scoops her up and blasts off, telling her to hang on tight, but suddenly he looks down and spots something crazy. They spotted the crooks harassing the girls and knew they had to step in, but the robbers just complained that everyone was getting in their way. But that's enough. They should just quit already. And as one girl draws her sword, someone yells for them to stop right as their blades clash together. The robber is freaking out over the broken sword, but Alex steps up to protect the girls, and just as they ask who he is, he drops a binding spell that ties up the thugs and leaves the girls totally speechless. One girl is totally on edge, but Alex tells her to chill as they fly past, saying they're just gonna knock those robbers out cold. She asks if he's really Alexander Carlyle and demands proof, so he hands over a document that leaves them completely stunned. She says sorry for being rude and introduces herself as Zara Bureo, explaining they were actually looking for him to help Princess Liche Silvermoon escape. Alex asks if she's serving the Empire, and she admits they've been loyal for 100 years, but the king is totally over it and wants to break free. The princess isn't trying to start a war with the Empire. She just wants to protect her home where everyone stays young forever. A power the old emperor tried to steal even though it only works for the royal family. Everyone's finally rising up against the Empire, so they think this is their big chance. But the Empire's army is still crazy strong, and a war would mean a massive body count. They're running out of time fast. The old emperor used to crush all the nearby countries to keep them in line. But once Eliza took over and played nice, groups like Silvermoon started a massive... Right as we learn what she's thinking, Eliza bursts out from underground and reveals she heard every single word. The girls are totally shocked when he explains she's just his maid who'll keep their secret. And since the Emperor is giving them a safe place to hide, they'll only have to deal with Silvermoon if things actually pop off on the battlefield. Alex is gonna keep them safe at his place for now, but things get super awkward when he calls her Lychee, revealing he knows she accidentally leaked a secret from a century ago, meaning she's actually Lychee Silvermoon and is 256 years old. Our guy gets back with 3 girls and tells Agnes he's home, so she asks about the new faces, and he explains they're crashing there for a bit while asking if anything crazy happened while he was gone. Agnes brings up the busted plumbing. The guy complains it's a total disaster, but then the girl smiles and offers to fix everything with her ice magic. She realizes this person is actually part of Agnes's crew, and when the guy asks if they're friends, she explains she used to hang out with the Viscone squad sometimes. He's like a totally different person now, and the princess suddenly starts feeling sick. So Zira scoops her up while Alex demands to know what's going on and tells her to hand her over. This water flows from the sacred land on weekends and it totally ruins eternal youth, so they know escaping is a huge risk but they're doing it anyway. He was gonna tell the Emperor, but he couldn't wait around for days when he had to get that water moving immediately. Alex hooks them up with some rooms, and even though they're already super thankful, he goes the extra mile and starts pouring holy water right onto the sword. He realizes this thing is packed with insane power. So he hunts for something just like it near the capital of Silvermoon, and once he tracks it down, he hooks up a pipe to start pumping that energy through. Water droplets suddenly surround the girl as the guy pulls energy from the sacred land to build a barrier, basically recreating that holy place right there and leaving the girls completely stunned. The girl tells the owner they've finally reached the kingdom of Silvermoon as they roll up in their carriage. King Aurora Silvermoon shakes the kid's hand and asks him to welcome her, since they've officially arrived at the Liche's house for a major reason. Yesterday, this girl delivered a message from the Empress, and when he asked for the details, she told him the Empress is leaving the whole thing up to him. Alex explains that if there's a paper trail, it becomes official, and they'll have to bring in the Imperial Army to crush the rebellion. He's telling everyone to chill out, but that's not happening, because if he lets them go free, every other follower is going to try to pull the same stunt. They've got a ton to plan for later, but once things finally chill out, their first priority is taking down the rebellion inside the kingdom. She says the army hasn't moved yet, so they can strike first and totally crush their power before they even start. Nobody wants to see their own people fighting each other. He's gonna stop the rebellion from the shadows. He's doing everything he can to keep the body count as low as possible. The king is the big shot here, so he's letting them decide his fate. And while the princess steps aside, Nash realizes he needs a solid excuse to visit, and remembers their kingdom is famous for those legendary golden apples. The princess is down, and since these things grow on sacred ground, they never fall and just keep getting tastier, so he's heading there in person to bring some to Her Majesty. Alex stares at a tree loaded with golden apples, and even though they're the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, he feels totally guilty for wanting to snatch one. She asks to give it a shot. He lets her, and holds an apple out for her. When they ask why he gave it to the maid, he explains she's the closest to the Empress and knows her taste best, so the guard totally buys it and the maid says thanks. The girl takes a bite and totally loves it, so the MC tells the king that the Empress is definitely going to be obsessed with it. He's bagging up all these apples to keep the bugs away, but he's actually doing it for someone else before telling the girl to give it another shot. She takes one bite and collapses to her knees, blushing like crazy and saying she feels like she's totally melting. The king asks what's going on, and the guy explains that time moves way faster inside the bag, so nothing ever rots. It just stays fresh and gets even tastier. He's got insane god-tier powers now, so he can totally hang out here without anyone ever suspecting him. It's a dark night on sacred ground, and the group is sitting around a table talking about how Alex was sure their secret plans were busted the moment he showed up. One line out. The input provided is, "But those apples were very tasty. They will give him as much as he wants. He needs to leave in the mood." They asked. He gives Eliza a quick thanks and tells the girls they can finally head outside to ditch those robes. They never imagined they could actually travel through shadows to stay hidden. So Alex takes the chance to ask Dorothy what's really going on. Dorothy reports they're packing up food and weapons to leave the second they find the princess, and he thanks his secret spy because they're totally ready to start a rebellion. This means they actually have to get captured on purpose, and the girls are totally shocked by the plan. Our hero thanks them for the apples and the backup, since keeping Mr. Kokufu safe is the main goal, and the king even asks them to send his regards to the Empress. Alex agrees and they head out, but as soon as they're gone, someone starts talking to the king. He hears they actually caught lice, and he's totally shocked to see a girl standing there with her hands tied up. Leche asks what's gotten into her while Dorothy spies from the bushes, and 2 days later, the guy is already back asking for an update. The kingdom just rounded up 3,000 soldiers for the big raid. They're planning to march right past this area. Our guy makes sure to thank her for everything. Seriously. He gives her a quick pat like it's no big deal, but as she stands by the sleeping princess, she asks if she's really going to be okay. She was totally losing it thinking about what he was plotting. Even though he just handed her over, he tells her to stay calm. Since they have a real lychee soul in a fake body, is 3,000 soldiers really a big deal? With only 1,000 left to guard the home front, this is literally their entire army, and it's basically a joke compared to the massive empire. Lychee was totally right to be scared, because the Silver Moon army is about to get crushed and someone has to stop them fast. The girl asks the owner what his move is and if he should just take them out, but he says he can't get mixed up in something this crazy. He's trying to hide that he stepped in so the Empress doesn't get in trouble, but she's totally fine with it, and she knew the Empress would feel that way all. He realizes she's just confirming his plan to kick everything off with a massive civil war. He grips the glowing sword with both hands. He's about to mess with the warriors' heads. They're heading straight into battle. They aren't going to win the fight. Since everyone is starting to have second thoughts, he just tells them all to head back to the sacred land. The wares are finally making their move to return, and since the ones still on the sacred land belong to the Leche, they're ready to take their home back. She asks what he did, and he explains he used the wind to whisper a command into their heads, telling the army they have to turn back if they want to keep their power. Once the civil war kicks off, he tries to warn everyone to stop the killing, because if too many people get hurt, they won't have anyone left to build a new army. Alex totally called their next move, but leading this many people is wearing him out, so he really needs to level up his magic. Everything's ready and he wants to call it quits, but Leche is still trapped, so he's got to push forward to the next part of the plan. Way across the empire on Mount Ekiti, a guy walks up to the snake and says he finally found it. She lunges at him, but he slips away and strikes the snake with his sword, actually apologizing for the hit. The snake is toast, so Alex grabs its skin and realizes he's got to move fast. Someone's causing a massive scene in a holy tavern, begging to get a look at something, but he's totally crossing the line. Seriously, what is this guy's problem? They tell him everything's cool and the pain is just from the ointment, but the girl with glasses keeps asking questions about that stuff. It hurts so bad that everyone screams, and while you'd think they'd just stop, it's honestly way too powerful to give up. The guy who got hit in the eye can finally see again, and since the Civil War left so many people injured, everyone is super hyped to have this ointment. She remembers that story Alex told about using snake skin for medicine. It heals you up, but he made sure it hurts like crazy on purpose. He slammed both sides so hard that the pain totally took them out of the fight, and now they just needed Li Shay for the next phase. They find a spot to summon Leche. Her soul finally slides back into her body, and she snaps her eyes open. Lace wakes up totally lost, but when Alex asks if she knows him, She realizes she's finally back in her own body. The girl in glasses is worried about the drama, but Alex says, Lice asks if they're ready. Alex gives the green light, and now they just have to stick to the plan. She just realized the hospital is actually using that ointment that causes insane pain. The womb spots her and asks what she's doing, so she tells him she's just there to help the sick. Lee smears her blood onto the guy, and suddenly he realizes the pain in his hand has completely vanished. Everyone's losing it, shouting about her blood and that royal power, but one guy yells at them to wake up and not be fooled. He asks if this is all a big setup and if they're the ones actually handing out the ointment. But Lice says she totally gets why they're suspicious, since she was literally just lying to her people is tearing her apart, and he's not buying it for a second, especially since she's calling the invasion of their sacred land nothing but a rumor. She questioned if it would really be in the city, but when she arrived, she was stunned to find everyone suffering from that ointment. She made it way back, but someone broke into her room and leaked it to the world before it was even finished. Mixing her blood into the ointment makes the pain totally vanish, and even though she was too hopeless to make a lot, she's the one who actually created it. She's stepping up to give her blood to the people who kicked her out, but she can't just watch them suffer, so she's gotta call her dad and talk some sense into him to stop this war. She asks if anyone even wanted to fight, because honestly, they should have realized there was no reason to start. If the people just gave her a chance, she'd prove she can talk some sense into her dad. The dude in the bed tells her he's got her back, and suddenly everyone else is on her side too. The whole crowd starts rooting for Li She, and he's totally hyped about it. The girl with glasses says Lice was so convincing that everyone's following her now, and that ointment probably totally crushed their will to fight. She's totally going to pull this off now that those other guys are out of the way. And since that ointment saved basically everyone, it's clear Alex really thought of everything. The Empire finally has a chill government trying to play it safe, but other kingdoms are still holding a massive grudge. Alex tells Eliza he's got her back if she ever runs into trouble. She's literally the ruler of the entire empire, and she better not forget it. Everything finally went back to normal thanks to Licha, and Eliza made sure to give the guy a huge thank you. A few days later, she invites him to the sacred lands to say thanks. But it looks like they finally figured out Eliza's secret, and now she's literally hiding in his shadow. He thinks everything is finally looking up, but someone is about to shut that down. He looks up at the girl in the air and recognizes her voice, but she tells him that saving those tens of thousands of people is actually the worst part. She's begging him to choose. He can die right now, or live by finally giving in to his secret desires. Our guy has a massive choice. He can die right now, or stay alive by finally giving in to his secret desires. Eliza asks for the full story, and they give her the green light since the Empire is actually part of this mess. She's asking why she has to die, and the answer is simple. Her soul just hit a brand new rank, though she's still totally confused about what that means. The second you're reborn, the soul test kicks off, and your rank constantly shifts based on how you live. So even a girl with a crazy Sss-Rank soul has to follow the... She's only 13, but he's already crushed the old record and hit Sss-Rank. Honestly, after what Alex did, this was bound to happen. They have no clue what'll happen if it keeps growing this fast, so they're desperately trying to figure out their next move. She's wondering why he's so hung up on the word we, but they have no clue how dangerous this really is, and Eliza asks if she's trying to kill. It's the fastest way to end this, but he just can't bring himself to do something that messed up. From her side of things, she feels like he's been a total nightmare, and even though he's not a straight-up villain like her dad, the old emperor, he's still... Even if he had 10,000 girls to hug, he'd still swear he isn't a bad guy. He'd totally tank his own rank just to stay humble. Since they were freaking out this much, he knew they were in deep trouble and decided to do whatever it took to help. Alex says sorry, but he can't just die or be selfish because he's still got a job to finish. Li She is waiting for him, and the winged girl is begging him to stop. Suddenly, everything goes pitch black. Eliza's totally confused, and the angel girl panics, screaming at the guy to get out of there right now. Out of nowhere, Eliza collapses, and just as Alex reaches out to grab her, something lunges at them while our main guy is left shouting, "What the heck is going on?" The winged girl warns him to stay back since she's being punished by the gods, and suddenly a massive beam of light drops from the sky and blasts him. He's in total agony with his skin burning and his insides freezing, and this insane power is taking over so fast that he's about to hit his breaking point. Eliza asks what she means by divine punishment, but she just says it's God's judgment and shuts up, making Eliza realize that Alex is totally going to die at this rate. He's actually being forced to reincarnate as a divine punishment while they all watch his every move. He thinks about everyone he cares about, and realizes he's about to be reborn. But he's not letting that happen, and starts fighting back with everything he's got. Out of nowhere, he reflects that holy beam. The girl shields her eyes, and he collapses to his knees, totally spent. The winged girl is totally shocked he blocked that divine attack. They were actually trying to kill him, so what does this even mean? She asks if he's alright, barely believing he survived, but he just wants to know if Eliza is okay. Eliza gets knocked out cold by the impact and needs medical help. But the girl begs Alex to stay still because it's a total miracle he's even alive. He knows he has to do it, so he goes up to Eliza and tells her he can't use healing magic because his mana is totally drained. She tells him to rest, but he knows that if his soul gets sucked up, it's totally destroyed and there's no way to bring it back. He's in a really rough state, but he starts scratching his hand until it bleeds, totally freaking the girl out, especially since this medicine turns his blood straight into mana. He downs the medicine while his head spins from losing so much blood, then wipes his mouth and finally blasts a spell. Without that lotus refilling her mana, things would have been a total nightmare for a woke-up. So Alex checks if she's alright, and she tells him she's perfect. Now that they can finally learn about the divine punishment, he isn't forcing her to talk because she's got a huge responsibility to handle. Just then, they saw a bunch of blindfolded angels with spears heading straight for them. One of the guys lunges at him, but he blocks the hit and stares back in total shock as he drops to one knee. It feels like he's being dragged straight to the floor. Luckily, he didn't take that whole hit head on. The angel lunges for another strike. Alex quickly jumps. He figures out he can't just keep dodging and finally strikes back, but he's shocked when he actually lands a hit, realizing these angels are totally fake. Eliza tells them to bail because he can't handle another hit from that divine punishment. And even though these angels are insanely strong, they can't just spam that move over and over. Running away is pointless since God is literally watching him, so he has to take those guys out first and asks his sword of wisdom for the intel on those 4 winged angels. These 4 winged angels are straight-up battle machines, and since they don't have souls, every wing has a specific job. The first one remembers orders, the second is for pure offense. He sees his opening and slices right through the angel's wing, sending them crashing to the ground with 0 strength left. The girls were already hyped, but they jumped back up as their wings finally started to heal. They're just standing there frozen, and Eliza realizes they're waiting for a command since Alex sliced off the wing that was bossing them around. Now the whole squad is following him because Alex keeps blowing Eliza's mind, and he's honestly so hyped to have her respect. The guys are totally shocked to see the angels taking orders from him, proving they're way weaker than the goddess. He'd way rather hunt gods than angels just to keep his life story from being boring, so he kicks his dad and the rest of the group out of the room. He lets the angel go and asks if she was feeling a bit too squished in there. She says it was warm, but since they have no idea when the next attack will hit, they told Lecha to push the meeting back and already headed home. Alex thinks the next attack is coming in a week, following that old legend where God blasted the earth with lightning 7 times, once every 7 days for a total of 49 days. Since that wisdom and the god's lightning are basically the same thing, they're totally safe from any attacks for the next 7 days. They've got to figure out what to do with her for now, because even though mentioning her could actually take down God, they're way more focused on surviving his divine wrath. He's got no clue why God is so obsessed with resetting his rank instead of just killing him, and Eliza is wondering the exact same thing. Alex says he loves this world because the good guys win, the bad guys get what they deserve, and everyone actually works together to make life awesome for each other. He actually cares about these guys, and knows that if he takes down God, the whole system will crumble, so he's got to find a smarter way to stay safe and end this mess for good. Eliza heads back to the palace and shuts the door, thinking about how they still have no clue why he wants to get rid of him. Maybe God is just terrified that Alex is going to get stronger than him and take his spot, which is honestly super petty. Alex is honestly a way better fit for the God title. He did his best to keep his cool while Eliza was watching. He knows he's got to level up his strength big time, because if he blocks one more time, the whole area is going to get totally wrecked, and the girl he just met asks if he's actually worried about something. He says it's actually pretty rare, and while she's feeling totally useless, he suggests she just goes to watch Angie practice her magic. She's totally hyped, but he's still stressing out, saying they need to act normal so he can think straight while she practices turning other people's mana into her own. He gets a wild idea and asks Angie to heal him even though her magic is way weaker than his, but he tells her to just go for it anyway, so she starts casting. He's totally blown away by that wall of poison magic, but when he actually thanks her, she's the one left looking completely stunned. Fast forward 1 week, the whole squad meets up and Eliza tells them it's finally go time. Angie's totally freaking out and asking if they're safe, while Alex demands to know why Eliza even brought her there. Eliza snaps back, asking why he kept her in the dark, but Alex admits he was just trying to keep her from worrying. He might be telling the truth, but that's exactly what's going to cause trouble later. and even though he tries to apologize to Angie, she just tells him it's all good. Suddenly, everything goes crazy, and they all look up as the hero screams that it's finally starting, and they need to get out of there while he raises his sword high. The girls check out the flowers and wonder what they are, but Eliza thinks if they bloom, it's actually just trapped energy from a divine punishment. The owner asks Astaroth for her opinion, and she says it's straight up incredible. So they let her handle it, and she was totally hyped for the chance, especially since they realized that if a power was too massive to block, they could just flip it and use it for. At first, he teamed up with her to bring life back to the land. Now Eliza finally realized why all those flowers were suddenly popping up everywhere. It turns out she was the one who gave him. 10 days later, they drop the third punishment at a random time to catch him off guard. But Elise thinks it's hilarious how he turns a death trap into fertilizer for his growth, making his enemies rage while his good deeds just keep stacking up. He didn't even stop to think and just followed his gut, but Eliza is 100% sure he'll find a way to pull it off. Since the fourth punishment never happened, they realized their plan was a total bust, and Eliza basically called them gross losers who want everything for free but are about to get a seriously bitter reality check. He's totally clueless that she talked trash about God, but he believes the rest of her story, and Eliza tells him that even if he gets punished again, it'll just count as a good deed and won't happen anymore. We've got to plan ahead and look at every single option. Then Angie hands him a heavy bag with an apology, and while he says thanks, she's left wondering if it's... He actually had a backup plan ready just in case, and it was massive. There was enough food inside to feed everyone in the Alliance for years. They pour some nasty water into the bag, and the girls realize that every bit of their food is gone. What a total waste. This guy just trashed food for hundreds of thousands of people, and Eliza knows he's a monster because even with her rich lifestyle, she'd never do something that hard. Alex triggers Divine Check and his rank drops, but now he can totally control his level, even if he's still worried about what to do if they run out of food. Angel gives him a quick thanks, but Eliza tells him he totally overdid it since just dropping his rank would have been more than enough. Even if they try to take him out, he's not the type to ditch someone in trouble, and the Empress is hanging on his every word. Alex hitting Sss-Rank was just a side effect of his actions, since he only did it because he genuinely loved helping people, while the big bosses are just desperately holding on to their power. The longer they stall, the wider that gap is gonna get, but she's honestly just hyped that she finally gets to go home. Eliza asks what else he's got planned since just being a good guy won't cut it, but he's totally out of ideas. Wouldn't it be way easier for him to just blow all his cash on a wild spending spree and live like a total king? He handles pretty much everything solo and doesn't think blowing his own cash is a big deal at all. They're looking to buy way more than just this one spot, so she hands him a note and tells him to meet her alone at the marked location tomorrow for the full scoop. Our hero asks Eliza why she's all decked out, and even though she dyed her hair and begged him not to blow her cover, he recognizes her the very second he looks at her. She tells them to stop asking questions and just get in the carriage, before casually mentioning that they're actually heading to a brothel. He swears he'd never buy a girl because it's a total sin, but she calls him out, saying he wouldn't even bring it up if he wasn't already thinking about it. Alex asks if she's coming, and she says she's his partner, but if she's not there, she doesn't mind if the others try to run away with him. Later that day, two guests are told to take a seat while a girl welcomes them to their humble little shop. Eliza is totally shocked by the fake names but says it's just to be safe, and then the girl tells the guy he can pick any girl he wants. Eliza shouts that she's picking them out one by one since they're all here to go wild and live it up. He sees the girls staring at him like they're waiting for his next move. Then he looks at Eliza and realizes he actually showed up for the exact same reason. Alex kicks back in his fancy chair and makes it clear he's not picking a single person. She's looking at him like he's totally lost it, but he just grins and points to a table full of snacks, asking her to join him for some super fancy tea made. Eliza tells him to knock it off, but he just asks what's wrong with using her cash and deals since he's not out chasing girls, leaving her totally unsure if this plan. Our MC tells the girls to go wild and eat whatever they want, and they're all smiles. Suddenly, one of the girls spills a cup of tea right onto his hand, and while he's dealing with the heat, she starts bowing and apologizing for being such a rookie, so he asks if she's actually a staff member too. Beam wasn't having it, and she told him to just stand back and watch her go all out. She walks right up and tells him he can do whatever he wants with her to make up for things, but he gets totally flustered and tells her to stop, making her wonder if she's just not his type. Our hero asks if she wants people to like her, and she says yeah, but only because it helps her rake in the cash. She explains that it's not just about the money. She's actually saving up for school because she really wants to learn how to read. He asks her why, and she explains that she just wants to read because there are so many epic and emotional stories in their world that she wants to know them all. He finally gets it, The guy just wants to learn how to read. Sana also really wanted to learn how to write his name perfectly. But man, going to school here costs a total fortune. Alex hands her this glowing golden apple and tells her to take a bite. And when she asks what it is, he explains it's the fruit of knowledge that'll literally teach her how to read and understand every single word. She's totally shocked and happy, but she still feels like she can't just take it. So he tells her he's her client, and he really likes her while he keeps holding that apple out. She totally gets it and happily takes the apple. But as soon as she takes a tiny bite, her whole body starts glowing, and she stares at the fruit in total shock. She's clutching her head because something feels totally off, so the guy holds up a note to see if she can read it, and she manages to say Alex's fake name, Eris. She's absolutely stoked that she can finally read. She actually understands every single word on the page. Our main guy is super hyped to see her succeed. Now reading books is going to be a total breeze for her. Suddenly, someone starts clapping their hands. Eliza points her finger at Alex and calls him out, saying she only looked away for a second and he's already back to playing the hero. He realizes he totally messed up, but then the girl he taught to read bows and thanks him. Alex says being a bad guy is actually pretty hard, so Eliza sighs and decides she'll just slack off on her work instead. She thinks going on dates and dropping cash on gifts should rack up some greed points, but Alex has a feeling it's not actually that bad. Eliza says he's super chill, so everything's gonna be fine, and he totally agrees. They've still got a long way to go, and once he racks up enough good deeds, they'll figure out their next move together. He's so stoked she's right there next to him, and with her eyes closed and a big smile, she tells him she feels the exact same way. The girl tells them to hold up, and even though she's exhausted and just got fired, she really wants to thank Alex because now she finally has time to hit the books and study. She thanks him again for all his help, but as they share a silent look, he's still totally confused about why she got fired. They ask what her next move is, and she says she's heading home to take care of her family since she can finally read, making Alex realize she's got massive potential, and Our guy asks if she's down to make a quick stop, and Eliza is totally cool with it. She thinks it over and decides to give it a shot, so she grabs a pencil and paper to try writing her name down. Her name is Marie Curie, and after scribbling it down on paper, she heads home to tell her sister she's finally back. Her sister starts to turn around, but her face is totally melted, and after struggling to say something, she just books it. She hides behind a tree and asks who this guy is and why Marie brought him along. But Marie says it's all good since he helped her, even though she still tells him to beat it. He asks if she was born with this power, and Marie says yeah, it's probably just a curse for her past life sins. What's actually crazy is how high rank her soul is. You definitely don't see someone like that every day. She's always doing good stuff for people. Her next life is probably... Eliza asks what's going on, and Marie explains that while her sister is always helping people, she's actually miserable, and wonders if doing good just to get a reward in the next life makes her a total hypocrite. The sister yells from behind the tree for her to keep her mouth shut, then she quickly ducks back into hiding. But this isn't some fake act. The MC steps up and offers to heal her. Her soul rank proves she's already paid for her past mistakes. Then, he just whips. He holds that glowing sword right up to her face and tells her she can finally be happy, because everything is going to be okay. Suddenly, a total miracle happens and her face turns super pretty, so Marie sprints to her sister who's totally freaking out. She pulls her into a tight hug and says she's glad she's totally clueless, but she looks away the second they hand her a mirror. She's totally stunned and can't believe her eyes, but after he tells her that's her real face, she demands to know who he actually is. Her face starts glitching out again before totally vanishing, and when Eliza asks if it's finally gone, the MC just ignores her and tells her to take a real close look at herself. Eliza realizes he actually changed the outcome to make everything pure, and even though the curse might pop up sometimes, it's going to get weaker and weaker until it's gone for good. She's helped so many people that it's only fair she finally gets a win for herself. She pictures everyone crying their eyes out, even though it's a totally beautiful day outside. Marie's doing everything to support her sister, but Eliza admits she's still crying after all the pain she's endured. Alex finally gets why Marie was so desperate for cash, because Sister Marie turns to Alex and begs to show her gratitude, promising she'll do literally anything he wants. She says her life was a total nightmare until he saved her like a god, so now she'll do literally anything he wants if he'll just let her. He agrees while keeping a close eye on the curse, then tells her Mari's gonna be her secretary to start with, making the girl ask him one more time just to be sure. This secretary is the one who handles all the writing for the fancy nobles. She's already got every single letter memorized. She's totally ready to start practicing. He really needs her help. Sister Marie says her name is Lily, and after he introduces her, He drops the bomb that they're both moving into his mansion, leaving the girls totally speechless. She can tell he's a total noble just by the fancy places he hangs out, even though he never even told her his name. He introduces himself as Alexander Carlyle, just Alex, and the girls are totally losing it because they can't believe he's actually the famous Mr. Carlyle. The sisters are totally blown away by how huge the Carlyle mansion is, and Agnes listens super closely as the main guy turns to talk to her. He asks to move these two to a spare room, and wonders if they're better off together or apart. So Marie says they're better as a team, and Agnes agrees to take them. Alex tells Lily he's got someone she has to meet, so she's gotta come with him, but for now they're just chilling in the office until he calls her. They run into each other in the hallway, and he asks if she's Mr. Alex's guest, but in his head, he's already calling her Lika. He grabs her hand and says it's nice to meet her, introducing himself as Al, a close friend of Mr. Alex, but she's totally sure they've actually met. He points to himself so Lika finally recognizes him, and she admits she was totally spooked because his disguise was just that good, then lets him know Alex is over at the office. Lika sneaks up on them like a ghost and asks Alex who the girl is, so he explains she's moving in, and like A is totally hyped to meet her and asks for. Suddenly, Lily's face starts twisting as she begs him not to touch her, so he asks if she's okay, tells her to stay still, and starts casting a spell. He tells Alex the healing is a total fail, and tells her to stay chill while her entire face just starts to vanish. He's gonna keep an eye on things in case it happens again, but tells her not to worry, and Lily doesn't even flinch at the curse, apologizing for the scene and asking for his name. Lily introduces herself, and Lika says she's super happy to meet her. Alex totally knows what he's doing, so she just needs to stay cool. She makes her way over to Karamidi. Our main guy drops a bombshell and says Lika is. Another maid named Mia Bell walks in, and when Lily asks Alex if she's the girl he was talking about, he says yes, so now Mia is the one tagging along with him to all the big parties. Flashback. Someone wants to prep Mia for a meeting, but since everyone here thinks only fancy nobles hang out with pretty girls, you've gotta be the one to take her there to keep things from getting crazy. She looks absolutely perfect and told him straight up, so now he wants her and Lily to do the exact same thing. Alex tells Mia to spill the whole story, and when Lily asks if she can thank him this way, the answer is a total yes, because she's been through so much and finally doesn't. He reaches out and tells her she's about to be totally purified, promising that once she's back to her old self, she'll be thanking him. She grins while listening to him, so Mia suggests starting with makeup, but then Lily asks for a favor, and Mia asks what she wants. Lily's finally chopping her hair off because she's done hiding and wants a fresh start, and when Alex asks if he can be the one to do it, she's totally down. Now that he's been spotted, Alex is told to beat it, and he finally realizes the girls are just trying to get dressed in peace. Marie barges in hyped about a library, but while they promise to show her later, she's stunned to see Lily's fresh haircut as Lily tells her to stop running around so much. Marie is totally stunned by how gorgeous she looks, and now that Lily can finally see her sister clearly, they both share a massive smile. Alex and Eliza show up and say Lily is a perfect match, but when they ask who's standing next to him, the MC reveals it's actually the Empress in hiding, which leaves Marie. Marie is totally blown away by how many books are packed into this massive library. Can she really read every single one of them? Even Alex hasn't finished them all yet, but he just points to her desk and tells her to get to work right now. Just let her copy the sacred imperial text on department since she says she totally gets it. Alex's dad asks if she's a secretary, and after she bows to say hi, he tells her to skip the polite stuff and just focus on her job since she's working for Alex. Our hero asks what they're after, and they tell him they need to talk about the territories, which makes this girl look super suspicious. She tells her dad she heard about a girl who's a total pro at reading, and Marie is completely shocked that she's actually calling him father. She's just starting to learn modern writing, but since they're using the ancient letters from back when she was born, she thinks it'd be awesome if they taught her. San is totally obsessed with writing and asks her for a favor, but she's completely shocked since she's still just a newbie herself. She suggests they study together since she's actually super into old books too. She gives her a massive hug and says thanks, but she's busy with work and can only do it during her breaks. Our MC notices the girls are already hitting it off, so he tells his dad to head out while they get into what went down in the village. Suddenly, a girl bursts in and tells Josen he's been looking for them everywhere, saying she's got major stuff to do, so they tell her to stand up. One girl tells the other to stand up straight and move like a ghost, barking at her to stop wobbling and keep her core tight. Out of nowhere, this girl walks up and says she's new around here, leaving the guys staring at her in total shock. She says her plan to get close to the master is to just ignore her, and then she steps up to challenge her. Lily thinks about the challenge and tells Josen to chill, but she's ready to do whatever it takes for her master. Because if you aren't this dedicated, You aren't coming with them. She really wants to thank Alex for giving her a job after she finally got honest with herself. And she says her master is only super strict because he totally believes in her. He's super sweet to her sister. He's crazy strong, and he never whines while looking out for her with some serious tough love. The girl thinks he's just nagging because he's always down to help anyone out, but then she suddenly grabs Joseph's hand and looks totally shocked. Lily asks her to team up for Mr. Alex. She's totally down for it, and the third girl is just standing there in total shock. Out of nowhere, Joe shows up and begs her to come back, explaining how it all went down while handing over a letter that she's super thankful for. Our hero asks if she handled Josen okay, and she's actually got some real guts, but Lily the maid is totally shocked when Teska suddenly shows up. She asks if the letter is about the Silver Moon Kingdom, and he says yeah, it looks like Risha is busy holding off the soldiers. Since the old king and his crew are finally stepping down, Rish is busy getting ready to take the throne, and she's already planning a special trip to say thanks. He swears he's innocent while checking the letter, and when he sees she's actually showing up today, the maid is totally caught off guard. She gives Carlyle a deep bow, thanking him for always coming to her rescue later. Alex tells her she's overreacting and to look up, but she insists that no amount of thanks could ever be enough after he saved so many people. Our hero asks about the body, and the girl asks if she can be the one to show him some real gratitude. She knows he's way older than her, but when he asks if she's really thought this through, she doesn't hesitate to say yes. She figured she could snag a maid job since they were hiring, but it was a total no-go until the country finally calmed down. Reach is worried their age gap is way too big, but the rumors are already flying since she's actually 200 years old. She's way beyond just pretty, so she'll do whatever the kingdom needs and then actually thank me for it. If she can just show her the reborn country, she'll totally be on board. It's been forever since they hung out like this, and he finally admits he's been traveling way too much. Today he's heading out on a date with Ange. Ever since that curse went down, he's been acting like a total rebel. This is just one of his new bad habits. The girl offers them a drink, but he turns it down because he's hyped to see his wife and totally cool with skipping work for the day. He only had a few papers to finish today, but he's just gonna push it to tomorrow, making the girl giggle quiet. She gets totally jittery when they're alone, way preferring the crazy energy of the whole squad being there. The crowd is getting way bigger now. This is definitely not gonna be easy. Everyone is totally obsessed with Master Alex. They're actually all really great people. Since she's his wife, he tells Ange she's doing enough already, and she's super happy because Alex finally asked her out on a date. She tells him he should start going on way more dates, and he actually agrees with her. The old man actually wants him to meet a guy living on his property, even though he's not totally cool with what the guy is doing. This guy with glasses suddenly bursts in to announce the big boss is here, apologizing for the interruption even though he doesn't need to act so formal in a private place like this. The old man thinks that's a sweet deal and wonders why she won't just introduce herself. But then the guy reveals he's a wizard named Cloud White. Our MC asks what's up, the wizard says he needs a favor, and the old man starts filling Alex in on all his secret research. Cloud asks if the leader knows about the magic vault, and Alex explains it's a place where they literally steal everyone's magic and lock it away until they're ready to use it. Magic schools use this storage system too. It's their ultimate backup plan for emergencies. At least, that's what he thought. Basically, you can just bank your physical strength like it. Our main character shows the huge difference between being at 100% power and being totally drained and weak. He notices they have way too much energy and can't even sleep. So he thinks if he could just drain that life force like a wizard, it would be the ultimate medicine. Alex asks if this research is actually cool, and Cloud explains he's trying to unlock a new power, but he's completely out of cash to keep going. The old guy is trying to figure out if this data is worth his money, and he's totally right because this stuff is actually a huge deal. When they ask what's in his hand, he just tells them it's straight-up life force. So that was their plan. But you're saying they've already pulled it off using the Philosopher's Stone and magic that vanished hundreds of years ago. Cloud thought he'd found a totally new trick, but if it were that easy to figure out, the research would have been finished ages ago. And while he can use magic to pull out that, they researched this whole thing to stockpile extra lives like a backup. So if you die, you just burn through one of your spares instead. They have no clue how this is even possible yet, but they're definitely going to watch closely to see if these guys are actually interested. He knows this is going to be a massive grind, but he's ready to pay for the whole thing, and since he never backs down once he starts, the deal is officially locked in. Marie asks what the book is, and it's actually a creepy old black magic book that he cracks open using some plants. He told her all about his work with life storage, and it was actually the perfect way to kick things off. He's already super smart, but he's obsessed with leveling up his brain and sorting his thoughts, especially since Mary is the one thing he just can't figure out. The Philosopher's Stone morphed into a sword, giving him the power to know everything that's ever happened or is going on right now. The future is a total blank, but he's got a plan, so he tells everyone it's time to move and slams the book shut. They walk up to the door hoping he's home, but he can already sense them outside. And when a guy steps out and our hero asks for Mr. Howard Robinson, the dude just tells him to shut his mouth. The guy with the cigarette tells them straight up that this is no place for kids. Alex asks Robinson what the deal is, but Robinson tells him straight up that no food is coming, making Alex realize just how dark and brutal this war actually is since he's the one. The guy catches his breath and asks who he is, so Alex reveals he's Lord Carlisle's oldest son, and says he's just there to see how the research is going. The guy tells him to head inside. The girl starts checking out the whole place. Alex realizes this is the exact magic book they used. It's even got a special light spell built right into. In this brutal cycle of war, Alex asks if he's building something that doesn't need magic, but the guy says that research is finished and he's already moved on. The guy demands to know why, since this dude is the source of the magic he's trying to figure out. This thing is super easy to use as long as you've got some magic to juice it up. It's basically a tiny battery where you just dump in your energy and flip the switch. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows through and the guy wonders if this is all too perfect, especially since that bottle is only gonna last him a month. If this gets out, everyone will go crazy hunting for magic, and any human or monster who can use it will be caught and drained of every last drop of power. Out of nowhere, something crazy happens and catches all three of them totally off guard. The guy tells Alex to hold up before he flies away so he can talk, then apologizes and says he knows he's in Carlisle village. Alex asks why he even brought this thing, so our guy sits by the flower and asks if it looks familiar. He's wondering if this is some kind of magic nectar, but it's actually an ancient solar flower that produces the stuff. This bright sunny flower is actually dripping with nectar that's packed with insane magical energy. Monsters hunted them down for that power ages ago, so they were totally supposed to be extinct by now. He grabbed those grains with the leftover DNA, because if they could grow a whole magic field, they'd have a steady supply of power forever. The guy lights up another smoke and offers to go see if they've started their research back up. He isn't sure if Alex will actually look after the flowers, so he's thinking about turning this whole spot into a massive magical field. He takes the deal right then and there, knowing they don't really have any other choice. Once they make their choice, they start packing up all their gear. But are they really going alone? Nope. He gives them an assistant, but wait. Is this new guy actually just a kid?